Sakura Esports. We're going to Samoa. Okie dokie. I mean, look, Samoa's been, I think, one of the more popular ones. Is Samoa or Lijiang Tower at the moment? The two control maps that pretty much everybody's picking. Honestly, not complaining. I mean, I much prefer Lijiang Tower, to be very honest with you. Out of the two, a lot more Lucio plays as well you can make.
They're
I mean,
kind of the same.
Astro yesterday went a little wild on the Lucio.
I feel like I like them both, but I also feel like they're so similar because they have so many of the same qualities round for round. You look at downtown and it's basically just garden and then beaches, market, but lower in the floor.
Yeah.
And then like
a lot of control
volcano
maps
is
end up playing the same.
closed space. Yeah.
Yeah, they do end up playing the same. Let's have a look at the community preds. Who thinks who's going to win? Sakura only getting 19% off this one, 81% for Alcatia. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people in the same boat as we are. And continuing this kind of thread of Alcatia getting 1-1 every week. Look, if you get 1 win, 1 loss every single week, you're guaranteed not to be in the bottom spot. You know, you're gonna be okay.
So
yeah, exactly. You're gonna go to playoffs, but ideally you get a higher position than your opponents, so you end up in a better spot in the seeding coming into playoffs. Let's jump into the first map though. Going to Volcano, Samoa, picked by Alcatia after they banned Venture.
And the Diva getting banned out as well means that Ziad cannot play the Diva, and Hitori actually can't either. So if we do see Checkmate come out on something like the Farah in either beach or downtown, then that's something that's going to be much more difficult to actually gain access to. As we're starting out on Volcano though, I don't expect to see the Farah here. I think it's more likely that this Genji and the Sojourn is going to stick. Zaro with the Sojourn as well. I think China could go back to the Tracer if you really want to, but otherwise, these comps look pretty normal, all things considered.
Yeah, normal is definitely one way to put it.
Yeah, Torb is normal.
On Torb. Yeah, it is completely normal. See if China does end up switching. Looks like it. Yeah, China is switching there, but we are just jumping into a brief pause. We'll get all the pauses out the way early. How about that, huh? How about that for a deal? Hopefully everything is all good. I know Twisted Minds have had a couple issues in their previous game, just with bits and pieces. So yeah, we'll chill. They won't have any issues today, but it sounds like a ping spike, yeah. So we'll get that sorted in just a moment after someone's reset their radar or what they're going to do. And yeah, Volcano is going to be the round. Now, Hattori is running the Mauga. Pretty common at this point to run the Mauga if you feel like you can't run something like a Ram, especially on control, because you can just stay alive for a long time on the point and keep cycling it. And then the Ramatra for Ziad.
If Ziad is running the Ramatra, though, I wonder if Hitori sees that and goes, maybe I would actually like to run the Ramatra into that and go Ram v Ram. But I think you're right. I think the Mauga at this point does offer a lot in the Cardiac Overdrive. With the fact that you have double speed as well, you are going to be able to make rotations really quickly. And we've seen already the power of Mauga, even just running away with 10 or 15 HP and still somehow managing to stay alive on a map like this.
Yeah, Malga moment. Don't forget, though, if you're tuning in today and this weekend, you do get to earn yourself a few drops. I'm sure most of you have got them already. There's a couple of spray in there, a profile icon, a name card, little icon, weapon charm, and you get some skins as well for BAP. 2 different colorways, the black and orange and the white and orange, which looks pretty suave. Now you get to also earn some drops for the Faceit store as well, and that's like Overwatch 2 coins. There's some name cards in there that you can only get on Faceit, so worth connecting your account. And while you're there as well, you can sign up for some of the Faceit tournaments too, which really fun to play in. So yeah, make sure you go over to the website and link your account via Twitch, and and you're good to go to earn some Faceit shop points. We're just going to get into the game in just a moment. Like I said, there is a small ping spike on one of the team's sides, so we're just going to get that leveled out. But in the meantime, we'll have a look at the Season 15 trailer before we jump in again.
To celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Shows them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
All right, welcome back. We're jumping back on to Samoa. Volcano is the round. We got the ping spike sorted, got the players reconnected and back in the map. Yippee! All right, China rocking the Symmetra. No Tracer here for Sakura and Hattori on the Mauga. Quick rush, actually, for Sakura Esports. Not going to the high ground, as a checkmate now is going to hopefully feast for OWCS on the flank.
I mean, look at how fast
Hattori
is just absolutely getting bursted.
Yeah, pretty easy target as well for Lab just to get the railgun shots. So yeah, Hattori's gonna have to be super careful. And the thing is with this Torb comp as well, you can't get flanked. You have to punish the Torb if he's gonna sit on a weird off angle, because he pops his turret down, then there's two things shooting at you, and it just becomes such a pain in the side.
Well, we're going to see Hattori stay on the Mauga, but this time around, China's going to give up the Sim and go over to the Farah. So Farah does have that nice long-range access where you can get those direct rockets to deal with something like the turret pretty easily. But you also need to still be careful because that turret can mark you from all the way across that map.
Nice to take out the turret though, but yeah, it can be quite annoying if you're not paying attention to it. Lata narrowly escaping with just a shot onto Prota. Looks like Checkmate managed to follow that one up as Zora does trade. Although with Prota dead, you can't really push, so it's all on Sakura now just to try and gain as much space as humanly possible using that cardiac overdrive from Hattori and hopefully getting picks with a Farah. But it's looking so difficult for Sakura. Every single time they peek, it's tough. The amount of spam damage and with no shield rows, it's a bit of a death sentence for Zora if he overstays.
Yeah, and it's a lot of that focus fire going towards Prota and Strupper. So if either one of them are down, then you do have to back up because you can't lose the support.
You know, early orbital rate as well, and because Prota has died a couple of times already, it's like you're not near that old at all. Little Ray on the sides, and then they just push in, and Sakura Esports forcibly reset.
There's only one more team fight for them to be able to make this work, though, as OWCS are approaching the 80% mark on this capture progress. Sound Barrier for Haku, and then 3 other ultimates in the tank for them. You gotta go in with a Sound Barrier here. That does not feel good.
Yeah, early Sound Barrier, and here's the later one from Haku. Nice cage, but Hattori You need about 70 more cardiac overdrives there to stay alive. And the annihilation, yeah, it's just OWCS running away with this. Strebo is on the point, actually a barrage. Sneaky from China as OWCS trying to transition to the point, ends up getting barraged. Zoro does end up going fairly low, and in fact, Sakura Esports at the hands of China are sticking in this fight, managing to keep himself up. Strebo also staying up, and Hattori comes back with a hazard. What an unbelievable turnaround. China, man of the hour there.
Wow, that was a crazy clutch. I feel like Sakura ended up corralling everybody that they wanted to into the low ground, so Ziyad got domed, and then the rest of the reinforcements of Sakura could come back and actually help take back control of the point. But I've wanted to see this like every single week. Hattori has such a strong hazard that I feel like that is something that this team should absolutely lean into. And when you see something like a Ramatra on the other side and it's not a Sig, it's not a Diva, this hazard feels even better. Think about all the sight lines you can block off with this wall too.
Should be a lot of damage from Proto if those pulsar torpedoes connect. Don't look like half of them did, but look at the amount of spam still from OWCS. They might get the point cap for free because Hattori has got no spike guard left. Half HP is Hattori, hid in the vortex. Wall comes up for a little bit more defense, but Checkmate, yeah, if Checkmate didn't finish off Hattori there, it would have been someone else. And Sakura Esports, on what was a very impressive fight with that Farah ult, still end up losing the round.
I feel like it was just the chaos they were able to take advantage of. You know, the fire barrage on the side helped to corral everybody back onto the point, and there were like 8 of the ultimates thrown into the fight at that point too. But I hope that Sakura can maybe like just start out on the hazard. Ziyad is a great Ramatra. We haven't really seen too much else from Ziyad outside of like the proficiency on the Diva. It's like maybe no Sigma, so Hattori can feel a little bit more comfortable to play something like the hazard right away. As we go over to downtown, it looks like it is going to be a run back here for OWCS, and yes, it is going to be Hattori sticking to the hazard.
And J-May on top. Little Trob gameplay. China rocking the little dice there, the little fuzzy dice. Love to see that. We see how China can actually navigate this fight. I think Genji against the Torb is a little bit easier, but not when the pressure's like this. Yeah, you can't stick around too long as the Genji. Ideally, you know, you're kind of poking away, taking care of the turret maybe from a far range to make it easier for your front line to kind of move up and not take any excess damage. But what OWCS have been doing over and over again, Rose, has just been, well, one of you is trying to off angle, and with the ram, this is very easy. Run at them, hit the vortex, and you're dead. Like, and Haku's been kind of telegraphing that with the rest of the team, speeding everybody around. So I don't think we're going to see China try and take a very aggressive off angle again, or at least maybe, you know, hesitate to do so. A little bit safer play, maybe.
I wish that I think Sakura also just needs to go into
it again.
full team.
They're doing it again.
Yeah, like Hattori's all the way on the other side of the map when this off angle is getting dove on.
Oh, Checkmate. Yeah, not quite dead just yet. It's actually Hattori that falls first in that small engagement. And yeah, called out perfectly there, Rose. Hattori was on the opposite side of the map. And that wasn't the best example of like Torb versus Hazard. Comic book coming soon. That's not true, actually. I don't know if that's true, but maybe. But the Torb versus Hazard matchup, and one of the reasons why people were playing the Torb was, if the Hazard dives on you with a violent leap, you know, Mantis Blades come out, they start like kind of pounding you. The Torb can just hit E and run away. Extra speed, extra armor, extra overhead. You just run away and you're fine.
Yeah, but even Haku, you notice like the speed is so good there, but you also have the boop. Like Hattori goes in and tries to violently leap and gets booped away by Haku, so you actually can't connect that big part of your skill kit.
Well, Ziyad does end up getting caught here by the spikes coming from Hattori, but this orbital ray is just too good. Once again, Proto lagging behind about 20% or so versus Landon in this head-to-head.
And that's just a really tough deficit to come back from when all of these fights have been finished so quickly. Even if it's just one player, there has been very little room for Sakura to kind of just jump back in. And yeah, there's some fight here with the overclocks left, though.
Yeah, both tanks are actually coming up. They do manage to get back to the point in time, but look at that soundbite from Haku. Strebel once more behind in ult charge. It's Sakura Esports. They're not getting lapped in terms of ult charge, but they are devilishly, deviously behind. All right, Prototori down. OT coming up. A small capture there, of course, for Sakura. And there will be Stribble to touch. 95% of the sound barrier, so unlikely to get it unless the Cheerios are pretty accurate, depending on if he can line these things up. Touch comes through, but I think that was a little bit too early. Does end up falling. There's an extra touch from Atori, but that's all over. Katsuya 2-0 on control to start off the day.
Yeah, there were some bright moments there for Sakura Esports, but I think at the end of it, that was a dominant map number 1 here for Alcatia. And I think you called out something that was just like the perfect example of why every time an off angle was being looked for by Sakura, there was just a huge push from everybody on Alcatia to run in that direction and take out that one member. And then all of a sudden, you now have a 5v4 and you're missing a critical source of your damage output.
Yeah, you lose your Genji, your DPS, or even we saw a couple of times there, like you lose your Lucio or like a support. Very cognizant of like how the hazard comp wants to run. You want to off angle on like one character. I did, the DPS 9 times out of 10, right? It's the Genji, your Tracer, or whatever. And then Genji kind of pokes from afar, waits for the hazard to kind of jump in, then you jump in from a different angle and then destroy someone, right? You blow someone up, turn them to dust. And yeah, Alcatia were just, okay, you want to overextend early. Well, not overextend, but in theory it is, but you want to like try and find an off angle early. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to run you down because your hazard right now is not set up in a position where they can punish that kind of 90-degree turn and looking at somebody and killing them. We're not there yet. And yeah, it looks like a Sakura, while they are on the same page more often than not with their dives, especially when Hattori's playing someone like Ball, it's just Alcatia beating them to the punch. We'll see where they want to go though. Sakura's map choice up next.
I think that's a really great point as well. If you are against a team that kind of knows how you like to play and they've been able to study tape, then this is a very confident Alcatia that's jumping the gun on a lot of these different team fights and just pushing you onto the back foot. And so when I take a look at this map pool, maybe Sakura would like to go next. If you want to maybe play something like the Wrecking Ball, do we consider Dorado? Do we consider maybe even like Icon Vault? Do you want to try your chances on something like Suravasa instead?
Well, a couple of times, at least recently, Rose, they've gone to a push map, but it's been a bit of a 50-50. They've gone to a Dorado, yeah. They've gone to a Blizzard World, like as the second map in their series. But if you remember yesterday, it was a very short game versus Twisted Minds. They didn't cap anything, like goose eggs across the board. No caps on Lijiang Tower, no meters on Esperanca, no caps on Route 66 as well. So in theory, you're like, okay, let's not go to Esperanca, considering what happened yesterday, because I don't think you can even look at VODs. Okay, well, I was wrong. I was going to say, maybe you can't even look at VODs in this regard, because it's like, okay, we got kind of stomped by TM, who are looking very much like revitalized as a team. Let's go to like a Colosseo where maybe we can look a little bit further back of the last few weeks and study that. But Esperanza is the pick, so I was completely wrong, which is completely fine. And we'll see if they can get some meters here versus Alcatia. I can't imagine it's going to be as much of a shutout as it was yesterday, considering, like I mentioned, how good Twisted Minds have been looking, especially with Quartz back on the Sojourn.
That's true, but I think you have to take a look at Lambda on the Sojourn, and you might be seeing Quartz get a run for his money a little bit. I think similarly with Zaro, like the two of them being able to play the Sojourns together, I feel like Lambda was winning out those Sojourn 1v1s more often than what we saw Zaro be able to get the punch onto Lambda. So I don't actually know if if that's a good argument there, just from the Sojourn perspective, but maybe there's something in scrims that Sakura is very confident with that we haven't had a chance to see, that they still want to try to run this map back.
Well, they're going to ban Juno as well. So I mentioned a couple of times in that series and what was kind of pivotal points where Landon was just getting ult first. And normally you are, you're winning fights, so you're going to get more ult charge, you're doing more damage. Normally on the receiving end, you're doing more healing as a support, at least in the first couple of fights. But Landon was still just outpacing this Juno. So Sakura do end up banning that away. but I think Landon's kind of happy with that. Like, again, Landon can just play the BAP if he wants to. An extreme comfort hero for him, his best, I would say. But OWCS are going to ban Sigma. So no slow comps here for Sakura. It's going to be the Ram. It's going to be even Hattori back on the Mauga. But you could even see the ball coming out from Hattori too. I think her ball, while if you look at the other match versus Twisted Minds yesterday, she did have a tough time. Like, it's very hard on some of those control maps where you are just getting permanently booped and like halted, and if you can kind of telegraph where the ball's coming from, not quite to the same level as Mag just yet, but that could be a different flavor that Sakura could bring out.
I agree. I think the Wrecking Ball has a lot of viability on Esperanca, so if that is something that Hattori maybe says, maybe we should try a dive, I could totally see the Wrecking Ball come out. But it is the pace of which that Wrecking Ball gets set up that has me worried. If the Hazard was having that much trouble being able to find those off angles, then what do we think about the actual setup for the ball plus some type of dive hero?
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I think you really just hit the nail on the head. It's a bit more of a risky pick, playing that Wrecking Ball. Looks like Hattori might want to just take the 1v1 versus Ziad. Ziad, though, extremely good on the D.Va. D.Va is insane on this map, and it also leads to kind of banning the Sigma, too. D.Va, while it's easy to kind of run over the backline, Sigma provides an extra layer of support with the rock and with the shield to kind of help people. So Ziad picking up the D.Va is no real surprise at all. Checkmate back on the Torb. Hey, don't mind that. And yeah, Landon on the Kiriko. But looks like Prota is going to go to the BAP instead.
Yeah, I actually kind of wondered, banning out the Sigma. Okay, the poke is not as easy to be able to come through, but if you could play the Sigma, then maybe Landon gets a chance to actually play the Baptiste. So the fact that Prota is on that and they have a little bit more of that static backline, maybe we'll see Landon switch to that a little bit later, but for now, I think the Kiriko with the Suzu, Landon's gotten really good at this hero, and having the Suzu to be able to save somebody that is maybe getting annihilated by a Ram does not feel too bad.
Oh, Ziad is going extremely low too, trying to take this high ground away from Sakura. Zoro, and it's actually a three-man hit squad for Sakura right now, trying to take this high ground away from Ziad, but the whole time, with three people looking at somebody, they gotta die. They gotta get desuited or they gotta die. And it just left Labda, well, that's free for me. I can just shoot at people who are trying to chase our D.Va. More than okay.
Oh, and look at this pincer, too. I mean, Hattori's just kind of smacked up against a wall right now, having to deal with this Sojourn as well as look at this turret placement here from Torb, really too. That is so frustrating.
Oh, they do end up seeing the bot for a brief moment, but here comes the early rush. Protoss got this window at about 5%, but not nearly the same efficacy as a rush on a objective. 45 meters and counting now for OWCS. As Ziad still refusing to lose that mech, really making it kind of difficult for Sakura to focus someone down, because Ziad very good control of the defense matrix, not getting ejected from that mech early.
Yeah, I mean, that defense matrix still has very good range, as well as just being able to last long enough that you're able to swiftly eat up any projectiles that are coming through. I mean, the charged railgun shots from Sorrow have not been able to land very well.
The 2v1 on the high ground, by the way. Zoro and Strebor tried to get high ground away from Checkmate, but Checkmate just took the 2v1. All right, Prota's going pretty low, forced to use the lamp, and the window is unfortunately for Prota disappeared just like his health bar. Hattori is also getting kind of run at as the bot just continues to roll. Checkmate eventually dealt with. Torb down, but Hattori, not long for this world either.
Guys, Labda's just running away with this game right now. I feel like Labda has had free reign of the high ground, of just having so much space created by Ziad, that Labda's sat very comfortable and is such a sharpshooter. This is a guy that doesn't miss. And you can see with the headshots, accuracy, and all of that, Labda's really earned these overclocks.
Speaking of which, that's one kill. Soundbarrier comes in. Haku 2. Okay, 2 beats on the floor. Labda going pretty low, though. Has to get back up to the high ground. Zoro now trying to take the fight into his own hands as Labda falls to a hefty right punch there. A right hook from Hattori. Zoro doesn't get too much extra apart from that turret as Ziad just takes the control of the high ground away from Zoro. Still the bot 105 meters in the bank already for OWCS, and they're not giving up any space despite losing Labda.
I mean, Ziad still hasn't been demeched yet, and even if he does, he has that bomb to be able to get back into mech. They're even committing rush here, Jack.
Yeah, I really like this rush. Zora is on an off angle right now, but it's going to be difficult for Zora to really move through. Slides back into a bit of a better position to help punish anybody. That's approaching Hattori, but it looked like Shredball was the one that got punished. Well, there's a TP from Prota, straight on top of the Molten Call from Checkmate, a D-Suit, and a remake, or attempted one at least, from Ziad, but the bomb will eventually call Prota, and Alcatia just extend this lead.
I mean, they still have 3 members alive, and like they just killed China out of spawn. There actually might be enough time for them to be able to get Ziad back into this and have a 5v5.
Prota's dead again.
Yeah, like this is not looking very good here for Sakura.
Yeah, from bad to worse, unfortunately. Those turrets aren't exactly lasting too long either. What's still moving? I mean, what can you do here if you're Sakura? You've got Annihilation. You can rip a rush here, I suppose, but someone does need to touch, and it doesn't look like it will be the Torb. And here comes Hattori. You're just touching the spawn door. Landed's on the spawn door, Suses himself, maybe even TP's back. Annihilation's available, but the sound barrier is going to come through from Haku. Shredball does end up dying. Hattori on the point, but the Annihilation eventually fades away. Not after she ends up getting a kill with it, of course, on Checkmate, as Ziad has been de-suited, but still with a Buddy Blaster, it still is effective in the mech. And now Lab is just going to finish this one out with a full cap. Alcatia. And kind of repeating the same success I feel like as Twisted Minds did yesterday. There was no meters on the board, sadly, there for Sakura.
I think everybody is so hopeful that like Sakura can get back into this, like get wins. I feel like we've been saying this now for a couple of matches, but I think at this point it is now time to turn attention to, is this a moment where we can look at for Alcatia and say, this is how they break away from the middle of the pack, or this is how they start to differentiate themselves as one of the best of the middle of the pack right now? Because that was a discussion that we were having at the top of the day, and Alcatia is one of those contenders.
It's just like blue collar Overwatch. Clock in, clock out. You've done your 9-5. Like, I think Sakura, if you look at the first couple of matches that they had, they took a map of ultimates, and during that series I think both of us were like, wow, this is a pretty insane feat. Like, the ultimates were seen as one of the best teams in the EU coming into stage 1 of OWCS of 2025, and for Sakura, a team that scraped into the OWCS, taking a map of ultimates is great. Then they had that really insane like dog fight versus Vision Esports that went to a map number 5. But as the weeks have gone on, they've not been able to live up to that same kind of success, and every other team has been leveling up individually and as a team, and they've just not found their footing as the weeks have gone on. They ended up facing Gen G and Virtus Pro. They didn't end up getting maps there, and then obviously Twisted Minds yesterday. And this was, I think, the real big potential turning point for them, where they could, maybe not win a series, but like still claim maps. But Alcatia, they're just on lock. Like, it feels almost natural to them. They're taking a lot of these extended fights where, in theory, they shouldn't still be in these fights, but they are still just continuing to find picks or like just staying alive, and Sakura just unable to find more and just finish out a clean team fight. It is really unfortunate, but Alcatia, for them, Rose, like you said, it's looking good.
I think you can look at how they're able to take these like 3v5s and still win the fight and just say that's a great feather in the cap here for Alcatia. This is a team I think that people were excited to see get put together. Checkmate, of course, as one of the superstars from the Overwatch League, now being able to help put together a roster that features Landon, one of the best supports in EMEA, and it's very clear how much work that he's actually put in behind the scenes to not just be a Baptiste player, but can play the Kiriko, can play the Juno, and actually be so much more flexible that he isn't a great target for these hero bans anymore. And I think it's clear that the team is all as a whole put in a lot of work. And what standouts here for, I think, Ziad and Haku, they're having great seasons for OWCS so far, and it's great to be able to see this team together in action.
Yeah, it has been really nice to see them kind of level up, but the dark cloud that's just going to continue to hang over their head is their upcoming matches, the Virtus Pro and the Ultimates match. Pulling away from the middle of the table, seems pretty easy on the face of it, especially you starting off today with a little 3-0 maybe, right? But then you look at tomorrow and then you look at next week. In one world, it's like, okay, well, great. Virtus Pro next week. The new patch drops. We can find something that's really broken and we can just abuse that and then get a win off of VP, who've looked unstoppable so far in EMEA. And overall, the competition has leveled up in this region and it is a lot closer at the top and the middle of the pack. But OWCS, they still have their toughest challenges to come over the next couple of series. So getting this one out the way, focusing on the next ones is going to be what's important. Suravasa is going to be the map pick here for Sakura.
Okay, so maybe we do end up seeing another little, another tussle here with like a Ramacho or a Sigma. The Sig can't be banned on the Sakura side anymore. Yeah, the Sig can't be banned on the Sakura side anymore. Right, did that just happen?
OWCS banned the Sigma last map, and then it was Juno.
Yeah, well.
So it will be Hazard banned by OWCS, and then they're going to ban Checkmate's Torb. I mean, to be fair, yeah, I mean, Checkmate has been really annoying on the Torb, and he did win that 2v1, so, you know, put respect on Checkmate's name. You got to put respect on his name always. Yeah, it was a Lucio versus a Soj.
No, but is it a 2v1 when you factor in the fact that you have a turret?
What, his turret? His turret was dead, I think. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a fair 2v2 with the turret. I'm not sure.
Because I think that would be considered a 2v2. If the turret is up, that's a 2v2.
Turret is there.
Yeah. Well, Torb is 2 people. He has to make up for the height somehow.
1 versus 4 billion pigeons for me. My daily life struggle. Wake up. Realize pigeons exist on this map.
Oh, wait. Oh my God, production actually shared a very impressive fact. And they didn't actually put it on the broadcast yesterday. But a legend claims that Saint Valentine used pigeons to help 2 young people fall in love, which is how the Italian term for lovebirds originated.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Damn, you think it'd be like a bird of paradise or something, but no, it's a pigeon. That is
pigeon. I thought it would be doves, yeah, or like
doves or something, yeah.
Something, yeah. No, pigeons.
Oh, it's pigeons, everybody. Apparently, they're rats with wings, but make people fall in love. So there you go. Tracer for Checkmate. Tracer for China too. Very much more of a comfort pick, and Sakura picking up that Sigma, which was banned away from them last map. So this is the point where you can make Ziad's life a little bit more hellish, and including Checkmate too, to be fair, but not if Labda just does Labda things. Okay, well, there's a double kill, or maybe even a third. Yep, well, okay. Labda kills 3, and OWCS are going to win this fight. So Tori, fortunately, tail between her legs is going to run away.
Oh, it's tough when the rest of your team is just dead. Labda's just crushing right now.
5 kills, come on. Labda. There's the shot. All right, a little 5k for Labda to start the map off. Good stuff. Almost got that railgun too. 70% online. It has been. I want to kind of bounce off what you said earlier, Rose, actually, about Labda. Of course, when you're looking at last year, it was like, okay, big projectile player, likes to play Farah, Echo, anything that's kind of projectile-y. And of course, the Symmetra as well. But playing Hitscan a lot more on stream and just in general has been a really big boon for Labda. And going into the next season, OWCS, I think, are perfectly positioned in terms of their DPS. So much flexibility from Checkmate and Labda. It's going to be a really big boon for them coming into next week.
I agree. Just knowing that they have such a stellar Sojourn player is going to help them a lot versus these big top teams that they have to deal with, where they also have a great Sojourn player.
Woo! Little 1v1 from Landon there. You love to see that. Overclock charged already, and that is 1 dead Lucio. Oh, not quite. Still 1 HP though. Haku ends up going down actually, so there was a dead Lucio, but on the other side of things. Checkmate clears 2, and OWCS, of course, still controlling the points. Labda's looking for his next target. Not quite the Tracer there. It's all Checkmate this fight, apparently. Oh, that was nice. That was a bit cheeky from China. China just recalled into the self-destruct. Unlucky rubber ducky.
That is so unlucky. Oh man, like
everybody's done that before.
Yes, they have. But we've seen some divas do some pretty strange things as of the last 2 days, I think. But first flashpoint does go over to OWCS. They still have the rush that they can initiate this next fight with, which is going to be a great way to just kind of deal with something like the Matrix, or at least answer it. But look, it kind of almost forcing it out now.
Oh, Prota is getting bullied like Alcatia reported to the cyber police level stuff. All right, Checkmate does end up going down, but yeah, this is fortunately a little bit of a, what they call in the biz, a differential from Alcatia currently. Proto now switching over to Kiriko. I think this is a smart pick. Proto's been, like I said, picked on over the last couple of maps.
The Baptiste is just so a little bit too susceptible to being a headshot. Like, you have the immortality field for only so long, and then it's on such an enormous cooldown that I think the Kiriko is able to get in and out a little bit faster. The Suzu's really nice if you can help with something like the Tracer Pulse Bomb. Checkmate's been doing a great job of being able to throw those out pretty quickly, so that's something that you would love to have on the Kiriko side.
Uh-oh, Zoro having to head on a swivel right now. 2 sound barriers come in. It's going to make his life a little bit easier. Good headshot to Labda, though. Mid-slide, too. Gets the railgun shot out to Checkmate as well. Zoro with a disgusting little double kill there on the DPS of Alcatia. Will they be able to see this fight through? Of course, Checkmate with a parting gift, the martyrdom grenade there onto the Sojourn. Tori is still alive as well. And fighting this D-Mech, this might be a flip for Sakura, but Ziad is still alive somehow. The backline from Alcatia with the turbo deadlift. Eventually, Ziad taken care of as the remake attempted to come through. Landon almost with the rush. Doesn't look like they're going to win this, though, as Hattori manages to lock the point down.
Okay, Kiriko based. Like, Proto switching over to that hero was such a big deal for Hattori to stay in that fight. Plus, you had Strebber that was there to be able to actually push everyone back so that Hattori could actually get a good grasp on the situation. Big turnaround here for Sakura Esports. I mean, they were able to deal with a couple of big ultimates here from Alcatia. They still want to come, but they've got the grab flux and they can start off with the rush.
Here comes the flux, though. There's a lot of damage on the front line, but look at this, already taken care of is Zoro. And now Labda on the sidelines, dueling out with Strebor in the skies. Little flip coming through. Sakura Esports not out of this just yet, however. This point will go to Alcatia, but still, signs of life, 71%. Not too bad whatsoever. Point 3 unlocks as the transition for Alcatia can now begin. Very close are both teams, so it'll be a clash before they end up capping. And Hattori switching from Sigma after using the flux to the Diva.
Yeah, now it's going to be just basically a mirror match, except the difference here being Tracer for Sakura, and we've got Genji here for Alcatia. But Overclock is the big difference maker.
So they've managed to subvert the damage. Oh yeah, Labda kind of spawning out Zoro there. Doesn't go for the shot, but Sakura now split. One person across the map, that being Zoro, and the rest of them near that point. So Zoro has to make his way back to the point somehow. Little bit of poke damage, but here comes the collapse. They're going to try and get Zoro out of this game right here, right now. But Strebor, no! Didn't spot Labda down on the low ground. Hattori is there with the backup, though, and it's actually a 2 for 2. Both Sojins and Lucio's going down. Well, sorry, both one support on each side. It was Landon that fell, but Haku with the clutch sound barrier ends up coming in, aiding with a kill onto Prota. Point hasn't been capped either. Hattori might be able to get this one, sneak it away, as the mech from Ziad is pretty low, but Haku and Landon now back on the case, healing Ziad up.
Oh, and they bullied away Sakura just in time for Checkmate to come back and actually have the Dragon Blade for when Sakura comes in for another engagement.
Oh, Dragon Blade though, yeah, Suzu already used. There's the sound barrier. Checkmate though, saving a dash, goes to the high ground. Slashes a couple of times at Proto as a self-destruct comes out. Hattori was in the sky. Easy setup shot there for Labda. Alcatia with control. Can they get any punishment here? Any additional kills would be golden for them, but it doesn't look like Sakura are going to give in to him. Although saying that, Checkmate with just some neutral shurikens finishes off Proto.
That's still going to be enough of a delay here that Proto's gonna have to respawn, and then Sakura gets to come back into this one with 3 ults, but Alcatia, they're the ones that have all this space right now. Oh! That's a huge pick though from China. Okay. That wasn't even a stick, I don't think.
No, it was, well, it stuck something, but it was the wall. They managed to get the Lucio out of the fights, and here comes the rush. Prota dead yet again, though, to Ziad. Can they land the final shot? Doesn't look like it, so a free remake here, and Hattori ends up going down. Unlike like for like there in Ziad, unable to get that remake. Nice little punch kill there. You can't matrix that, sadly, if you're Ziad, but China will end up going for the overtime push. But Rose thinks this is going to be a little 3 over here for Alcatia on Suravasa, no touches. Yeah, OWCS finish off the series 3-0. And yeah, sadly for Sakura once again, don't get a single point or objective in this series. But looking good for OWCS right now, Rose. Looking ahead at that Ultimates game and the Virtus Pro game next week.
Yeah, I'm actually so excited for the match that they have versus the Ultimates tomorrow, because I think if they're able to play as confidently as they did in this match, so the Ultimates might have a little bit of trouble. I do think that they have some really great players on this team, and they might be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in EMEA.
They really very well might be. I think it's going to come down to map picks and also the bans, of course, which will be very important, because I feel like it's pretty clear what heroes OWCS are excelling at. So the big question is, can you push them out of that comfort zone? Sakura obviously not able to do that.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, I think this is going to be the end of the road for Sakura now. It's sad to say they didn't end up picking up a series. There's still only 3 maps to their name as well, but I do have confidence in the team if they do end up sticking together, making it through that relegation and pushing on to stage 2. Of course, yet to be seen. This does happen from stage to stage. In general, teams do end up like splintering off. Maybe the core stays. Maybe they all just find homes in other teams. Yet to be seen, of course. But yeah, I think they can hold their heads high, especially in that first week, going to a map number 5 versus Vision, and even taking a map off the Ultimates as well.
And they all still have like star qualities about them as individual players. I just think that there's maybe something that got a little bit miscommunicated in the team. Maybe they just needed a couple more weeks to really start to figure out their synergies. But all the while, I think all of these other teams have really started to work together, and so everybody else is leveling up in the process. But yeah, I mean, Zoro, China, Hitori, Protostrubber, all of them have some really great qualities about them. They just might need to find out a different team or something that's really going to make them shine.
I mean, it's also, you have to talk about what they were diving into here, right? Like at no point in time was the meta settled. Everything was new. You have a new team, new players. If you don't have the veterans on your team who have been through like severe meta shifts or just situations where you do need people on the bench who like chime in. You do need people who can like really put in the effort, the groundwork, the legwork to figure out how to approach different series, because not all of our teams have coaches and people on the payroll who can actually provide this extra information, which is going such a long way in order to help players succeed. Speaking of players succeeding though, Lapta, sharp shooting man, that guy hitting heads left and right. If you have Lapta on the team, you don't need a coach. I'm kidding. You need a coach. But Labda, pretty good.
Yeah, Sojin looks great, honestly, for Labda. I'm excited to see how they end up doing in this Virtus Pro game. I think the Ultimates game is going to be a pretty damn good one, considering how Ultimate's been playing recently. I think this team is set up for a nice little banger series. Of course, that is tomorrow too, so that's the first game to kick us off. So that's going to be a fun one. In fact, tomorrow is going to be a good day in general. Peps versus VP should be quite interesting. VP come off of a win versus Sakura, but Labda, yeah, big star for OWCS, and I'm glad they have a Sojin player here as well, because that means Checkmate can play Genji, can play Tracer, can play Torb, can play pretty much anything. So yeah, flexibility is looking great for Labda moving forward as well.
Play Torb.
Yeah, it's good. Looks clean.
Looks clean. So now say it like you mean it.
I did mean that. I meant that. It does look clean.
No, it does.
I'm one of his biggest fans.
I'm just laughing because, like, imagine this is the meta that we're in, where we're saying, thank God there's a Sojourn player so that this one can go play Torb. Like,
not in my wildest dreams. Hey, might see more Torb next week as well with the Spidey turret.
I still want an actual breakdown of which players are okay to be in Torb prison and which players are trying really hard to get out of it, because opinions
Psycho is number 1 trying to get out of that.
Yeah, but then you heard others who were like, I'm vibing. I'm loving the little man.
Torb is a very vibey character. You just vibe. When you lock in Torb in the server, you just chill. You're like, okay, I'm placing a turret in a weird place, and I'm just sitting there. AFK strat, left click people from across the map. Feels good, man. You hit a headshot from randomly from across the map, someone else cleans them up. You're like, man, my job's done.
Yeah, you just have to set your expectations. When you're on Torb, you have to set the expectations right. It's just
Yeah.
he's built different. So
The
therefore you
expectation
must be
is,
built different.
I'm going to chill, and my turret's going to do the rest of the work for me. That's the
That's right.
expectation, at least in my game.
Yeah, and that's why you're playing in
That's why I suck.
OWCS. Yeah.
That's why I suck.
Well. Let's take a look at our standings to see where OWCS is finding themselves now after this victory, because they are keeping themselves very much up there on the board. 3-2 now. Obviously, a great map score with matches like this.
Yeah, head above water here. The OWCS ultimates, like Twisted Minds, that kind of middle of the pack. Obviously, Peps 2 are going to be there. I think Virtus Pro are going to kind of sweep through this, but that middle of the pack is crazy. Just an insane. We could have had, what was it yesterday? We could have had like a 4-way tie or something silly. Like,
Yes.
it's really competitive in the middle right now. Everybody's pretty much guaranteed to make it all the way through. Vision Esports, they could sneak in a win. Look, they are the dark horse, but if you are Team OWCS, if you're OWCS right now, you're pretty safe in knowing that you're going to make it through to playoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we do have Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds coming up next. Virtus Pro still undefeated. And a 2-match win streak, I think we believe Twisted Minds is on. Let's see who can continue on that journey. Anyway, we'll be right back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
I'm really excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron has written a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make 6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in summer games, and of course, face the horrors of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween. Outside of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years. We started in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch. 21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role locks. Then in January, we rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra, Orisa, and Doomfist. But you can't do Overwatch Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATs. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had 3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key headshot or flanking play will make a difference. GOATs meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual heals, and of course, dual ults. Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019 to see if you have it in you to be the GOAT.
The Sims Man Health and Wellness Center, which is part of the Venice Family Clinic. They're here doing a community distribution event today, and we brought down 6 pallets of supplies for them with everything from over-the-counter, non-prescription medications to personal protective equipment. We also brought down some glucose monitoring and insulin test strips, as well as important prescription medications. That's something Direct Relief can do uniquely that some other organizations don't have access to. So inhalers, respiratory meds, blood pressure medications. Direct Relief is just 80 miles north of here, so this is essentially our backyard, and we are really happy to be supporting LA County and our neighbors as they're working through this disaster.
Of course, great work they're doing over there on Direct Relief. So make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information on how you can directly help those affected by the recent LA wildfires. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Necra. And we are about to get ready and set up for our second series of the day. But before we get into the next match, we got Twisted Minds content creator and co-streamer Brain joining us for a chat. And of course, also a completely unrelated game to fill time. How are we liking these games so far, Jack and Rose?
I love them.
I'm expecting a little bit more. Wait, what's happening? From the games?
I love
What?
games.
The games we play with our guests, like you're just dunking on them.
The emoji game was unbelievably difficult. I
You
don't
like
know
that
why
one?
my brain just cannot do the emoji thing. It just killed me.
Necra killed it. Necra was so good at it. Well, we'll find out because we actually will be playing the emoji game with our upcoming
Let's go.
guest. So let's bring him in. Brain, welcome to the show. And of course, thank you so much for joining us. Now, since we did not have the opportunity to chat to you before, let's just get to know you a little bit. How did you end up being Twisted Minds content creator and co-streamer? Give us some Overwatch Brain lore.
Hello guys, happy to be with you here today. I have played with Twisted Minds before as a professional player. Maybe it didn't work out like they're doing today and winning tournament and stuff, but as a content creator, I think I added a lot to the team, covering games, events, etc. It was a pleasure to be with them, kid.
They're versus VP next. What are your thoughts on that match? VP are like undefeated, obviously. They've already taken down like Genji and Ultimates. Like, how do you feel going into the match?
To be honest, it's gonna be a hard match for sure. VP haven't lost any games yet. They're a really good team, good players. But I feel confident today that Twisted Minds is gonna make it. I've seen Fanny Astro interview yesterday. He was confident. He played a lot of scrims previous days preparing for this match. So it's gonna be fun for sure.
Twisted Minds feels like such a strong, like a feeder team. Like we see so much star talent actually being born on the Twisted Minds roster, and then they actually end up moving to different rosters across the EMEA ecosystem. So what's been kind of your favorite moment about seeing some of the star talent that's come out of a team like this that you've both had the pleasure to actually play with and also be able to watch grow?
Yes, actually, Saudi Arabia in general are like getting talented players. Saudi E-League helping that. OWCS, of course, is helping that. And playing in high level, get so much talent. For example, like in 2019, Saudi Arabia was 20th at World Cup. But in 2023, we won World Cup. So we're getting so much talent. We are focusing on esports in general, and OWCS Stage 2 will be in Saudi, and you're gonna guys see that with your eyes, of course.
Yeah, we're all very excited for that, and definitely with that Overwatch World Cup victory, Saudi Arabia put themselves on the map. Now we're not just treated to one or two, but actually 3 high-caliber Saudi players and teams with Saudi players in it. Are there crowd favorites? Like, spill the tea. Give us some insight into the Saudi audience. Who are the most popular Saudi players that we have here in OWCS?
For Saudi players, we have Saudi nationality is like second or first at EMEA, so we have a lot of players. But to be honest, national team players have the most crowd, especially Quartz, UP, who has won the World Cup, so they have a lot of fans. But all the players, all the gamers have like their own fans, especially related to their heroes.
Right on, right on. Lots of support from home. That's what we love to see. Now, I hope they're going to send you some support as you're going to be playing a little game with us. I don't know if you've seen it before, but we're going to put together a string of emojis, and your job is to figure out which player from either Twisted Minds or Virtus Pro we're looking for. Fair warning, Necra is insane at this game. She's actually so good,
Yeah,
but she will not be helping you.
I've seen her.
You're all on your own, Brain.
Oh, we're on
she
our
popped up.
own?
Yeah, I think this is only Brain playing. We're just hyping him up. We're just here to
okay,
glaze
great.
the man.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
we're here to be your
just glazing him.
cheerleaders. Okay, good.
Exactly. Maybe you can drop a hint or two if Brain's struggling, because teamwork makes the dream work. Let's take a look at our first emoji prompt to figure out who we are looking for. Oh, that's funny. I see what it is.
Oh. To be honest, my English isn't that good, but
Yeah,
wait.
If you're looking at, so we're pointing a finger to you.
Oh, that's Yubi then. Okay.
Yes,
That's
yes.
Yubi.
Okay.
That one's smart.
Yubi.
That's funny. I like it.
Okay, that's a good one. I was like, what has the swords got to do with this?
Because he's a DPS player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
DPS makes
Yeah.
sense. Oh, I was like, what?
All right, let's take a look at the next one.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
I think this player is Zoot. Or to be honest, it's Shockwave maybe?
Shockwave, yes.
Shockwave.
Yeah. Shockwave.
Yeah.
It does help if you have the both player, like the team rosters open, and you can just like double check. That's what I do.
Yeah, I have it too. Yeah.
See, smart.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh.
That's easy.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's TVNT for sure.
Yeah,
He loves T, by the
that's
way.
a good one.
Yeah.
he does.
Oh, does he? W.
Yeah.
That is a dub.
He's a T guy.
Wait, what
Yeah.
kind of tea?
We need the lower.
Like maybe Saudi national tea. Like we have our own way to make tea, so he likes it. He likes all food, by the
Okay,
way.
cool.
Cool.
If you explore some Saudi teas, then we're all tea drinkers. That is. Oh. Okay.
Okay. This guy.
Bro. What is
I might need a bit of help here from Rose. If you can help me with that.
Oh, no.
Rose, you're the community choker.
I don't know actually about. Oh, Hottie.
It's
Like,
a handyman. And they might be able to help you with your toilet here, Jack. It will be
Now everybody knows I got a lick
It's
toilet, right?
Fixer.
Yeah,
Fixer.
Fixer.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we got that right. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, well, do we know? Because I have the answers over here. Like,
Ah, all right.
I don't care.
failed
Okay,
you. I'm
next one.
sorry.
That's
I know.
that's like a diamond for Saudi community for sure. It's Quartz. He has so much talent.
Quartz.
When I
Oh,
watch him today
yeah.
play, so Quartz, yeah.
the diamond of the season.
Quartz.
Bridgerton reference, because I'm sure the
Precious
overlap of Overwatch players and Bridgerton is very high. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I like that
this one. An astronaut.
Maybe Psycho? Or it's actually Funny Astro. Yeah, Funny Astro.
Yeah. Funny ass.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'll buy Psycho too, because
He's a clown in real life as well.
Get the heck out
Yeah.
of here. All right, last
funny,
one.
Psycho's funny, man.
You're doing really good.
Yeah. Last one is going to be maybe it's a bit hard, this one.
Yeah, that one's
Can you help me,
difficult.
Jack? Yeah. Is it Twisted My Player or a Virtus Pro player?
Come on,
Camera,
Jack,
shoot,
Necra.
press, ball,
Where would you go?
Gala.
Yes.
gala. Oh, gala.
Gala,
Oh, a
okay.
gala
Go to
ball.
a gala.
Oh my, a gala. That one's a difficult one.
That one was
Yeah,
difficult.
that one's.
But honestly, still though, that was the last one. A brain, your emoji game.
You crushed
Low-key
it.
strong. Actually crushed it. You probably did better than any other guest we had, except from Necra, because she lives the emoji
No,
life.
but I can't even take that anymore because I failed brain on the one that.
That's true, actually.
was.
But maybe you did that on purpose.
No,
maybe you
God.
tried to sabotage brain so you look better.
Teamwork,
Not to say
everybody.
that
Everybody
that's-
pat yourself on the back. Wielded
That's right.
that. Yeah.
We did. Teamwork makes it work. We did great. Yeah, so Emoji game strong, Overwatch game strong as well, of course. Before I let you go, Brain, where can people find you? Where can people watch you and support you?
Recently, I've moved to Kick streaming platform. I was streaming there. Maybe some people are missing me out, but I'm streaming there. You can find me there, and we're gonna watch Twisted Minds game. I hope they win.
Right on. So make sure to follow all the action together with Brain. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, it is time now to get into the action. So Jack Rose, please walk us through the map set as well as the hero bands for this one.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Brain as well, for joining us. Thank you very much. And yeah, like I said, he's going to be cheering on Twisted Minds for this series. And I think a lot of people are hoping that VP are eventually going to get a map loss. Not a map loss, like a match loss. It's been a very easy road so far for Virtus Pro, a 3-0. Twisted Minds, though, middle of the pack, still rose 2-2. Hazard ban on the side of TM. And Virtus Pro going with that Torb ban as they pick Samoa.
All right, so no Torb on the table, and I don't know if that means that we still get a chance to actually see Sigma, though. The fact that there's no Hazard, I think that opens up Vestola to be able to play one of his absolute best heroes, but TVNT has so good on this Malga. If we get a chance to see that face-off once again, I still like the Sigma's chances a little bit better, though, than something like the Malga, so I actually love that TVNT is thinking again about that decision and deciding to go with the D.Va instead.
Jewu on Farah too, so Virtus Pro running out with a very static comp. Gala on the Alari, really like this. And like you said, this is one of Vestola's best heroes, if not his best. And against the D.Va ideally wants to get in your face, but having like this off angle with like Gala and Shockwave, you're going to get pressured so much. Virtus Pro, they need to rotate. They need to rotate perfectly, because if they get jumped on and as they rotate, they're going to die pretty damn quick.
You gotta watch your angles, because that's where Quartz is really going to shine on something like this Sojourn. Just being able to get a big opening pick is going to help out Twisted Minds tremendously. And so that's why Virtus Pro is making such a careful rotation behind the backup point, but it's allowing Twisted Minds to actually start to take that space.
Yeah, good push there, forcing the lamp from Fix, and there's the kill from TVNT. Point not yet capped either. Twisted Minds were contesting the whole time, even though VP have had like priority positioning on the point. Funny Astro does end up going down as well for Twisted Minds, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Shockwave finds a double. Quartz dead, and now VP can really start piling on the pressure. Irony's up on this high ground, but Jewu has been unperturbed on this far this whole time pretty much, and he's just made life a living hell for TVNT, trying to eat all these rockets. And there's VP finally getting the cap.
It's going to be slow goings to set up some of these fights, I think. And now that Virtus Pro actually does have control of this defense, and now how do you actually access Jewu? That problem is going to persist, as a lot of that responsibility falls onto Quartz with the charged railgun shots, or TVNT trying to hunt down that target. Do you see how far TVNT is bursting? That is at least a good pick.
Oh, already very weak. Can't peek right now. Jewu does end up going down, Rose. This is the problem for Virtus Pro. Their comp can be a little bit slow. Oh, here comes the captured sun. It connects with Quartz as well. Where's the push? They have to tag him twice if you're the Alari, or some additional damage from someone else. Fluxo's a little bit wide there for Vestola, but TVNT does end up going down still. A desperation orbital raid from Irony, but Vestola's just going to be able to shield dance. A good rock onto the Lucio sends Funny Astro reeling, but it is Quartz that comes up with the goods onto Gala. Shockwave with the Bob, though, on the point. Twisted Minds need to end these fights quickly. If Virtus Pro can cycle cooldowns, you are not going to be able to sustain yourself against the Sigma comp.
It's tough, though, because you weren't able to get the job done with the sustain from the orbital ray, or even just being able to have the extra light from the D.Va. So now you're looking at Funny Astro having to use the sound barrier as a way to get in and make sure you can actually finish up this fight quickly. And then what? You got the overclock from Quartz, but Quartz has to stay alive and needs to find an angle for that. And you're already getting stuffed in this small room by Virtus Pro. Look how Vestola is walking up to that choke.
Bob ends up coming in. Going to provide covering fire on that point as Gala bites the dust. Fix is still with the rally though, Rose, so this fight for Twisted Minds is not as easy as they may want it to be. Quartz even trying to find an off angle here, but Jwoo hopping onto the Tracer, making him turn different directions. Rally comes in, pulse bomb on the floor of Quartz, not connecting there. Wood does mean Quartz is going to stay alive with this railgun, but no one touches from Twisted Minds. An initial kill onto Shockwave was good for TM, but they just weren't able to coordinate as a team and touch the point to trigger OT as Virtus Pro take that round away.
Yeah, very good. It's a very clean round from them as well. Just not taking too much trouble from even the wraparound that Twisted Minds was getting. The dive from TVNT was good, and they were able to get out that key target in Jwoo, and that Farah was at least out of the picture for a little while, but it didn't perturb the rest of that defense. Virtus Pro still had a lot of answers to the rest of the dive, or even just being able to make those rotations with that Sigma shield so that Quartz wasn't able to find maximum value. And so as Virtus Pro, they start to go through the laundry list of options that they have. They actually do go back over to that Sigma comp again, because we're on another round where being able to make those rotations is made a lot easier by a lot of the walls that exist on this map and these small rooms that you can play around too.
Gala's on an off angle, holding with that pylon. Gonna reset the pylon though, and the lamp actually forced super early from Fixer. Okay. That's not good for Virtus Pro, so they're like defensive countermeasures have been expunged for at least the time. Good rock onto the D.Va mech though. Very low is TBNT, actually gets desuited. Gala falls, but realistically, that's almost a 1-for-1, because TBNT is just not going to be a factor in this fight as the baby D.Va. It's going to allow Virtus Pro to cap. And TBNT just dies. Yeah, so that's insane actually from VP.
Yeah, the fact that TVNT goes down here means that there just has to be a big reset. Quartz gets pushed all the way back, and Vestola, like, look at how much space he's creating. It's why that we call him the best Sigma in EMEA. It's why this has also been such a signature hero for him for so many years. He just really understands his character inside and out, and especially when you're playing with this poke composition, he knows how much damage he can actually take and how much he can actually push the tempo with a lot of the space.
Good sixth sense there from Jwoo. Psycho was waiting to jump on Gala, who was beneath him, but Jwoo sniffed him out. Astro down at the hands of Shockwave, and they're just going to sit on this pylon. Like, Fixer does end up forcing the lamp, but look at Irony's positioning. Just use that shift to get over the high ground to try and shoot at Fixer. Fixer dies, but the trades, they keep on coming, and even now, Quartz is still behind. Eventually taken down, and Virtus Pro, their control over this game is just stupendous. Fixer switches over to Brig, making the dives a little bit harder now as we see Psycho jump over to the Genji.
Right, and at least the Genji can actually get some access into the backline, but I think it still becomes more difficult with Fixer on the Brig. Like, it doesn't even... like, Brig just whip shots you away, shield bashes you. It's just going to be very difficult for this Genji to actually find the purchase that it wants to, unless you're able to get Quartz to soften somebody up low enough.
Flux, straight on TVNT, does pop Nemesis form, crosses his arms for 1 HP. Look at that. Jwoo from behind manages to secure the kill. Captive Sun connects on the ground. That's a lot of Sunstruck targets. The detonations are going to come through, but Quartz actually snipes Gala. That over health from the sound barrier, making sure they survive that ultimate, but not for long though, as Jwoo is just dominating on the Tracer. Shockwave finishes Funny Astro and Rose. That's another 100-0. Virtus Pro take down Twisted Minds in a blink of an eye on Samoa.
It was a really good effort there from Twisted Minds as well. I just think this speaks to the power that Virtus Pro has in this roster. If you're able to put Vestola on Sigma and you know that the rest of the team can fill out a poke composition like this, they are set up for success. I mean, the Alari, that was great. Like, the off angles they were able to take with the Alari, the Ashe, like, such beautiful positioning. And even though they did have the option to dive onto the backline, they were perfectly safe. Even the Brig packs at the very end there were enough to be able to make sure that those flanks were not going to actually find the eliminations they needed to.
And that's, on the face of it too, that's a pretty low healing comp. You don't have like a Bap, a Kiriko, a Juno who's like constantly pumping out healing. You need to be near the pylon or near Alari to get the healing from her. And then Fixer has only got 3 packs, right? And then also wants to trigger the Inspire too with the Witch Shot or just like melee attacks. So on the face of it, pretty low health comp. But at the end of the day, like, or low HPS comp, I should say. At the end of the day, the solo wasn't taking too much damage. Jwoo is Tracer, so can just take health packs. And then Shockwave is like, okay, we can just pack Shockwave over and over again. Like, we're fine with that. Virtus Pro come away with that map. 9 deaths on their side, 18 for Twisted Minds. Big damage numbers, similar healing numbers too. Look, Virtus Pro, we know they're good. 3-0 in the standings right now. They did end up losing a map to Gen G to start off, like the OWCS stage 1, but Twisted Minds, can they come back in this series? Because Virtus Pro, I think on everybody's coming into this week, in everybody's mind, is the unstoppable titan of EMEA currently. And their tests are yet to come, you could argue. But honestly, if they 3-0 this against TM, and maybe even take, make sure TM don't get any points, Rose, I mean, you can safely say they're the best team in EMEA.
I think we've already started to make an argument for that when it comes down to Virtus Pro. And I think even if Twisted Minds do lose this match today, I don't think that's something where you look at that and you start panicking. This Twisted Minds roster is still super, super strong. And Virtus Pro just may be one of those teams that you look at as the upper echelon of EMEA, like the S+ tier team. And maybe it's that all these other teams right now that are trailing behind Virtus Pro are still like S tier teams or A+ tier teams. But how do you hold a candle to an us+ tier team? That's why they're in that tier by themselves.
I mean, they've also gotten out the way the Gen G game and the Ultimates game.
Yeah.
Like, they're facing Peps tomorrow. They've got Alcatia and then Vision as well. Like, their schedule looks good to have an undefeated season. Sure, they've lost maps, right? Map, singular, against Gen G. But their team as a whole just looks so well coordinated and drilled. Like, the weakness of that like stationary comp with the Sigma, with the Alari, is like the rotations. If you're out rotated, which Twisted Minds were trying to do, speed ring, speed boost, like any kind of like speed up to just get you to a position where you can force the backline to rotate and then catch them out as they are kind of transitioning to a low to high or a high to low. They just weren't able to do that. And even if they were able to pick off, oh yeah, we got one, that doesn't matter because Jwoo comes in with a kill. Oh, then Shockwave as well also comes in with a kill. And then Vestola, what's Vestola doing? Anchoring point the entire time, so you can't even sneaky get a cap away, and then you're also getting pelted by spheres from a long range as well, just helping in those kills. They look really, really good right now. Virtus Pro, like, yeah, I think best team in the region right now, unless Twisted Minds got everything to say about it in this next map, Esperanca.
And I think they still do. I think they still have a lot of fight left in them. Like, one of the strongest points for TVNT to me is just how good he also is at these off-tank heroes. If it's going to be a Sigma or a Diva or something, I still think that TVT has a lot to be able to bring to the table. And so I like this Zarya ban here. Vestola's one of the few players in EMEA that we've seen actually have a propensity to pick the Zarya. We saw it on Suravasa a couple of series ago, and if you were going to see like a Diva on TVNT side, at least Vestola can't answer now with a Zarya, or to be able to help out something like the Genji that's also banned out. But you know, the theory is there. Now you can just play Diva pretty comfortably, I think, or even Sigma into the Sigma.
Community Preds voting VP here as well, 81% to Twisted Minds 19. I think that's a pretty safe prediction, especially after that first map, a little 2-0. As we go on to Esperanza, yeah, having the Zarya banned away, it also leaves you open to run the Diva, like you said, like, hey, we can play this now. If we want to play more like super fast and run at you, sure, you can still play the Sigma, which is doable on Esperanza, but we feel safe in the fact that you don't have a pick then you can counter swap to. We'll see how they want to play this. The Genji's banned by VP, so we won't see Psycho being able to pick that up. Quartz is just going to still rock and roll with this hit scam, with the Sojin, I'd imagine. But Virtus Pro, where are their DPS going to go? Because Jwoo, I've got my eyes on him. If he just goes back on Tracer, it's going to be a tough game for Virtus Pro, for Twisted Minds, I feel.
Yeah, but you could also just see the Torbjorn.
Yeah, I mean, Torb's safe, man. I mean, Torn's is a good pick. It's safe, like, especially on these long-range maps, but it's good. I do think it's really nice. And it also leaves you a bit more free as well. It's like, oh, if the enemy team go Torb, because Psycho's played that, I'm not Tracer and I'm not being annoyed to death. So it's like safer out of the gate as well.
And it is actually going to see it is going to be what we see from Psycho, actually using this Metra just to get Twisted Minds out of spawn and then going over to the Tracer. So you have that Torb that can check those angles. But that is crazy!
Wow. That is a very fast pick. The bot hasn't even unlocked yet, and Quartz is already dead. Okay, well, that's not a good start. And on top of that, TVNT has not got Nemesis form, so he will die.
Wow, I mean, that is just insane.
Yeesh.
Like, what an early pick to be able to get, though, because it's not like... the fact that TVNT was up, like, you still had the opportunity to use the shield or something like that. So that just had to have been major focus fire coming through to actually take Quartz out. Maybe even some amount of, like, a charge rogue or body shot from Shockwave that helped to also make that kill come through. But that is early progress.
What?
And
Only dies on the rotate? Okay, they were trying to rotate to the high ground there to stop Shockwave and Gala sitting up on height, but yeah, I mean, Irony dead. You can't fight now if you're TM. Like, you're giving up this checkpoint.
Ooh,
There is a recalling Tracer, and that is it. There is checkpoint.
Wow.
And now they just slowly move forward like a Testudo formation against the Gauls. Like, I will move, you throw rocks at us and spears, it's fine. We have our curved shields to protect us. And Quartz is dead again. So, like, yeah, actual Testudo formation versus the Gaul warbands in the forest.
That is
This
crazy.
is very hard.
I don't First of all, I actually don't get that reference. Somebody that's smarter than me.
Ancient Roman law.
Oh, okay.
There's some Roman law for you. Testudo formation, their curved shields, they would form kind of a tank to stop incoming, like,
Oh, you don't mean like
slingshots,
a
rocks and
phalanx?
arrows and stuff. No, a phalanx is a Greek shield-to-shield wall.
Okay. Anyway.
History lesson later, in the break, there's a flux coming in. We'll see where the flux ends up connecting. TVNT's the perfect target, honestly. Yet again, pops the Nemesis form early, and TVNT actually almost dies. Quartz with a revenge kill on Fixer manages to snipe the Lucio away, but 104 meters in counting for Virtus Pro. Maybe Quartz gets another pick, they can even this one up. Shockwave goes down to Psycho. Okay, a semblance of control here for Twisted Minds, but Jaewoo gets a kill with a turret and decides, you know what? It's Molten Core time. Jaewoo with another kill onto TVNT. Surely Vestola dies. Yes, he does. Quartz ends up getting a nice little kill on the sidelines, and Quartz is back in the action. Okay, we're on the scoreboard now if you're TM, but they still need to gain 100 plus meters.
That is a huge differential. Like, over 100 meters is insane. But see, now that Twisted Minds actually get a chance to have these full fights as a team of 5, maybe things will look a little better. They also did get a lot of ultimates out of Virtus Pro. It's going to be the sound barrier and the overclock still left for Shockwave, but Quartz has an overclock, just can't take, be a little too greedy with these peaks.
Jaewoo dicing with death there. I would not have challenged Quartz, but Jaewoo, a braver man than I, does end up popping the E there, the overload, to try and get away. Unfortunately for him, doesn't have that anymore. So TVNT sparks his lights out, and that will be Quartz pretty low, but still managing to create a little bit of space for Twisted Minds. Annihilation on the other side of the map now is TVNT fighting on the point and secures 2 kills with it. Make that for a third, actually, as Gala falls. They are losing a couple of players, Rose, but TVNT being alive right now is what's important for Twisted Minds.
That is going to net them a little bit more space, and they are starting to make up for that big difference. Might even look at a checkpoint in their sights, as Funny Astro still has that sound barrier, and Fixa does not. So good barrier advantage for them here, but I love that they're being patient with it. They can push the bot a little bit more, but they know that they don't want to overextend into something like a Vestola Flux. They know that's going to be coming up shortly, so Funny Astro's kind of got to pick when do you use the sound barrier.
You know, ideally, if it connects on TVNT and he has the shift, he might be good. Oh, nice window, though. Really good window to punish TVNT's aggression. Sound barrier comes in early for Funny Astro. Vestola in 5% has got the flux, but succumbs to a pole spawn from Psycho. A perfect pick for the Tracer. Jumping up to the high ground is Shockwave, trying to find another angle with that railgun, but doesn't end up connecting as Gala ends up falling. Okay, Twisted Minds, they're back in this. They just need to control this bot now. They're going to push. They're going to be able to get checkpoint. Fixer still comes up with a kill, but it doesn't matter. A checkpoint secure here is what Twisted Minds needed.
And it was perfect because that pulse bomb made sure that that Graflex was not online anymore. And so that sound barrier had maximum value. Twisted Minds get the checkpoint for this as well. And so they're going to have forward spawns. Starting to round this corridor, they can take a look at just taking an eco push. They do have to get this Graflex out, and there isn't really a great way to stop any of that damage coming in. Irony's hoping to have the orbital ray before this grab flux comes through.
Gala's positioning right now with Jwoo. Turret instantly destroyed. Oh, peekaboo. Oh, here comes the flux. Connects with Quartz as well. A couple of spheres should do it, but the healing coming through from Irony. Luckily, though, Fixer is there with the trade, but Vestolo's out of position. Using aggressive flux, hoping Gala and Jwoo can win a fight on the high ground, and they kind of have done, but Twisted Minds is still pushing the bot as a 3-man unit.
And that is going to hopefully be stopped by Vestola switching over to the D.Va. Like, no longer the Sigma, maybe just a little bit too slow to set up, and Vestola being able to have that defense matrix is ready to go for something like the Quartz overclock. Virtus.pro still have the lead, and we still have 4 minutes left in this map. It could be a difficult tussle over this midpoint to see which team is actually going to solidify a lead here. As Quartz is looking to set up with this overclock, but that's why this D.Va has to be ready.
Well, the Ray's going to come in as well. This is going to be really a tough fight for Virtus.pro, and they've already lost Jwoo. Quartz with a good angle too. If anybody peeks out here, you'll be very dead. Although Vestola's going to try and stop all these rails happening on this D.Va pick. To the high ground goes the D.Va. Here comes the sound barrier. The call has been made. Try and jump on the back line. Quartz has been ignored though. Gala takes a double railgun shot to the side and ends up falling over. And now Quartz's sights set to look at this Lucio. Eventually Fixer dealt with the boot in the face from Irony, and Vestola even gets demeched. A very scrappy fight on the low ground, but it will be TVNT cycling the Nemesis form to get another pick. And this bot Rose has been stolen away by Virtus.pro. They've moved it onto the bridge, but Twisted Minds come in the nick of time to stop it moving for even further to Virtus.pro's side of the map.
Wow, there still hasn't been a clean team fight victory though until TVNT falls. Without the option for something like the Annihilation, Virtus.pro actually do get firm control of this bot and are able to push it over to this bridge, waiting for Twisted Minds to make sure that they get those spawns and are able to come back. Sound barrier, pulse bomb, these were big tools for Twisted Minds that find success before and actually starts to even up the lead, but Shockwave kicks things off with overclock.
Yeah, a lot of space created. They get their forward spawns unlocked for them yet again as we see TVNT and Vestola dash to the sidelines in a little 1v1. Looks like it was a 2v1 though, as Astro's taken out. Heads up play from Shockwave, receives the call that Tracer's flanking, and Psycho goes down to a neutral railgun. And this is bad for Twisted Minds. They can't afford to lose mech here. TVNT is extremely low and forced all the way to spawn, and there's the D-suit. The push continues for VP. They've got a Ray, they've got a self-destruct, and he's just going to launch it into the spawn doors. TVNT ends up going down, a remake comes in, and Gala's still got the orbital Ray. And now you just unleash it. The barrier comes in from Funny Astro, but who is there to touch? Quartz is on the point. The pulse bomb does end up missing, but it's only a couple of meters to go before VP get a full cap.
Yeah, but Vestola taking out Quartz, I mean, it's possible that Virtus.pro can continue to actually take this fight. But Irony coming up onto the orbital Ray, this is a great way for Twisted Minds to shore up the defense. But that's not good.
Funny Astro down, TVNT dead. Irony's got the Ray, but someone needs to touch. The Psycho goes pretty low with no recall. That's a free kill for Jwoo, and he's just going to sit behind the bot. This is a full cap from Virtus.pro. A couple of little boops there from the Lucio as Fixer stops Twisted Minds from touching, and Virtus.pro find themselves with match point, a 2-0, and a dominant finish as well.
Wow, that map did start to look really close though. We saw a very, very big differential come through very early on, over 100 meters, and Twisted Minds almost made all of that difference up. Unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough to be able to get them to take the lead and actually win out the map, but I can't completely say that that was an ultra dominant map from them. Unlike what we saw in map number 1, I do think Twisted Minds made that a lot closer.
100%. The initial lead, Rose, that 104, like you said, was really off the back of those 3 picks, right? Quartz getting picked a couple of times. Another pick ended up coming through. It's like, okay, we just keep losing people, like, on the entry. We're like, okay, we're going to push, and Quartz is dead. Okay. Quick reset. We'll take the fight again. It's all good. Quick push. Irony dies on the rotate, and that's checkpoint for Virtus Pro, and now they have ults, and then Quarks gets picked again, and then that 104 meters comes in. So really, it was 3 kills that netted them 104 meters.
Yeah.
And then Twisted Minds, like you mentioned, they did end up coming back, and you can see how close it really was. 22 deaths to 23, but it's those early pushes that really make all the difference in a map like this, Esperanca.
And after we saw Vestola actually switch as well to go over to the D.Va, I feel like that was what ultimately sealed the fate there for Virtus Pro. They were able to make such more like quick snap decisions to go after a target, especially when Vestola has his own access to speed, that it was very difficult for Twisted Minds to actually find that solid footing anymore and the final moments of that map. And that's what you should come to expect out of a roster like this. Virtus Pro, over the course of these last 2 maps, have made like flawless, seamless hero changes and execution. Faceit is another player that comes to mind, going from the Alari over to the Brig, or Gala, sorry. You know what I mean. Like, both of them are interchanging between support heroes, and they don't miss a beat when it comes to those changes.
And these flanks have been pretty devious too, like going on the flank as the Juno and the Torb, and like, okay, you're kind of pushing, you're on the bot as the Mauga, not the Mauga, sorry, the Ramatra, and then we're gonna go for this small flank on the Torb. Hey, guess who's there as well? Juno. We're fine leaving our front line alive, like Vestola can hang on the D.Va or the Sigma. We're happy to do this. He can just pace himself back a little bit, and then we push and get a pick. Looked great so far from Virtus Pro. Esperanca, Twisted Minds making that more competitive halfway through the map. They end up picking Suravasa as the next one. We'll see where the bans end up lying here. I wonder if they do end up banning something like the Tracer from Jewu on a fast map type like Suravasa, because if I'm Virtus Pro, I would do what Gen G kind of did in just banning the Sojourn away from Quartz. So he's kind of forced on the Ashe, which is a lot slower and a lot more susceptible to the dive, which could result in Twisted Minds also banning a DPS. So banning something like a Tracer to protect. So yeah, a lot to see in the next couple of moments as the teams lock in their bans.
These bans are so, I love this pick ban system. Like, it's so much fun to be able to talk about the different layers of strategy that are involved, coming down to map pick and then seeing the lineup and then going into the ban. Like, it's so cool. I know, isn't that great? Like, we get a chance to actually see this in real time for our conf games. And like, I cannot wait.
It's going to be good. The one tricks are seething in the comments, but it's going to be a good time when it's actually implemented. It's in a couple of seasons. I can't remember exactly when they said. It's not this season though. It's going to be in a season or 2.
I think it's season 16,
it's going to be.
No.
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak, but maybe
sooner
it's
than
going to be.
Everybody thinks.
Yeah, sure. Hog ban for Twisted Minds. Okay, so we're definitely here protecting tank for Twisted Minds. Afraid VP may be banning something like a Ramatra or something away. And then a Lucio ban for Virtus Pro.
Oh,
so
Funny Astro can't play Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Funny Astro a ton. Now, Funny Astro's even flexed onto, like, BAP of all things. His rare Baptiste pick, very old school.
Yeah,
and also the Brig.
BAP and Brig. Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. More so than it's a Lucio ban on a Flashpoint map, like, where you would almost exclusively always want to have a Lucio. And so I'm not worried about Funny Astro being able to pick up anything else and be able to slot that into the roster. It's just, like, that's a very, like, hard targeted ban on a very important Lucio map.
It's just probably going to be a comp that we saw Virtus Pro play on map 1, right? Samoa.
That's true.
Just play slow. Gala, what are you going to play? Well, I can play BAP. I can play Alari. Like, I can play something that can just sit and poke. And then Fixer can just play, you can even play like a Zen if you wanted to. Play Zen, Juno, the Kiriko, Ana, whatever. Play super slow. Have Vestola sit. That is closer than we've ever seen. Fixer play the Juno. Yeah, here we go. That's what I'm saying. Gala on a poke comp with Vestola on Sigma. Gala was one of the first players last year to even pick up the Alari as well.
Oh, Gala was like
always
the
praising
Alari.
Him. Yeah, he was the Alari player last year, playing it on Midtown, playing it on even some control maps. Like, Gala was him on that pick. So, yeah, really nice stuff to see Virtus Pro banning out a Lucio and go Twisted Minds. Now you have to play us on a slow game. And this is Okay, sorry, Rose, but this is an insane pick from Quartz here. Going Widowmaker on a Flashpoint map against a non-Lucio comp. Honestly, fair enough. And you know Virtus Pro are going to play poke. So we'll see if Quartz can actually find opening picks. It's going to be tough, but if anybody can do it, Quartz can.
Absolutely. And if Quartz actually does find these picks, like this Flashpoint map with these slow comps, there's a very little room for error. These Flashpoints can tick up very, very quickly. So be careful.
This first point as well is so good for Widow because Quartz can basically just do this. Just sit here and wait. Wait for someone to peek their little head out and trust in yourself that you can land a headshot. And honestly, yeah, Quartz gets a nice heady there, but that was TVNT just running over to Vestola. And initially, I wanted to point out as well, Quartz did not shoot the pylon because as soon as you give your position away on the Widowmaker for that first shot, you've kind of given up the ghost. So I thought that was a really small, smart play from him there. It does end up going down to Gala, but it shouldn't matter because Vestola's dead and they've got the point.
Yeah, and look at TVNT chasing down all of these targets. Like, that's going to just stall them out even further here as Shockwave goes down, and it's going to be very difficult for JWoo to even get away.
Oh,
wow,
nice Vortex.
They steal it back.
Yeah, they stole it back. That was a really deep push there from Twisted Minds. Quartz now on the Sojourn, by the way, but a good Vortex from Vestola stopped Psycho from dashing onto the point. Kind of finding an off angle. Oh, and Vestola's dead. Okay. Wow, Twisted Minds winning the straight up frontline duel right now.
This is not a hero that we've seen too much from Vestola so far this stage. Not that he can't play it, but I think getting the Ram versus Ram, it might take a couple seconds for Vestola to get into the swing of things, and then Virtus Pro being able to find the flip. These fights are slow though. Like Virtus Pro don't even have the Juno anymore because it's going to be fixed on the BAP. Twisted Minds of the Orbital Ray and the advantage when it comes to that too. So Virtus Pro have their work cut out for them heading into this next fight because you've got to deal with Ray and maybe even Rally.
Oh, Vestola's dead again.
Oh wow, they don't need anything then.
Yeah, the focus fire is just crazy, and that's the point. Yeah, you just die, go again. It's gonna be a small touch here from a couple of Virtus Pro members, but yeah, you're dead. It's all good. Just go again. Just get as much ult charge as possible. Maybe even a pick, but unable to do that by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah, this is a Flashpoint 1, capture for Twisted Minds, and no ultimates expended either. What an economical fight for them. That means they're going to have 5 all ready to go for this next Flashpoint. And so Virtus Pro, how do they deal with this? They don't have a defensive support ultimate. So no Ray, no Rally, or Sound Fair because it's banned out. So you have to just really get the opening picks with something like the Captive Sun or even this Ant Matrix.
Yeah, and Quartz is in a priority position as well. Captive Sun being used could maybe just bank off the side here to try and get... Oh, he does, gets the Juno. One more touch will do it. Explosion straight to the face. Unfortunate stuff there for Irony. However, the point has been capped by VP. Quartz still finding a headshot though on Gala over the shield. And Twisted Minds got the rally over health as well on Psycho. So they're going to be able to push straight back onto the point. JWoo picks up the kill onto Quartz. So making it a little bit more even. And hang on a second, Vestola runs after Astro. So a very scrappy fight. But TM still with control. Not for much longer though. Is this Annihilation should just rip and tear through the front line?
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds used 4 ultimates there. Still not able to take out Vestola, so he builds up to the Annihilation, and he just absolutely wrecks. Psycho comes back and has the opportunity and option to use a blade, but like Virtus Pro has already won that fight. You want to regroup as a full team of 5 and then come back in to make sure that you can use that blade to as a max value as you can. Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds have made some roster adjustments though. Gala over to the Juno, Fixa onto the Kiriko, so you have much better defensive ultimates to deal with something like this Juno break backline from Twisted Minds. As TVNT also makes a hero swap over to the Malga. I think, Jack, this matchup, we're gonna have to pay attention to these tanks because if Vestola does die here, I absolutely see him switching back over to the Sigma to deal with the Malga.
Yeah. It's a little merry-go-round of heroes right now. Oh, good headshot into Irony. Oh, Psycho dies to JWoo off screen. Pushing a little bit too far, a little bit too close to the sun, and JWoo hitting the resets. Okay. Actual superstar level DPS in JWoo. An amazing pickup for Virtus Pro. I mean, JWoo comes in as well with like no Overwatch League experience. Has been on some of the craziest like Team Swiffer existing, Korea, right? Runaway, like poker face is up there. Didn't end up going to O2 Blast, was in O2 Academy though, so just another player that's really kind of burst onto the scene back in 2021. All right, VP, they do end up settling the score here. One apiece now on Suravasa. And without Lucio's Rose, it honestly does feel like watching two like Honda Civics go against like a Bugatti, you know? Like it's just such a different map when Lucio's not available.
Yeah, it's so weird because a lot of times when the Lucio is available, we're seeing these fights happen like every 30 seconds or so, it feels like. And this is clear minutes passing before we actually see any action for these teams.
Well, Bob deployed on the point now. The sixth man is on the field and absolutely destroyed. TVNT, yeah, a lot of bullet holes, unfortunately, despite how muscular the Mauga is. There's a lot of people shooting. Ray though from Irony. I'm not sure about this. Vix is just going to play in this. They're going to pop it with the blade. Psycho is trying to find kills, but Gala's like, fine, we'll pop the raid blade of our own, and we're just gonna win. You've got no TVNT to sustain you through this fight with Cardiac Overdrive. That's a free win for Virtus Pro. They've still got Rush, they've still got Annihilation, and Astro has only got that rally to see them through the fight. And the rally versus the Rush, you can get bowled over before that overhealth builds up. Yeah,
I mean, like, that's crazy. What a commitment there when TVNT was already dead, and look at how low they are. Funny Astro has to pop the rally to actually get back in.
Funny Astro solo in the front line, that's going to be a big problem. Rush has been used and Annihilation is going to tear through that overhealth, but the cage is going to make this very difficult for Virtus Pro to fight in. All right, that's the fight that you needed to win. All right, because these fights take a long time, like we said, to finish and to start. So Virtus Pro getting 90%, and there's the swap you were talking about, Rose. Festola straight over to Sigma as Twisted Minds end up picking up Mauga a couple of fights ago.
Oh, the rock, paper, scissors in the tank slot. If it's any two teams that can deliver that, I think it's TVNT and Festola. But with the Sigma now, and with Virtus Pro already having 90%, like, this one pick could be all Virtus Pro needs. After this overclock from Quartz is gone, Virtus Pro have the time to actually wait this out and then go back in with the Sig and the setup.
Can he actually find the kills, though? I mean, there's damage coming through right now. But that's about it. Again, these fights take a long time to start and finish, to be fair. Mangala ends up going down. Virtus Pro needs to make a decision. Either finish this fight or reset real quick, because the point is ticking up near OT for Twisted Minds. Quartz falls, so now you're going to want to stay in this fight as Virtus Pro try and make their move. Set Festola up on the point.
Ooh, but Artie's got the Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray does end up coming out, and here comes the Bob from Shockwave. How long can the Bob really survive? I'm not entirely sure, but these Gatling guns from TVNT just turning Shockwave to Red Mist. OT for Twisted Minds now as Festola is on the point with an ult. And Yves actually found the kill on Funny Astro. So the flip eventually comes through. And now good luck if you're Twisted Minds fighting into this. Too many ults to fight through. And it looks like Virtus Pro might not even need to use some as Psycho ends up going down.
That's going to be it for the Flashpoint, and now we get a chance to go over to a third one. That's all Virtus Pro need in order to round out this map and the series, and they get a chance to kick things off in a big way here. 4 ultimates in their bank, as Fix is going to have their rush up pretty shortly too. Plus, they have Ray advantage here, Jack. I already just used it, and so that's going to feel so good. Like, Ray versus the Rally, I think I take the Ray here.
Joe's trying to get a quick flail there. Looks like Twisted Minds trying to... I think that's a bug. Oh no, I was going to say Shockwave was 1 HP for like a long time. I was like, is that like a small bug? Like he's 1 H for like the whole map? But it just took a little time to heal him up. Flux connects. Here's the rally into the back line. Quartz is already dead. Shockwave just absolutely ganked by that rally from Funny Astro as TVNT makes another big kill for Gala. Blade fall for Jay Woo though. Fight's not done just yet. VP with control of the point as well as Twisted Minds try and make their way back onto it. A small attempted punish there with Jay Woo popping that blade, but unfortunately for Virtus Pro, there are no kills garnered with that ult. TVNT finds another kill onto Fixer, and Jay Woo is not long for the server as the flip ends up coming in. 30% for Virtus Pro with an ult to spare.
I mean, the fact that Funny Astro's rally was just able to come out before Gala had good setup for the Orbital Ray was really big. And Twisted Minds, they only let Virtus Pro have 30% of that point before they're able to match that and then some as Virtus Pro make their way back. Only the Orbital Ray now for Gala since he couldn't use it in that last fight. And Twisted Minds now get a chance to match that with Irony having one. Of course, there's an overclock, so these angles, they've got to be fast. And we see the rotation of takes again, Jack. Diva versus Ram this time.
Yeah, rock, paper, and scissors. Eventually, we'll come up with a fourth item to use there. Orbital Ray from both sides. They're going to come in. Now, someone's going to die, and they're going to die fast. Looks like it's going to be Vestola. Yeah, I mean, the railgun is just too much. Too much for Virtus Pro. Even with a one shot onto the body of a DPS, it's like, yeah, you're dead. Good luck. Go next. Virtus Pro will end up having to fight for this last point. Remember, no Lucios and only that speed ring for speed up. Looks fairly unlikely they're going to be able to get the touch.
No,
In fact, I don't think they're going to go for it. They're not, and it's going to reset, and Twisted Minds are in a good spot. This final flashpoint here. Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, 2-2. VP do not want to be denied their winning streak.
And Twisted Minds, they'd love to be able to keep theirs as well. As they get to move to this flashpoint first, they get Quartz set up on these angles before Virtus Pro can make it there. But that was a big dynamite coming through from Shockwave. And he's got the Bob available to help push this space for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Quartz having to dash away there is pretty disastrous. Doesn't really want to aggressively peek anymore. You can see him on the mini health pack right now as the Bob's deployed on the point. TVNT, though, on the wrong side of the map. They're just going to die, give up the point, go again. These fights are very costly without the Lucios. That's almost a kill onto Quartz, too.
It was a really quick fight here for Virtus
And
Pro.
there's the swap.
Yeah.
TNT on the ramp.
Back to the Rewatcher now. We know the rotation at this point. If we do see Virtus Pro lose this, and they're going to switch also. But here we go. I mean, Virtus Pro, now the onus is on them. Rally for Fixa. We've got Jaywu that's going to have the Blade too. So Blade rally, that's, matched on Twisted Minds actually.
Blade v Blade.
Oh, but Annihilation.
Psycho versus Jaywu right now. Blade earned. Rally ends up coming out really early. Funny Astro Bash. Astro pedal back. Annihilation is going to get popped. Here comes the Blade from Psycho, though. Looking straight at Shockwave. What a bash from Astro. An amazing bash sets up Psycho with a triple kill with the Blade. Jaywu's going to try and make it even, though, with Astro being his first victim. 70% and building, and Jaywu's still yet to pop the Blade. Psycho, with only the dash cooldown left, has to get out of this. A nice little vortex sends the DPS into Twisted Minds reeling, but can they actually stay in this fight? Jaywu holding on to this Blade, maybe even for the next fight. That's a smart play from Virtus Pro. If they can find a pick, it's going to be good, but how long can they actually stay in this? Virtus Pro now in OT is the Ray. Just glances over the point, and this will be Vestola backing all the way up.
Nah, but not before they throw the Ray too.
I really didn't fix it and actually end up trading here, and here comes the push. Quartz ends up going down. A later Ray from Virtus Pro, and they've just gone and done it. Twisted Minds just wiped off the face of the map, and it might as well be the planet. A 2-2 on this final point on Suravasa, and it's only TVNT left. Quartz onto the Junkrat. Not sure you're going to make any J-Silly plays, though, as the Minds come in, and they're merely victory fireworks for Virtus Pro as they win yet another series, and still only dropping a single map here in stage 1 of EMEA.
They are the big bads that every team is looking at to be the top dogs in EMEA. But Jack, I gotta say, Twisted Minds actually made that really competitive. Like, I feel like we've had a couple of stomps as of late, a couple of teams definitely getting 3 Overwatch, but this one, what a treat. Twisted Minds maybe not looking so good on that first map, but that second one, and then to the third, it got closer and closer every single time.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Like, if
I mean,
you're
this
watching
is
Esperanca
VP.
back
Like,
there.
they are the best team in EMEA right now,
and
for sure.
good.
Like, hands down. I think Twisted Minds, yeah, they did make it close, but they've lost one map. They used a single map versus Gen G in the opening game, and they've won every single map up until this point. Like, they are the best team currently. Flexibility looks great. I mean, their team is just sick. It's just sick, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it's every single individual there as well. Initially heading into the season, we were a little like, oh, Jaywu, you know, like, he's quote-unquote green. Nah, none of that.
But
he goes
matter.
toe-to-toe, even exceeds so many of those, like, old-school veterans of the sport, if you will.
Yeah.
So it's been absolutely insane to see him popping off and how well they all slot together. Like, they're a hive mind.
Jwoo is a beast, and he's obviously played on Poker Face before, and they're like, okay, Poker Face are the team that comes like fourth, you know, because in Korea, because you have Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, who, to be fair, got beat recently by Way Esports, and then you have Zeta Division as well, and it's like, if you're coming fourth in Korea, the most competitive region in the history of Overwatch, you expect him to do great things in other regions, and he's proven that here. An absolute star pickup for Virtus Pro. I just can't believe they've been lossless in terms of maps apart from that Gen G one. Like, honestly, you might as well call it a golden stage at this point. I mean, there's no, even if they face Gen G again, I think they just win 3-0.
Gen G is also just like the second best team in the region, so it's like, that's okay, you know, like
Exactly.
nothing to sweat it. But still, I want to give a lot of credit to Twisted Minds here. Necra, you and Jack both said that already during the cast, right? Like, they're not a bad team. It's just that VP makes every other team look somewhat bad. But if you're going back to Esperanca, if you're looking at Suravasa, winnable scenarios. They got a lot of mileage there on Esperanca, and obviously Suravasa, like that one came down to the very last round.
All 5 points.
It came down to the wire. So they are keeping up. It's just VP looks so good. And a part of why they're looking so good is, of course, their absolutely solid backline. We actually have Fixa joining us now for a very quick chat. So Fixa, welcome to the show, and thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Let's talk about your team, because I mean, it was 3-0, right? So not too much to dissect about the match. Let's talk about the team. A lot of other teams struggle to find their identity, with the meta being, you know, all over the place, a little confusing. What do you guys enjoy playing the most? Like, what's your favorite meta to play with this team?
I think we can play all composition, I think. Sam, Die, whatever. Yeah, we just best team in EU. And
what's the most fun though? If you had to choose,
I think
what's the most fun?
Double pass with Sigma, Ilya. Gala is best Ilya in the world, and that's it.
Gala best, like Gala looks sick on the Ilaria. I think both of you look exceptional. Obviously, you've played on small other well, I say small, like you played on Poker Face, obviously Philadelphia Fusion and the Soul Infernal. What do you think is different compared to this team now, being on a mixed language team as well? You've done it in the past, but is this any different for you, or do you feel very comfortable at home?
To be honest, using English is very very hard to communicate with each other, but I'm fine. And Western players can speak, I mean, Shockwave can speak Korean as well. That's sick.
That's good. Your English is really good, to be fair.
Yeah, your English is
very
perfect.
impressive.
Thank you.
One question for you, Fixa. We've asked a couple people about how they feel about perks now coming into Overwatch. So what is your perspective on perks?
To be honest, I'm busy right now to prepare perks, but it's gonna be fun, I guess. Yeah, it's very fun.
Well,
it's fun.
It's going to be fun for sure, and it's going to be exciting to see which team is going to come out on top next week with perks in the mix. Fixa, you're also player of the match, by the way, so congratulations on that. We're going to let you go now, so thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye, Fixa. Thank you so much. Yeah, they have 3 more matches. Alcatia, Peps, and Vision Esports coming up for them.
That's another 3 3-0s, I think.
Yeah.
I think what they showed today against Twisted Minds, who did put up a hell of a fight. And I think, like you mentioned, Zoe, I think this looks good for TM as well. Taking it to a round 5 on Suravasa and a very close, almost getting that comeback, you know, on Esperanca. It looks good for TM, but VP are just the best team in the region. They've got the talent and everything's there. Everything just works for them. Everything clicks.
The talent's definitely there. And that's why they're on top. Let's look at the standings. I know we hate the sentence. We usually just use that for teams at the bottom, but you can also use it for the teams on top, right, Necro?
Yeah. If talent is there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Virtus Pro now going to be 4-0, entering into the final couple of days of our group stage. Gen G trailing right behind them. Unfortunately, that one loss, but still, like an easy argument as like the second best team in the region, and then everything else behind that. We'll have to see where Team Peps, Alcatia, the Ultimates, and kind of Twisted Minds fall. I don't think that Twisted Minds right now being in 6th place is indicative of their strength. I think that with the weeks to come, they still have so much that they get a chance to show us. And the fact that this was even close, like a close 3-0, should give some confidence to Twisted Minds fans.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our day 3 schedule as we are wrapping all things EMEA for today. But we have a few more matches coming your way tomorrow. These are going to be good, man. I'm actually excited about all of them.
That should be fun, I think. The Ultimates Valkyria is pretty big. Again, it's kind of upsetting that middle of the pack we currently have in EMEA. The VP versus Peps. I think VP 3-0 this. Love the French fans, but I don't think Peps has what it takes. I don't think any team right now has what it takes. I said it on Suravasa. I think if VP face Gen G again, I think VP take that 3-0. They don't drop a map because they are just that good. But you never know. I agree,
but Peps is definitely a team that
soon.
The thing is, like, I agree with that, but I do think that Peps is definitely a team that will stress test you. So it's not like VP can cruise through that one, Necro, right?
It's going to be like the Twisted Mind games today. I think the maps will probably go VP's way, but they will be close.
Echoed.
Echoed what he said.
Yeah.
Well, we're wrapping our second day of week 3 with one more day to go and then one more week. That one including perks, so it's gonna remain interesting for sure. But for now, we're gonna say goodbye to Necra and Jack. Thank you both so much for calling the action in this very region. And on the other side of our next break, we're gonna dip into NA. Nightmare will be taking on Shikigami in our first match over there, so don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side of this.
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for strategy, teamwork, and hero evolution. Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016. TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds, nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every player's limits. This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild them too. Here's the twist. Mods. Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for your hero. Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities. Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron?
Thank you so much, Aaron.
Dylan.
Wow, this is crazy.
Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar?
Yes. Let's talk strategy.
Picture this, Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky diva, or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely. What works as an edge in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user experience layout to make navigating your mods simple and fun. The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity. You'll have complete control of your currency, so how and when you spend could be the key to victory. It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative. You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like Payload Race or Paintball. And hey, while this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
Today, we introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet Freya. Codenamed Windasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game. Freya hails from the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned search and rescue operative, dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now, she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev-draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with Take Aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks. Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of wind and catch those rooftop campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your skills like never before. Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range aim. Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter to hire. Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting to give you a sneak peek at Hero 44. Codenamed Aqua, this Chinese water wielder has one of the most unique ability sets that we have ever developed. You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya Hero Trial coming later in Season 15. Keep following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls and Sugar-Free just carving them asunder.
Oh my God!
Merit again.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch to fight an Easter egg and get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Hello everyone and welcome after a short day in EMEA. We will now dive into our 3-match day in NA. And to keep us entertained, we got Matt and Mitch on the mics. That sounded like a dance for me. Entertained.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Hi, how you doing?
Well, what do you want us to do? What tricks do you got today, Midge?
Oh, so many. I got a crazy shirt today. You seen that one before? Whoa!
Oh, man.
Thoughts? No?
I still like it. I still like it. It's giving me makeup bag vibes.
Makeup bag?
Does anyone get makeup bags?
Sure. That's not what I said.
You wipe the makeup bag? That's not what you're gaslighting me. We are 30 seconds into you're gaslighting me, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
in the
a
big
new
2025.
Matt, you look really dapper. You got plans after the show? Since you never dress up for us, I just assumed this is for someone else.
What is there's a collar on that shirt?
Yeah.
There is a collar on
Was
this
that an
shirt.
accident?
No, this is comfy. This is comfy. I woke up today. I was like, you know what? I want to be comfy, but I'm not exactly cold. And, you know, just a wrinkly.
You sure it's not your cousin Johnny's wedding or something, bro?
No, I would dress worse.
The family over from Sicily?
No.
Okay.
No, they
You think
don't
though,
come this
because
time of year.
you know when the little chest hair pops out, you know,
the white collar crime convention.
I didn't go. I didn't go full reinforce. Right, reinforce with the full chest would have.
That she got, he's got a V-neck up to his
no
navel.
buttons.
Like it's
no
crazy.
buttons in. No shirt underneath. No buttons.
We're so back.
Oh, we are so back. You know what's not back but has appeared or will appear soon? It's not my best transition yet, but you know, we're working up to it. FPL. I want to chat about FPL. That's right. We talked about this, I think, last week already. Faceit Pro League is coming our way. It's really exciting. It's an exciting proving ground where top players now also in Overwatch 2 can rise up and compete amongst the other all-stars in the scene. Matt, walk us through FPL.
It's a really sick addition that players have been asking for a really long time, right? It's the ability for some of the highest skilled players in the game to be able to play like a solo queue style ladder. Games obviously get really sweaty at FPL rank, but then also people will be able to kind of like qualify in as the year goes on. Some really sizable amount of money on the line for this as well. Where I think it'll be really awesome. We'll see who gets like kind of invited. Everybody will be streaming this in the Overwatch section. It'll be a really awesome new ad that I think people have been asking for a while.
And you work your way up into the FPL as well. So if you're not invited off the bat, you can climb the ranks as a pug star and make it in there. The game is going to be streamed, to my understanding. Like, if I had any free time to speak of, I would 100% cast that stuff. I think the game's going to be really high quality, and it's a weekly leaderboard, that like resets quite frequently. So there's always a reason to run it back the next week and put the work in. We tried to have like a pro pug system happening sort of years ago, and now we have one that's like fully API integrated. So it's very exciting.
Also an exciting opportunity for up and coming casters, because you now have basically just content all day, every day between OWCS and FPL and whatnot. So, grab your mics. You might be joining me here on the desk.
Grab your mics. I never heard that one before.
What else do you grab to cast?
I don't know.
Everyone's got mics. We had a COVID era, so every white dude between 18 and 30 bought an SM7B and a Go XLR to make their podcast. Yeah, literally grab your mic. Yeah.
One thing to remember though, of course, while casting is not invite only, being a player is currently invite only, with top players getting invites every week. So keep an eye on OWCS, as only a select few will be giving an invite. And we will actually be announcing some of those invites tomorrow on the show.
Okay, cool.
I've been checking my inbox every day.
There's nothing yet? That's so weird.
No,
Have they forgotten about you?
maybe I'll have to reach out to them, make sure they have the right info. But I've not.
Have you sent your reel, like that Farah clip?
Yeah, I've sent a ton of. I mean, I have a ton of gameplay. Just
honestly, like
here,
if Jack wasn't so mad at you for throwing, he could make you a sick frag vid and use that.
Yeah, maybe I'll make the Faceit Pro League. Maybe I'll make that
cool.
one. Maybe there's a 35 and older Faceit League that we can get spun up
you
here.
guys had to exclude me like that, you two. That's crazy. Wow.
That's so mean.
That's crazy.
Mean. Well, whilst Matt is still trying to grind his way up through Faceit, we have players and teams which have already done just that and are now finding themselves in the OWCS. Let's see who's at the top of the standings currently. Timeless Space Station Gaming, Nightmare, and Team Liquid all sitting with a 3-1 score. Of course, we do have tiebreakers at the very end of it, but also we're not done yet. There's still plenty of matches which need to be played, guys.
How do I set the scene for today?
Overwatch?
I think we're getting 9 maps of Overwatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, it really depends on your perspective. The way you look at these things, you might think that's great or not. Or 10, because Amplify have to get their 1. Outside of that, though, I do feel like we would need to see Rad look drastically better than they were last week, who got 3-0 by Avidity. To really put much of a fight to this Timeless team, who, if you guys remember yesterday, they looked a little bit shaky on that control map, and then they absolutely battered Amplify. It was the most unclose Overwatch I've seen after that Lijiang Tower game.
Yeah.
We've definitely seen more unclose than that, but yeah, I mean, Amplify is usually good for their 1. I'm curious where the other games will come from. Some pretty tough matches for some of the teams down there at the bottom.
To keep it interesting, though, like for today's matches at least, because one of the tiebreakers are map differentials. Yes. It's in every top team's best interest to roll over the opposition and not drop that 1 map or 2 maps, because in the NA region, the top 2 are not as clear-cut as we have it in the EMEA. Like, it's not that straightforward. So everyone still has a very real opportunity to come out on top and avoid.
Yeah, to expand on that, Timeless are only 1 map ahead of Space Station at 3-1, and 2 maps ahead of Nightmare. So, there are, I think it's a total of 2 maps separate the top 4 teams in terms of sort of win-loss. Yeah. So we've got, +7, +6, +4, so 3. There you go, for all of our rosters. So yeah, that matters. There is definitely incentive to make them clean wins at this point, because
Would you say every map matters? That's a throwback.
Yeah,
it does.
It does. It really actually does now. And it's still kind of like looming over it is the first game that we had, the Timeless TL 3-0, right? I mean, that is a huge get for them in terms of like the map differential that nobody else is probably going to get. They may end up having, an 0-3 in that match, right? Kind of resulting for them. So Timeless seems to be potentially in actually the driver's seat.
Yeah. Crazy.
Indeed.
I don't know how we got here.
Well,
we played a bunch of games.
Rewatch the last 2 weeks. So yeah, there were some games.
So that's how we ended up getting here, but
it's wild what we're doing here in front of your very eyes. All of this unfolds. Nightmare will be taking on Shikigami in our first match of the day in our NA region. Nightmare obviously considered a heavy favorite, whereas Shikigami, they have had a rough start to their season. Guys, take this one away, walk us through the map set, and of course also our hero bands.
Thank you. Yeah, let's jump into this one. Shikigami obviously have a lot to prove, Matt. I think after, struggling where we expected them to, I think. It's the 3-0 against Rad in week 1 that, kind of caused us to overestimate maybe what Rad were capable of, and also you maybe not understand exactly where Shiki fell amidst sort of all of this. So I do think that's kept us honest a little bit. They did beat Amplify 3-1, but the ball comes up here, and Shikigami have had that Malga band away from them. And we've seen this, right? We know Nightmare are actually preferring not really to play the Malga, honestly.
Yeah, they'd rather play Orisa, Sigma, Ramatra, right? Things other than the Malga. We even saw yesterday they kind of went away from a lot of the Malga comps, even like in head-to-head scenarios. And then a Juno ban on the other side, where even if you're going to play some other stuff, right? On a Lucio, a great combination, Kiriko, Lucio, a great combination as well. So the Juno ban, while impactful, right? Orbital Ray extremely strong, it's still a bit better. There's still some supports that you can kind of make work.
Okay, let's see how this plays out here. So with the Juno off the table, it does mean that there are some other options. Nightmare actually might opt out. Okay, so UV on Ana here, we are playing Shrine, so you can play that higher ground. It's the map definitely caters to some degree towards that Ana play. And Shikigami aren't playing a comp that can really dive this unless you TP directly at them or Danny goes on a solo mission. So let's see what they end up doing with this venture here. As Kaffa surely has a bit of experience in this matchup, but they get to be on the Ramatra. It's got to be a comfort zone for him.
But I think for Shikigami, you're going to have to coordinate this dive perfectly, or else Nightmare's going to take like a huge advantage of it. And Danny goes in, actually takes some shots there as UV doesn't even need to use a Baya or a Sleep to be able to secure that kill. It's actually Zero that comes in to help him out.
I mean, Shikigami make the right choice in trying to pressure UV's position, but they just end up on the other side of the map, quite happily, standing in front of Shikigami's spawn, essentially knowing that there's not a lot of threat to them there. So that's a good rotation from your Ana, because you do have like the Sin TP to go upstairs. You have ways of putting pressure on the backline here. But that leaves the rest of Nightmare so free to just pour that damage in. This was almost Haxel level Shuriken connection for Zero, getting a lot of free ult charge.
I was gonna say, it's a lot of, like, they're not even shooting back. It's so much free ult charge for Zero on the high ground there as Solo drops low. Graveyard with a swift step getting across this gap, but not able to keep Danny alive yet again, so they're going to lose Danny here first to kick things off.
Now, Drunk is charged up, hitting really hard right now, but still, under a lot of pressure by Genji, especially by Soju, and there's so many things here that are problematic for the Symmetra to deal with. I feel like, overall, the comp that Nightmare has, even if Ana can be a little bit of a hindrance in terms of her immobility sometimes, man, it's just a better comp.
Well, you have the Nano for the Blade, for the Ramatra, right? Whether it be Nemesis Form or Annihilation, just some really sick combos there for Nightmare. And yeah, Shikigami's not been able to, I mean, even with this Sin, they've not been able to get anything going. That's going to be the Vortex, actually slows a lot of them down and allows them to use that Blade. No beat available for Shikigami at the time, so nothing going to be able to save them from that Dragon Blade that comes on through.
Yeah, Regime's just not able to build the barrier in time. And I don't know if you all track that necessarily for Zero. You're just like, well, I hope he doesn't have beat, because I'm going to have a crack at this. Nightmare knew they'd been cycling into the Annihilation, which they could have, used after the fact anyway. So they just got so much to work with, and now diving into Shikigami spawn, forcing a beat out of Regime. There's also a Kitsune Rush being committed to this fight. Kaffa, healthy enough and able to take Regime down. There are no supports, and Shikigami are going to lose this fight. But they spend both support ultimates in. That is, well, it's about as bad as it gets.
That's exactly what Nightmare wanted, though. They wanted to get aggressive, go into the spawn, use their beat, right? It was going to force out Shikigami to end up using up some of their ultimates. Exactly what Shikigami did allows them to actually, just backtrack their Nightmare, use the Annihilation. Shikigami's kind of wasted all their ultimates in their spawn. That's a fast round win for Nightmare.
And again, I feel like they're able to do a hell of a lot with this setup, right? What's the Venture really achieving there? They rather have to deal with, hit scan pressure at medium to longer range from Lethal. And of course, the Genji, I don't know if it's that easy for them to deal with, especially just poking again at medium range. So I think you've got to be committing to these fights with that Venture comp, otherwise you're in for a bad one.
Well, Venture, they're good when they can get on this to the back line, right, and make a play, and with the team kind of going in as well, right? But you're not utilizing the teleporters of Symmetra or even getting like Solo in position to be able to capitalize off of the good things that Venture can bring. So Shikigami now changed things up completely. They'll go with a Mei comp here, and this is read by Nightmare. They bring a Pharah into the mix. This is going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, the Doom as well. Gonna be pretty frustrating for Solo, who will often be getting displaced and will have trouble pinning down the front line of Nightmare in general. The thing for getting picked off, though, is the sweet spot for Shikigami at the very least. Kaffa's gonna cause issues. Danny's forced back very low out in the open. If Lethal were here, that Symmetra would be in deep trouble. However, Ultraviolet goes down, in theory, to an Ice Spike from Drunk. That's Shikigami finding first picks in both fights.
There's going to be much better staying power on the point for Shikigami here, right? With the Baptiste in the mix, the Mei in the Ramatra, so it's really difficult for Nightmare to get in and make a play for the point. The Shikigami gets control of it first, and now we'll see if they actually stay on this Doom. The Doom can be disruptor up on the high ground, right? But just with the immortality field, just kind of the sturdiness of some of these heroes, going to be difficult to make a play, as it looks like now you're actually going to have Zero drop down here, just try and drag some of these players off the high ground.
Oh my goodness! A lot of rocket punches connecting there. Stuns going out into a lot of the Shikigami lineup, constantly being disrupted. Kuffer is definitely causing problems this fight. It's just taken Nightmare kind of a while to, start the fight on the kind of footing that they were looking for. So they'll get a flip for sure, but Shikigami get a lead, and they have been able to build both support ultimates. They have a Baptiste. I understand the verticality to avoid maybe these rocket punches here, but it does pop you up in front of the Soldier.
In the first fight, Kuffa was able to get like a huge rocket punch connected with like 3-4 players. There was just no follow-up from it, and Graveyard actually ended up using the Immortality Field, able to keep everybody alive. As the Symmetra gets really low, that's going to be Immortality Field used straight away.
Great Javelin though, that was what interrupted Zero. That is a barrage that was cut short. However, Shikigami, well, they weren't really able to reap the rewards of that little interaction, because on every other front and every other metric and every other part of the fight, they are getting wrecked.
That's a nano onto the far as well, using the barrage. The barrage doesn't get like major impact, like you mentioned, interrupted by Solo's spear. I wonder though if Nightmare, right? You're almost set up in the same position again as they were in the last round, Mitch, where like, could you use Admiral Sound Barrier to go aggressive? You're going to see both support ults used. It's actually going to be right away. It's going to be an Matrix and the Sound Barrier used.
Kuffa's able to get out. Mind you, he won't be fully healed by the time he actually drops back into this fight, but it's enough. Into the back line, some pressure there. Drunk coming into this fight with a... Oh, buddy, see, it's too easy for Lethal to line these shots up after there's a big punch that comes in from Kuffa. Drunk walked into this fight with a Blizzard, by the way, and you can see it's not really in the best spot to make use of.
Yeah, the Blizzard used late, but because you use both of your support ultimates at the choke there for Shikigami, that allows Nightmare to get back to the point and then use their Sound Barrier just for kind of safety, right? They almost probably didn't even need it realistically to end up winning that fight. So use these TPs, and Kuffa's able to follow them up with some punches. You're already going to lose 3 players.
All right, Terra Surge attempted there, and Solo couldn't even survive that. That should tell you everything you need to know about Nightmare's effectiveness of taking their damage and thrusting it straight up in the nostrils of Shikigami on every opportunity. And now, Graveyard's on the Moira to tell you everything you need to know. Very, very straightforward map here. Slower start in the second round for Nightmare, but business as usual for one of our top 4 teams in North America.
I mean, yeah, it's a tough draw for Shikigami. Obviously, they got off to a better start in round 2, but once that setup got broken by Nightmare, it was all Nightmare. I mean, just completely dominant. Kuffa, yet again, showing all the different tanks that he can play at an extremely high level, where they look like they're just picking up from where they left off yesterday.
Yep, absolutely. I like as well, they make an adaptation, right? They bring the Farah onto Village, which has kind of been a classic Farah stage on Nepal for quite some time. We start though on Shrine, where this Venture and Symmetra comp here, one that really wants to be all in, that wants to, I mean, God, it really feels like it needs the fight to start on their terms every time for that comp to be as effective. We end up switching up to something like a May, but at no point does the Symmetra ever really have any freedom. You're playing this in Farah's Sojourn, and you have a tank that doesn't stand still long enough for you to carve chunks off them with the laser. Like, it does feel like the compositions for Shikigami aren't necessarily tailored for success in a situation like this. And a 0.4 KD, that's tough.
If you also think about it as well, Shikigami really got no value out of their support ultimates the entire map, right? We see them kind of like layer them in the spawn constantly, just trying to make it out.
And still lose.
And still end up losing, right? So pretty rough go here for Shikigami early on. We'll see what they decide to do for the next map.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a question like Shikigami in the past.
That's a fast map selection. They're ready to go.
Yeah, okay, so Esperanca getting picked up here. In the past, they've actually gone to Numbani and Suravasa on occasion after losing some of these maps. So it looks like, yeah, Esperanca, Suravasa, and Numbani are all maps they're sort of wanting to go for here. Okay, we're going to run it straight back. I do think that this can be a map that is at times shaped by the bans, but Nightmare kind of showed us that they'll just play like a Ramatra Rush style quite often if they can. Have Zero on the Genji, right? Lethal can play that Sombra. We've seen him find great effectiveness there, especially if there's like a...
What do you even ban if you're Shikigami? Like, what do you even go with here? I mean, they went with the Juno map 1.
I think your best bet might be to ban the Genji, as weird as it is on a map like this. Like, if you're trying to target some aspect of what you think Nightmare do very well, it might, like, what's the analog to Genji? You know what I mean? Like, it's not that Zera can't play other heroes, it's that can he play heroes that play in quite the same way as Genji?
I mean, No, I mean, probably not. But like, you can play. I mean, we've seen teams play some Echo. You can play Tracer. You can play Torbjorn, right?
Echo.
Yeah,
Zero's
got a good Echo. So potentially something along those lines. What? You just got excited about something. I can see. We can all see your brain working live.
No, I mean, okay, we got the ban too. So we said first ban is Ana. Shikigami banning Ana out, which is I really feel like we only saw Ana on that previous map.
But like,
because Nightmare couldn't play. What was it? Was it Juno banned?
Juno.
But I will say that like it's a great hero for UV. They might be concerned about like like an Ana comp here. Obviously, that really sets up the Genji blades, makes them very powerful. Symmetra banned here. I think Nightmare don't want any nasty surprises in some of these team fights, right? I think that's fine. Also,
TP can be annoying.
Like, no, bro, that wall character, ban that. I don't want that wall.
Yeah, the TP can be super annoying to like have to deal with, right? And figure out where the opponent's coming from at times. The Ana ban is like a little bit confusing, right? Because UV obviously played it in map number 1, but probably only played it because like there's no Juno in the mix, and UV can definitely play the Juno or Kiri. So like, it's not necessary. I mean, you are taking it away from them, right? But it's not like a necessary pick, right? You're removing out of the equation. Like UV's totally fine playing a lot of these supports.
You're banning a hero that UV only played because you ban another support, but that is the backline that is getting targeted pretty heftily here by Shikigami. 10% of you are very optimistic, and I do appreciate that.
Hey, I like it. There's always a shot. Look, so somebody's got to get big channel points out there, on one of these for
I mean, the bag must be pretty massive out there. I'm not gonna lie, over in the Gamba world there. So I do respect it. I agree. Nightmare, tough team to ban out. I think that's the truth of it. Maybe like you make them the least comfortable when Kaffa has to play something, not Ramatra, but still. Like, I can maybe if you force Kaffa to somehow play Orisa into Malga. Because I don't think he's going to play Ramatra into that matchup. So I think, honestly, Malga is probably where Shikigami find most of their success potentially. And that's just based on what we saw yesterday between Nightmare and Avidity. And that's not much to go on. It was like another Nepal map that was close because of the Malga, but I digress.
No, I think Nightmare, you end up playing this Ramatra. I mean, the Ramatra into the Orisa, you feel pretty good about, right? If you're Nightmare, we've seen them have success in this head-to-head numerous times over the last few weeks. So we'll see. And then also the Lethal Sombra, that was very strong yesterday, right? So just going to be a constant nuisance in Shikigami's side.
I'm so ready for Torb to be able to repair Orisa's armor. Absolutely value town.
There is no way that we will see. Look, you're talking with pro DPS players. There's no way they're taking out the hammer to help the tank.
Hammering your friends though seems great. That's all I'm saying. All right, Lethal has gone over to the Sombra, something that we did sort of point at as a possibility. So Zero though removed. Lethal is going to be able to find the one that's graveyard down, and now we're on cleanup duty. Solo aware that Lethal is definitely hanging like a specter around this situation, and they will be brought down.
Yeah, Lethal Sombra was really good yesterday, right? Maybe into the Torb, it's like not as awesome, right? And yeah, you're going to see them make a change. So going to go over and play Ashe. So with this composition for Shikigami, it wants to play a little bit closer together. You get value out of the Dynamite here. And it'll be Shikigami actually getting a lead here, Mitch, about 30 meters.
All right. Decent start here for Shikigami. And again, Regime building up towards a beats. Just needs to stay alive, get away from that vortex. They did go a little bit low. Okay, so Suzu comes in just in case Regime had to be kept alive, but I like this a lot. Nightmare don't have an answer for this. Kaffa is out of Nemesis form, so they can't really afford to take the fight. However, Shikigami aren't really able to take full advantage of the beat, Matt. They are trading negatively in this fight because Nightmare were able to keep them at arm's length while their beat was on them. Like, this should not be happening.
Yeah, I mean, those are trades you exactly don't want to see when all the trades are going in one direction. I mean, it's not really a trade there. It's a Nightmare. They end up kind of swapping out 1-for-1 at the start, right? They end up losing Danny, and Kaffa falls for Nightmare. But after that, it is all Nightmare. And now they start to get the bot going into Shikigami territory with double support ult and Blade. This is like this is kind of what Shikigami's been doing, right? You've been using these support ults and not winning these fights. I mean, they're so impactful, right? Just in terms of sustain in the game right now that you absolutely need to take advantage of them.
Solo trying to take that bridge desperately into the high ground. That Suzu might have come a little bit early in the day. Danny still gets bisected. Zera coming back for another pass here, but it's, well, not really a lot of targets. Solo, at least, they're able to get rid of Admiral, who just will be on an enforced savings plan, otherwise known as taxes, in terms of his ultimate for the next fight. Whereas Zera just gives a little bit of space. Gotta respect the Orisa, but there's a Bob in play now, which is, gonna catch Shikigami very off guard because they were trying to find kills in that fight, and they were stopped at the door by the bouncer.
Well, also somehow Solo able to live what feels like forever, right? Put a lot of pressure on the Lethal and Zero towards the end as they end up using the Bob just to be able to kind of secure the point, get the space. And now it's going to be a Winston comp. I mean, Winston Torb here. Winston Torb, Kiri Lucio. An odd one, right? No, not something we see every day.
It's not the craziest because really, like, the Torb is the analog for the Reaper that used to be in this comp. And this comp we saw for a long time at the highest level. So maybe there it is. Torb's just a better Reaper. Molten Core comes out now. That's drunks all over the floor. Maybe we should have stopped at 2 beverages, my friend. And that is going to be, Shikigami again pushed off a checkpoint and some for Nightmare.
Yeah, that is Lethal falling to himself there. The only way he can be killed is if he does it himself there. Is Nightmare. I mean, they're just cruising at this point. It feels like Shikigami. So now you go over to the Genji, right? I mean, now you're like all in on diving this like UV Admiral backline, right? Like putting pressure on this Sigma. That's nice there. You get rid of Kuffa. But I imagine, like, does Kuffa change off of this, right? Like playing Sigma into Genji Winston is not ideal, right? We talk about how you want to like get past that Sigma shield and, you know, get to the back line. Like you can easily do that with this comp.
Yes, Kuffa obviously has to hit the accretion on Solo for this to make sense. Otherwise, you don't have any way to realistically displace the Winston. So it's an odd comp for Nightmare, but if we're here to limit test, I guess I will allow it.
Like it almost made more sense if Nightmare had if they had a Torb in the mix, right? Like the Torb could be a deterrent to the Winston, or the Genji is some of these players kind of caught out.
I mean, you know, I think if you're Lethal's in Lethal's position there, you know there's no way Solo's playing like that if they don't have Primal. So in the blink of an eye, we have a checkpoint here for Shikigami. Nightmare doing a little bit of trolling with this comp. Here comes an orbital right now. Sound barrier is the response. Blade though for Zera, still going to be dangerous for Shikigami. But Admiral's the first casualty. It's Danny to find that. Zera, nothing to do with the blade. A gravitic flux, you hope, is quite gainful here for Kuffa. It looks like it only really caught Solo, maybe took him down to half. Drunk might have been involved. Should be a swift step away here, you'd think, for Graveyard. But the fact that they're fighting means that they don't have it off cooldown right now. They too will fall.
But it's another fight yet again, Mitch, where we see like a Kitsune rush open things up there with UV ending up using the orbital ray, and then they use the beat and they still don't come out on top. Right now, Nightmare has a huge advantage, right? They come back with their own beat, free beat, basically, with a Bob in the mix. If you're gonna like layer those support ultimates and use them on top of each other, especially after getting that first checkpoint, you have to get a fight win. Early Suzu, nice shot though by Danny.
Danny salvaged that situation. The Suzu gave him the window at least to deal with Zera. Solo's down at the start of this fight. Drunk's going to attempt to blade him into a beat that seems inadvisable. Admiral is going to pick off the Genji. I wonder what the decision making is there for Drunk to look to blade here. That frontliner to really take eyes off him. An odd one.
Well, they end up getting the beat out, right? So that's not the worst thing in the world, being able to kind of get that sound barrier out, especially as Nightmare is pushing in towards your spawn, as Zero will change over to Tracer. So seeing some of his best hero picks here on Esperanca is... See, Danny's going to have to go massive with this overclock, right? Really the only thing they're going to have to work with.
And also, Bob is going to cut that line of sight off, so it might be a little bit tricky to get good. Yeah, look at Danny. What kind of sideline is this? It's so rough. There's nowhere safe to stand out. Kuffa under a lot of pressure, but Solo got brought down. Kinetic Grasp used so much of that, and, well, that's what happens, folks. Yeah. You don't have space created by your tank. You cannot make use of those DPS ultimates.
The Bob charge actually connects with Drunk there early on, so it gets the Genji extremely weak, and then also just splits off the entire team. I mean, really difficult for Danny to get any type of angle. So now we're gonna have 2 support ults yet again for Shikigami. It'll be Kitsune Rush here used by Shikigami, then the Orbital Ray now used by UV, but they're holding on to this beat, right? You want to be able to have this beat right after. Yep, this is a good one.
I like this from Shikigami.
Yeah.
Good patience to hold on to that. Gravitic Flux now is unlikely to do too much. A little bit of damage is needed. Yeah, more than that onto Regime there. They're going to be able to get away. However, Graveyard has fallen and Drunk is dead inside their own spawn, folks. So that's a pretty grim tail of the tape. It is only Cuffer though here. I don't think the bot is actually being pushed here in a positive direction right now for Nightmare.
They can't kill it. I mean, so you have Solo just kind of splitting players off, right? But you can't get rid of Kuffa. Kuffa's going to make it back.
Kuffa, please. Thank you, Drug.
All right. He's down. I mean, Kuffa lived for ages there. Just a raid boss without any supports. As we are about to be under 2 minutes. Nightmare with a huge lead as Drunk will move over here and play Echo as okay, so Kuffa's going to bring out the Hazard. So Hazard, we saw a lot of teams play early on. We've seen it actually from Nightmare probably the most like recently, right? I know we saw them play it
People
a
moving
lot
off
yesterday.
it, but not them as much.
Yeah, they still feel like it's really strong, even listening to Lethal in the interview.
Okay, so Primal is a response to the beat. This means that Nightmare can't really use the beat aggressively to set up like a favorable fight condition. They're going to be too disrupted. There's no way Zera's thinking about pulsing Danny here.
He is. No, he is.
Oh, I think he was thinking about
I think he was going to go for it.
I think you might be right.
he was going to go for it. Yeah, I mean, you could tell. He was like, okay, as soon as Recall comes out, I'm making a clip.
Danny, although, went for it. Didn't quite connect, though. Got to wait out those recalls, of course. Okay, UV. I was going to say, there's no reason to survive that. I've seen some pretty dirty stuff from UV on the Juno in the past. So, bot on the way back to parity here. Nightmare a little disjointed, but they are going to walk in with that pulse bomb that Zera was so wise.
You said when you said UV with like the movement on the Juno, I just immediately thought of Squid, like how crazy like some of his plays on the Juno have been throughout the stages. So you lose Lethal here at the start, so an opportunity maybe to just kind of get some free progress here. They've actually kind of caught out Drunk like floating over the building there, trying to get back to the rest of the team. They actually find him, spot him out.
So how do they use this rush? Right now, it's about putting the Fear of God in Kuffa. He's going to have 2 healers that Solo can't access because Jump was off cooldown. Oh, buddy, that's ugly stuff. Oh, dear. Shikigami, they legitimately pop the Kitsune Rush, which would indicate that they want to fight. Instead, they spend their time trying to kill a tank who won't die, and then they end up getting slapped. They have Sound Barrier released for Regime this next fight. A duplicate up here for Drunk. But it's an orbital raid they're going to have to play into, as well as Lethal, who's honestly struggled against this dive comp a little bit more. I think the comp's actually pretty okay against the Sojourn, so to speak. But what about the backline?
I was gonna say, what kind of fight do you even get off, right? You have an orbital right here for UV. It's actually kind of split Shikigami a little bit. It'll be a dupe here, potentially, for Drunk, as it'll be a dupe on the Juno, but immediately takes a shot from Lethal.
Yeah, Drunk will be knocked out of that dupe form, and, well, everybody gets a bit of spike guard action, I guess, inside the clock tower. And that'll be that. Admiral holds onto the sound barrier, knows that there can be a game ender, and he'd be right. Nightmare here take their second map. Again, pretty convincing, albeit just short of a full cap.
Yeah, Shikigami, they gained a little bit of meters at the end, I believe. They gained like 15 or so on top of their original, I think, 50, right? So they do gain some decent progress, but obviously not close to where Nightmare gained. Nightmare looked strong yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were solid. Things started to fall apart a little bit when, at some point we saw a decent comp put together by Shikigami. Like, I thought that the Echo Tracer with the dive tank was fine. Initially, it was, I think, in response to the attempt of playing the poke comp, right? We saw the Sigma set up here. But even after the Hazard switch, it did feel like Lethal still didn't have a whole lot of room to work with. Kuffa wasn't always able to be relevant. But I would say that having your opponents use Kitsune Rush and 3 players and trying to use the rush only to kill Kuffa and not being able to do that probably meant that he was relevant at that point in the game. So definitely grew into the Hazard shoes, so to speak, and was really
I mean, dude,
for Shiki
the damage reduction on Spike Guard is kind of crazy, right? Obviously, it kind of like only works like in the front side,
like
right? When taking some damage.
Right?
Yeah, it's a significant amount of damage reduction, especially when you're getting like healed from like a player or two, right? So even if you're dedicating resources to be able to kind of take out the Hazard, it's still not a sure thing. I mean, this just highlights a Kuffa just solo spawn killing for a bit. As Danny on the Tracer here. I thought this comp towards the end was probably the best look here for Shikigami, right?
I think so. I think like Graveyard Regime on this backline duo look quite good, but there are like a couple of fights where, you can look at the tape and say, man, like this just they're not getting the value here. Like a Sound Barrier comes into a fight, they lose that fight, right? We see it earlier on, where like Regime goes quite low, gets Suzu'd. They're fighting towards, Nightmare's bridge side of the map, so they beat. And they don't have the opportunity to make use of it. They were disengaging at the time, so they beat, and then they want to go up a gear, but all of a sudden Nightmare are gone. And like, I've already talked about the Kitsune Rush, I think, at length, but we saw that earlier on. It's really about like being on the same page enough to take advantage, like to take full advantage, to exploit those support ultimates in order to take the upper hand and win these fights convincingly. But unfortunately, things aren't linking up as well as they ought to, I think.
That's the thing. If you're going to use these ultimates, right, be aggressive, move in behind them, do something with them, right? Just kind of using them and sitting in the mid, in the neutral, and just kind of like waiting. Nightmare obviously is not going to just play into your hands, right? They're not just going to kind of like run at you. They're gonna figure out a way to kind of circumvent that. So it'll be a map pick here. Final map pick for Shikigami. It'll be Suravasa, the pick. Potentially we'll see what do they go with in terms of bans. It looks like we do have a sub for Nightmare. It'll be Clear in with Kappa coming out.
Okay. We saw Clear a ton last year on this Nightmare roster, right? He was there in Stockholm as well. I got to chat with him. But we haven't seen much of him yet this year. It's been a lot of Kappa. So Clear might be the option for the Diva and the Malga. Even like, I think I've seen Clear on Queen as well, right? That does give you like a slightly different hero pool than what we've sort of seen from Kaffa. Suravasa pick here from Shikigami is no surprise. It's one of the maps that they are often trying to take us to here. And yeah, Hazard banned from Shikigami. So they might be trying to like force a Malga scenario. And I think Nightmare have actually preempted this. They've also got rid of the Lucio, which I think is very clever.
Yeah, they got rid of the Lucio, right? Which opens up, we saw Nightmare play yesterday. They played like an Ana-based setup here, right? I think they played like on a Juno, and they were able to really kind of cause some problems, especially when other teams play like the Malga into that, where you can play like an Ana with a Kiri for like a cleanse potentially. So I think you're going to see something like that at a Nightmare.
Yeah, quite possibly. A ton of options here still for you to work with. The lack of Lucio speed isn't really the end of the world when you do have Hyper Ring available from Juno. Like, you've got ways of getting that speed.
There's also the speed boost now naturally out of spawn, right?
Yep. Yeah, which lasts long enough to sort of make it less of a trudge across the map. But sometimes, like, even rotating from one flashpoint to the other, it's like nice to have that speed, but definitely not essential at all. Yesterday, yeah, we saw the Lucio ban give us like two very different compositions on this map. I actually think that the Lucio ban on Flashpoint might become a bit more of a common thing, at least in this region here. We're seeing it every now and then, but it's definitely, I think some teams might be of the opinion that it's a crutch to some on a map that really requires like decent planning ahead and rotations. So we'll see if that ends up coming through.
According to Lethal,
this weekend.
The ball is a little bit of a crutch comp, right? I know playing the ball is something that what do you say? It was like basically like teams that are not as coordinated and can't figure out some of the other stuff. Basically, teams that really enjoy solo play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that in just a sec. Obviously, these are your drops as well. January 24th through February 23rd, folks. Make sure you hang out with us for a while. 12 hours gets you all this stuff, by the way. And over the course of that entire month, I reckon we can get you there, especially if we just keep.
I mean, you want all the stuff. There's no point to get half the stuff, right?
No,
I mean,
because the good stuff, the really good stuff, especially over towards the end here as well. The drops as well, Faceit point drops, we're giving them out in chat. This is what you need to do in order to be eligible for them. I've seen a lot of people like, bro, I've been in here all day, I haven't got my Faceit drops. Well, just make sure you've done these, and then you can complain, right? So hang out with us on OWCS, but make sure you sign up and link your Faceit account. Lethal said that the Wrecking Ball was a crutch for teams that didn't have good communication lines between their front and back lines.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? The ball can be pretty self-sufficient, right? Doesn't really need a ton to work with to make it pretty effective, right? We see a lot of Wrecking Balls play off of the health packs, play off of adaptive shields, so definitely don't exactly need loads of support from the back line. So we'll see now. Clear coming in if there's any different types of changes in terms of tank, but right now looking to be a Ramatra head to hit.
Okay, Juno Brig for both sides, very similar looks, but I do think that the Farah is a nice touch here for Zera. The Symmetra again, I mean, it's definitely Shikigami disadvantaged in this matchup compositionally.
They have to have a read of obviously, and maybe there's some scrimmages that go on, or just kind of whether it be Bonds is Danny takes some rocket shots. I mean, that is just you're not going to be able to live through this.
I don't know if you should be letting this happen.
There is no response for the Farah that's going to be there for Shikigami, right? They're going to play with this sim in the mix, and you're going to be able to just take huge advantage.
No, it feels like Zera is like the hyper-evolved, advanced alien species arriving like on the planet. And, you know, the poor Symmetra comp is like just the animals that have just crawled out of the primordial goop, you know what I mean? Like they're just you know, studied
totally.
by Nightmare. Yeah.
All right, so Shikigami, they're playing the ball comp, right? Ball in the mix now. This is where Lethal can become like even more impactful for Nightmare, right? Constantly hacking this ball, make it really difficult for Solo to like make it over towards those health packs.
I like this. I mean, we sort of saw this against Nightmare at times. I think it's less simple. And I like that Shikigami sort of feel like this is the kind of comp that they can put in front of Nightmare and say, okay, now deal with this. Nightmare do have Sombra, they do have Break, right? So you have some options. And again, if they can outmatch Solo's impact on the fight, you know, or with Clear or you know, someone else, I think that's fine. They also, Nightmare control the point right now. So they do, in a sense, like have the luxury of being able to react to this stuff. Shikigami don't have any time to flip it back.
You see how Nightmare plays this though, right? Once they get Solo weak and, you know, he's not on the objective causing any chaos, what happens? It's Nightmare actually just using a little bit of the speed ring and moving on in, taking out a backliner, taking out Danny, right? You know, while the ball is recovering, taking advantage of those moments.
Oh, look at this dive. Look, Graveyard's really vulnerable here. For some reason, though, yeah, Clear just opts to head back towards the point. Zera has done a very good job getting his heads swiveling in the farthest direction. And the Sojourn, like, tweak is good, right? Shikigami have a comp that definitely seems like it's more apt at dealing with what Nightmare have, but it's not a given. A lot of it comes down to execution, and if they keep punishing Graveyard, who's often on their own, then Shikigami will never be in position to mount a comeback.
But playing on Juno, there's no real protection for like the backline, right? And Danny, so if you don't land like a sleep or like even a bio, right, you're in a lot of trouble because you're going to get collapsed upon by the Ramatra, the Pharah, and the Sombra.
EMP active here.
Yeah.
Pretty rough for Drunk, who will be caught out in the open with no hope of getting home. Mano for Regine. Lethal says, okay, we'll take those. Regine will live and we'll have this orbital ray. And I agree with this for Shikigami. You need to give yourself the best chance of winning. And if that means committing a nano in this fashion, fine. There's not really a better candidate for it anyway, or not that much better. However, Regine will still fall. They do get an orbital ray away, though, and it seems to have bought enough time for Shikigami to mount some sort of resistance. But again, the result is the same.
That was pretty sick though from Admiral. I don't know if you saw it. He ends up popping the rally, turns the corner, and actually gets a stun onto the Juno regime at the time, and just whip shots him back, just like insta kills him. So high value kill there from Admiral, as it'll be a tracer now here for Zero. So moving away from the Pharah, maybe he doesn't feel it's as impactful on this point.
Kiriko. Okay, I was going to say, that's not a comp I am used to seeing at all. Never mind. Regime's still on the Juno for the time being. Solo, what are we looking for? Minefield play. Okay, Pile Driver comes in and... What? No one's really inside the minefield, unfortunately. There's a shield bash away for Admiral. Claire comes in with the Annihilation now, is trying to keep this one going, and will be able to do so by stopping by Solo and topping up a little bit. Feels like a gas station. That's a pretty high look. I mean, you want to talk about making space? That is exactly what Ramatra has just done here. However, that minefield eventually becomes relevant. Yeah. Solo's able to come through on a second pass and knock two players from Nightmare into it. So nicely done.
99% though for Nightmare, right? So you're going to be able to come back in, engage around this EMP from Lethal, and you think that's enough to be able to win it. But they got to make sure they collect Graveyard inside of that EMP, right? Getting very close to the rally. That could throw just a big wrench in Nightmare's plans coming into the fight.
There is the switch up after Solo had a bit of a hero moment there. Still feels like the idea is to make it harder for Clear to make that space. You saw what he did. He basically part of the Dead Sea when he walked in with that Annihilation. Here he comes, and it's going to be knocked away. Now they've got to save Clear. There's going to be a follow-up to this EMP. I think that's significant. Yeah, Ultraviolet swings that corner, and there are torpedoes at the ready.
And that's the rally used there as well, right? They try and rally. They actually get the rally out, and they're trying to save Solo, but it does not matter. Drunk does connect with two, so making it quite interesting.
Yeah, but I think Lethal bringing him down, just taking that kill in response. There's nothing left here for Shikigami on this flashpoint. So a couple of different looks for them. I'm enjoying seeing a few different comps here from Shiki. They try the ball. It only gets them so far. In fact, they're probably going to get some value once they decided they were going to switch off of it, honestly. But now this Orisa comp might be their last gasp on this map.
Yeah, well, earlier on in the series, they went to the Orisa, and it kind of negated some of the stuff that Lethal was trying to do on the Sombra. So maybe this is also, you can get this Sombra to switch off, as the EMPs have really been crucial in these fights for Nightmare, right? They've been winning a lot of them behind that, you know, huge ultimate from Lethal.
All right, we're gonna have Juno Rays ready for this fight. Not a moment too soon there. Solo is feeling the pressure. Ultraviolet holds his for the later deployment. Drunk out of the way, doesn't really fancy trying to take on Zera, but Admiral falls despite theoretically being inside that orbit array. Not able to make use of the healing, at least enough. Decent damage here on Danny Regime. Look at those health bars up the top. They are, yep, struggling. Ultraviolet can chase those kills, and they do. They all end up giving themselves up, but to trade of backlines entirely now with Admiral returning to the fray soon, you'd think. Shiki, you've taken the point to start with now. Clear just shrugs off the javelin spin and puts Solo in a rough spot. Yeah, that Annihilation just cleans him up, and a little bit early on that one, Faceit.
Yeah, you had Solo and Drunk there, right? You were able to just kind of keep those two players alive by the point, but it's the Annihilation forces Drunk away, and then Solo on his own. You get a overclock as well there from Zero, so I just end up getting those kills, just clearing out the point. So even with Shikigami getting control of it there at the start, it's not going to amount to much.
Rally, and that's not where you want to be if you're Graveyard. Good sleep, but there were just too many of these Nightmare players swarming over them. Tough stuff here for Shiki. They get a flip back, but they are definitely short-handed. Drunk's to do work, at least get a pulse on towards Zera now, but yeah, still 4 players for Nightmare to be going on with. And without Solo to work with, they didn't feel, I guess, they had an opportunity to get a Terror Surge off there. It was just a quick flip to delay, Nightmare finishing the map.
The flips, those just seem pretty poor, right? In the sense that you're just kind of like running to the point, right? If you're Shikigami, like there's not really a, it seems like a strategy in terms of like getting the point and then playing off of it from there. It seems like they just kind of have, a player make it by, and then that player is going to contest. It's going to be an EMP, just everybody. I mean, those are the two players you wanted to, try and keep live, right? I mean, 90% you lose both supports.
It's perfect.
It's tough stuff.
It's been a tough map for Graveyard in general. Now on the Ana just doesn't have the flexibility to link up with the rest of the team when there has to be a quick pivot or a quick rotate out. Nicely done here by Nightmare. They will close up the entire series with a win here on Suravasa.
And nothing you can really even complain about from Nightmare's perspective, right? We saw a lot of different comps. We saw Clear come into the game. Everybody playing at a high level. Shikigami, look, they tried everything they could, right? Changing up the comps left and right, just could not get anything going.
Yeah, I was not ready to be back. Just spilled my coffee.
Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, no, it's a shame. I have a really big mouse pad. It's very absorbent. So all is well. All is well in Nightmare's world as well. Not a map has been dropped. They continue the dominant streak. And Shikigami, obviously, this was not their match to win.
9 maps. That's all I'm going to say. I do think that we have a day here, and these aren't going to happen, I think, all the time, but we just have top 4 going against the bottom 4, right? It does need to happen at some point. These are the opportunities where we really get to see, I think, the best of Shikigami, and frankly, it wasn't enough to win, but I did like some of the switch-ups we saw on comps. I thought that they did not use hero bans effectively, or they were not able to get value out of hero bans against this Nightmare team, and that doesn't have to be their fault, but you want to do everything you can to give yourself the edge, and it's really hard to see, how they gained equity from that phase of the match.
I also think with how the top, of NA is sorting itself out, with a 3-0 here from Nightmare, the other teams need this to be a 9 map day, right? You need to keep pace in terms of like that map differential, right? Dropping a map here or there to like, an Amplify, Shikigami, Rad, right? Like, could definitely be impactful in terms of seeding come playoff time.
Yep.
I like this look though. I like the Echo Tracer kind of dive from them. I think that looked strong. I like them on a fast pace composition like that. I think those divey fast pace comps have definitely been their strong suit.
Like Mitch said though, I don't think the bans were ever like really impactful for Shikigami. No. It seemed like that Nightmare was able to just kind of move on to something else and play that with ease. I also think a part of that is like UV is so good at so many of the different supports. Like this backline for Nightmare is actually really
I mean, what would you even ban?
Okay, so
how do you actually feel that you can
half of the point with the picks and bans is not only to like try and counter stuff you don't want to deal with on the opposing team,
It's just
but set
saving
yourself
stuff,
up.
yeah.
Set yourself up for your best comp to be the best comp on that map. That's what you want to do, right? Like you want like your comp to be like the objectively the meta comp on that map, considering what the bans are. I don't know if Shiki were ever able to get into that position. They were constantly switching up their comp to try and counter, but they at no point did Nightmare go, we're going to answer your comp and try and find a way to stop it. It was just like, we're just going to do what we want. You know, I think that like I think a lot of it comes down to the executions of like the right setups, but there's like, it's a Lucio-less map, right? How do you turn that problem into something that benefits you? How do you turn that weakness into a strength, right? Because that means then, of course, the best comp is not going to include Lucio. So maybe it is like a less mobile comp with high healing that's more brawl oriented, that has a backline that has still the flexibility to avoid dive. I don't know. There's probably a few more layers to it, but that's something I think to think about. That's how you get a little edge against these top teams, and it's accumulation of those edges over the course of the series that gets you the maps that keep you out of relegation, or God forbid, give you a series win somewhere along the line.
It's just so frustrating because, quite frankly, like, this is week 3, and each and every single week we've seen a different kind of meta. So how do you prepare for those specific bans, for those specific maps, when you don't even really know what is being played? Like, it's hard to have a real idea of that.
I mean, I think there's enough footage with some of these teams. We could talk a little bit about this with our player of the match, Zero, who had a really good game. Whether it be like, I know Genji really specifically looks really strong at times. I think you're seeing the meta change like weekly, right? Because like, okay, this week we've seen actually a ton of like Ramatra, a ton of Maga, like not as much ball with like a lot of the teams, right? So like, maybe there's a way that you can now like going into next week, right? Next week with perks is going to be a little bit wild, but like, how do you use some of the bans maybe to get some of the Maga and Ramatra out of the way, right? How do the perks impact the bans, right? Like, is there a
but the turnaround is not that long.
Heroes that work really well with each other.
The turnaround is only so. Yeah.
You get a coach to coach you for free. Like,
yeah.
You get a coach.
Get a coach. That's.
I mean, I'm sure they have one, right? But like,
way.
Yeah, you have to put the work in out of game, and I think it takes a lot of work, and it's about to take a lot of work now with the changes coming to the game. But that's what I would say, just a support system that allows you to gain those out of game edges.
Yeah, because the turnaround is what, 4 or 5 days, and you only can fit so many scrims. Some of these players are not doing this full time either. Some of them are still studying, or doing different kind of work, or just. Yeah.
If you're not full time, you're still studying, then maybe like you have to temper your expectations, right? And maybe you're not going to be as good as the full time teams.
When there's like huge major updates, like some of the best ways, I believe, like even for teams to figure out things is like, you play a ton of ranked, right? Like if you're going to play like scrims, right? The things that you're going to see are just, a very narrow kind of subset of what could be seen, where like, playing ranked, you're going to see all different, especially at the rank that the level of players play at, you're going to see all different types of like combinations and all different types of things that you're going to be able to, maybe pinpoint some things that we would have never have seen otherwise, right? That like, there's a duo who finds something absolutely absurd and just kind of like abuses it, right? And
that's
like,
how it happens.
You're going to be
that's
able
why
to,
the Torb sim thing was is in the game.
Yeah, so like that,
Exactly.
you can look at it as like, okay, we're going to scrim super hard when the perks come out, but you could also look at it as like, okay, let's all take like a day and a breather, play a ton, and then see what happens.
You know what? Let's chat to Nightmare's coach about their approach to perks and all things around it. We have Weeds joining us for a quick chat. Actually, never mind. I'm lying.
Hello, I'm Weeds.
Full of lies.
How are you doing today?
But I would love to chat to Weeds. I just generally feel like coach interviews, there's so much more to chat about currently with them, since before that, I mean, they barely ever gave us answers.
He was going to do the interview, but then remembered that Perks comes out next week, so he's stuck.
He was like, actually, I don't have time for this.
I need to utilize every
which is so
second
fair.
I have from here till then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well.
Well, maybe we get to chat with Weeds another time. But for now, it's just going to be the 3 of us. So.
Cool. I mean, we were on a roll.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're on a roll. I don't need other friends. I have the 2 of you to look at standings and all the good stuff. So let's
You said that
do
with a lot
that
of
for quick
enthusiasm.
seconds. I mean it. I genuinely mean it. I am also very tired, and I just spilled my coffee, so I'm miffed. And I don't get to talk to Weeds, so day ruined. But maybe tomorrow will be better. And standings I also am not getting. So like, I don't know what to do.
You want
anymore.
standings?
I wanted standings.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Oh really? I mean, we can.
Can
I'm
you
sure
can
we
you sort me out? Can you sort me out?
No, we can't do that either. No, sorry.
No, okay, never
Well,
mind.
I can do this.
How
Andy.
about?
So, time
Okay, one last.
SSG is right underneath them. Underneath them
You know what?
is Nightmare, and then
You nailed it.
Liquid's in fourth.
Okay, something I
Right now
do.
we're 13 and 5, right?
Perfect.
13 and 5 is the map differential to beat.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yep, that's exactly what you said. And I'm gonna say that Team Liquid and Amplifier are coming up next after a short break, or maybe no break. We'll find out in just a second.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Match 1 in NA was a quick affair. Let's see what our second series got in store for us today. I saw what you did with your face there, Mitch.
What do you mean?
There was a tiny twitching. Yeah, I saw that.
It's just my face, Sally. That's crazy. What's wrong? What did I do wrong?
Yeah, it's your face. That's what you've done wrong. I mean, it's just... Oh, a little Rizzler
Face.
action? Okay.
Okay, I googled what that means, Matt.
You
I'm
walked into
informed
that.
now. Perfect.
You walked
Yeah, I really did. Anyway, let's bring in someone I actually want to hear from for just a hot minute, and that is our guest for this next match. Please help me welcome Amplify's content creator and co-streamer Jeff, also known as Bullskunk. Before I ask you anything else, I need the lore on the nickname. Is it the Bulls? Is it the Skunks? How did that come together? How did they meet?
I mean, you know, they came together and it was just me. Like it was happened way off in an Enchanted Forest somewhere. I don't know the tale myself. I just know the name reached me somehow, and I embraced it, and we moved forward with it.
Sometimes it do be like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's there's not much more to it. I thought it was a good name, to be honest. I mean, honestly, I just thought it was a cool name.
It is.
I know I'm a fan of it, but obviously you're a content creator with Amplifier, but you do a fair bit of casting yourself as well. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, and I guess what the totality of your Overwatch presence looks like?
Yeah, I started casting Overwatch in 2019, doing a lot of grassroots stuff, did a lot of open division and contenders trials, and I mean, just kind of fell in love with that path to pro scene. I've spent the past year focusing on co-streaming, with a big focus on Faceit League in particular. So again, just trying to bring that the path to pro action out there and make sure we keep eyes on the up and coming talent here in Overwatch.
Yeah, and we know obviously Amplify here in the OWCS, but tell us a little bit about like their story on making it to the OWCS, how this team kind of came together and their rise up through the ranks.
I mean, it's quite the story. It's quite the story. So, I mean, we're participating in Faceit League. The org itself has been around since like 2017. And we're casting back in the old Contenders Trials days, you know, through those 19s and 20s and some of those times, and then kind of had a resurgence here recently and was playing in Faceit League, was going through Expert, was doing fairly well, wasn't really blowing the doors off of the division or anything. And then suddenly there at the end of 2024 in that season 3 playoffs, something just came together. The running joke was while everybody was in Stockholm, Amplify just was grinding the Maga meta 24/7. That was the running gag. So everybody came back and they were just top tier at it. And we even saw there's an off-season tournament where they took a 3-0 over Avidity in December. The Avidity that took a 3-0 over Rad. I mean, Amp 3-0'd them, you know, just 2 months ago. And then we get the OWCS quals. And I mean, talk about the huge underdog story where they get that big map 5 win over Supernova, and that solidified their place here. And they became the first team that jumped. You know that awesome pyramid we have that's been introduced in 25, where we have, you got Faceit League Expert, and you get that orange bracket that's Master you move up to, and we got OWCS here at the tippity top. They jumped that orange box all together and skipped right from Expert Division right into OWCS. I mean, and it's just like, I've been watching you guys from day one. I'm a huge fan, and it's a real joy to be on this desk with y'all. And as much as it means to me, it means 10 times more for those players to be participating here at this top level. And I mean, it's just so cool. It's just a cool story. I mean, a true grassroots friends got together, said, let's go do this thing. And now they're playing the best in the region. I mean, it's just one of the coolest stories I think we've in the history of Overwatch personally. But
I love that, and I so love your passion for this as well. The grassroots scene, tier 2 scene, tier 3 scene, all the scenes basically. Jeff, do you have a favorite player? Is there anyone you're particularly excited who made it into OWCS this season?
Oh, I mean, there's a few. I mean, absolute favorite player I'm really excited to see playing. Honestly, I mean, I'm gonna be genuine with y'all, is Kuffa. Like, I mean, you saw the message yesterday. Like, Kuffa's the most wholesome individual. I'm so happy to see Kuffa perform at the top tier level. I mean, back to Amplify. I mean, that whole squad is exciting to see. Winner has been popping off on such a high level. I mean, really, I know the rest of the series didn't go their way yesterday, but kind of took it to Chopper there in map 1. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So.
They did that before too. Phone and Winner were popping off and clicking heads. So yeah, it's so great. It's so great to see the journey of all these players and now battling it out with the best Overwatch players in the world, right? Now, you as a co-streamer, Jeff, I know you have the opportunity to take it all in, right? Not just the gameplay, but every single detail of what's on your stream. Therefore, I expect you to do really well in a game of, what did we call it? Overwatch map guesser, GeoWatch, something trademarked name. You know where we're going. Basically, we're going to show you a sneak peek of a part of a map, and you have to tell us what map we're at.
Okay, cool.
Sounds easy. I think we're all playing together in this one. For once, do not have the results. So.
It's not competitive. It's co-op. Is what you're saying.
This is co-op. I hate it, but here we are. Let's take a look at our first map preview. Oh, okay.
Is that Lijiang?
That was my thinking too.
No.
Yo.
Is it? Where?
Yeah, you bet.
Jeez, I mean, he's been the last 2 days. He's been on a.
When would you ever even be there? What?
As Lucio, maybe. Yeah. I don't know if he can get up there, but yeah, maybe. Is that Route?
Yeah, that's the last point of Route 66.
Yeah. Yes, it's the last point of Route 66. Absolutely.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Good job, gang.
I've been hiding behind those. Been there before.
As an honor player, I hide behind that
sure.
all the time.
I juke around those frequently. All right, next one.
Know that point of view well.
Right?
All right, next.
What do you play, Jeff? What are you? You strike me as a tank player. This is Eichenwalde for sure.
Definitely Eichenwalde. The green and white little arrows give that one away.
Easy. Guys.
Yeah, I'm mostly a tank player, but when it comes to support, Ana is my #1 pick, so I feel you there. If I'm going to play support, I'll play a lot of Ana.
Ana main's base. Right.
What's that Lucio fighting there solo on the point?
Yeah, I noticed that. That's where Avast ended up after his Boston contract. Is this Throne of Anubis?
My guess would be Dorado.
I was gonna say Dorado as well. No, okay.
Blizzard. No, that's not Blizzard World. This is
Runasabi.
Are we just going through every single point of the game?
It's roughly red hued, which indicates Brim's of Iron Oxide. So I'm thinking Junkertown.
Okay, Jeff gets the last guess before reveal.
Oh.
Throw one in there.
Yes, but
we've already lost this one.
Really. I'm gonna throw out Ilios.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
Hot take.
All right, this one got us pretty good.
This one's solid. Oh, come on,
bro. Suravasa.
Just shove that camera in a corner.
Yeah, no one in the history of Overwatch has ever seen that
actually,
corner.
Matt should be good at this because these are the spots that he barrages.
Yeah,
I think of it.
Yeah, he should be familiar with every single little stone.
Yeah.
And pavement.
I see
All
the
right,
future.
This is the last one. Narnia.
Is that the door out of gold?
Narnia.
Is that how I get out of metal ranks?
Yep, that's the holy one.
This.
Is this Esperanca?
Is it actually? How? That was good.
Dude,
I'm actually impressed. What gave it away, Mitch? What was it? The doorknob?
Ben in his ear. Ben in his ear.
I died of somebody here all the time. No one's in my ear. Oh, Matt, you gotta take it. You've got to take a legitimate L at some point in your life, Matt. Come on.
Zoe.
Let today be that day.
Gang up with me on it.
We're on the same.
No, you're on your own, Matt. You're on your own. Yeah, you're on your own, Matt. Jeff will also not be on your side, so I just made that executive decision for you, Jeff. I hope you don't mind.
I'm not going to argue with Zoe. Yeah.
See, can't possibly. We're basically twinsies, so we're both rocking our gray streaks. So we're like,
you bet.
We're related.
Exactly.
You don't? Yeah, right. Gotta represent old people and Mitch on the desk. That was nice.
I'm not old. That's great. You guys are.
No, you're a baby. You're like an infant in comparison.
Guys, you are welcome once again for carrying you kicking and screaming through yet another game of memory and cognition. No worries.
Yeah, I agree. No.
Mitch did phenomenal. Jeff really. You're right. I tell my grandkids about your performance here, Mitch. Thank you so much. Jeff, before we let you go as our feature co-streamer for today, we of course will be rating your channel at the end of the show. Where can people find you in the meantime, and what kind of content can they expect from you on your socials and on your Twitch?
Yes, twitch.tv/bullskunk. I'm streaming Faceit League 4 to 5 days a week. I do 8 to 10 matches a week. That is my primary focus. All of those VODs end up on my YouTube as well. So YouTube at Bullskunk as well. So also get some OWCS co-streaming here on the weekends. And yeah, there you go.
That's right. Gotta support the
fellow
passionate. Of course. It's been absolute pleasure to have you on. I hope that's not the last time. We're gonna pick your brain again in the near future, and you get a rerun on guessing all the map locations together with us.
I want a rematch. I think I can do better than that. I think I can do better than that. Can I get a quick shout out?
Back to the drawing board. Study. Of course you can. Go ahead.
I want to give a shout out to Ocean. Ocean, best manager in EMEA. Without his advice, I wouldn't be here on this desk with y'all today. So I had to give a special shout out to. There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank y'all so much for having me.
Of course, you are most welcome. Jeff will be rated at the end of the day. For now, we're heading into our next game. Mitch, Matt, walk us through this one.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping into this game. Remember, I did say 9 maps of Overwatch today, but Amplify always seem to get their one. So that's one to bear in mind. Let's quickly stop over these picks here because we have a Wrecking Ball ban for Lijiang Tower. I guess it is TL, so they will play it wherever they can, but I mean, I don't know if you get Control Center, I don't know if it's really ballable. So it's interesting that Amplify don't save this ban for a later map.
And we see a Sojourn ban on the other side, right? So just huge respects to Winter and her game from Amplify, right? As Jeff was mentioning, Winter's been popping off on the Sojourn. Definitely a hero that you want to get out of her hands if you are Team Liquid. But yeah, getting rid of the ball here early, right? There's a bunch of points that aren't exactly awesome for the ball here. Also allows Team Liquid to bring it in later in the series.
I also think that Tree is loving playing Torb so much that they have banned Sojourn. But again, trying to shut Winter down, who's been devastating on that hero. And if this forces Amplify into like a Tracer against the Torb, it's a little annoying for Winter. Not impossible, mind you. Phone also on the Echo here, which honestly, I'm down with this. I do think this is a pretty decent setup against what Team Liquid have. It's going to be an Orisa-based comp up against the Malga here. So can Gap hang in the neutral against the one and only Infected?
They're going to put a ton of pressure on the Gap as well. I mean, every time he's been, we've watched, right, just getting chunked down. So like you were just about to say, you're going to have to keep him alive somehow.
Right, it's been tough. Gap definitely getting chunked down before they can really get towards the point. Liquid staying grouped up. Bear in mind, you've got Lucio Kiriko here, so these cardiac overdrives need to be good from Gap and Co for that extra healing to maybe make up for the throughput of, someone other than Kiriko. Knife goes down early, so Winter, she's already starting to go to work on Team Liquid now, and Amplify don't mind these longer fights where Phone and Winter have time to go through multiple cooldown rotations and blow multiple heroes up. This is nicely done. Amplify getting in control after only, 25%? Take those.
Absolutely. Very good there for Amplify, right? They give up a little bit of percentage early on, but that's really, they're just getting pressured out. Like Infected just kind of running down Gap, forces them all the way back to their Mega Health Pack. And then once they get all healed up and pretty safe, they kind of run on in. It's going to be a TP straight across. So Knife and Co want to fight on the point right away.
Sim turrets are set up, they need to be cleared, but Amplify push back now with the Kitsune Rush, and Liquid have to respect it. Knife is so very out of there. Did not want to be involved in that engagement. And Liquid are building up towards some of these ultimates here. They're going to have a full stack of them. Can they ration them effectively now? Cage Fight seems a scary prospect up against the Molten Core. Pulse Bomb there for Winner. Looks like a bit of damage on Tree, enough that she's able to finish them off pretty easily. And Liquid are committing here with 4 players. They're really banking on Knife's damage output and Infected being a true threat. They get the disengage from Amplify, but this is far from a fight win.
But for Team Liquid, right, you're going to be able to play behind this Orbital Ray plus Terror Surge potentially. As that Gap gets extremely low, they're going to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, that Orbital is pretty nice. Gap is taking a little while to get towards that first cage fight. Tree opts to, expend the ultimate earlier on and is almost halfway to their next one here. So Gap might have an opportunity to have an unpunishable cage fight here, but yeah, Team Liquid lean pretty heavily in with those support ultimates.
Well, if you don't get the Sim straight away, right, and Team Liquid is able to play directly from the point, the Sim is just going to tunk down the Malga. There's not going to be a ton of opportunity for the Malga to pump out tons of damage. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's still taking a little bit. I mean, Solo Zen's going to be on his second Kitsune Rush, right?
Still, I mean, that's fine. Kitsune Rush and cage fight seems pretty good. So in comes Gap. Thinking about a cage fight here, just need to clear some of this periphery. Knife on the Symmetra. Likely on ping still, I would say. But we're not really in playoffs time yet, so in fact, they're going to back up a little bit now. Give this ground as the Kitsune Rush will be fully disengaged from. The dojo is the safe place here for the team that wants to get out of the fight. So now Liquid will give up the point and look to flip it back.
You're also getting close for Tree having this Molten Core, right? You're going to be able to use that inside of the cage, and that's going to be the cage fight used there. Infect is going to use the Terror Surge, just bringing players in.
The cage fight ended up being quite good, I've got to say. Knife ends up falling here. Tree's held the Molten Core. And Liquid failed to take the point back. So Amplify get themselves a good 20-odd% and counting. Liquid had to wait for reinforcements. This now gives an opportunity for Winter and for Phone to start to chomp at the periphery here, to drag players out of position and get some pickoffs. Molten Core on the point, though. It's got to be quick play here for Amplify to react.
Yeah, beat available here for both teams as well as the Winter goes in. Oh, the Pulse Bomb connects on a Knight. That's pretty big.
Yeah, Winter, I mean, not respecting just how much damage they take from the Molten Core there. I think you don't want that to be a trade, man. That's really not worth it when you're spending a Pulse Bomb for it. The gap there, not much they can do. Knocked away by the Javelin spin. And that'll be Team Liquid locking up a pretty, I'd say, lively first round here on Lijiang.
Pretty back and forth. I mean, this is a lot like we see from Amplify just in general, right? Some teams do not have a win, but there's a difference between like not having a win and then not being competitive, where they're like really in a lot of these games, right? Back and forth round here on control off the rip. So we'll see if Amplify decides to make any changes here coming into this next one. Then also to just kind of in terms of standings, right, and where teams stand. If Amplify loses this, that locks them in to relegation, which is not what you want to be locking up, right? You want to be locking those playoff spots, but this would lock them into the relegation stage if you lose this one here.
Yeah, falling to 0-6 is something that you cannot come back from. So, second round here, bearing in mind, Malga and Sojourn are banned. Phone this time is off the Echo and now over towards the Tourbillon. Winter on the Genji. Against Liquid's, of course, a standard comp. They just think the Orisa is a reasonable plug-and-play replacement for the Bull here. Fair enough. And we're going to be running it back once more. This time it's on the night market.
And we haven't seen Team Liquid play a lot of the Malga, right? Like Amplify comes out and runs that Malga in round 1, but it seems like Infected much rather would run like the Orisa or the Ball or things like along those lines, right? The Ball ban here in map number 1. Trying to push into this sim is going to be really tough. I mean, you see just kind of Gap walking in towards those turrets, and then Knife can actually get charged up from like a safe spot, and everybody falls here for Amplify.
So without Malga and without the extra healing that Cardiac Overdrive gives you, you cannot afford to just drag out the neutral against Liquid in the Mirror Comp. They have a Torb, and they also have the Juno healing here. So I like the Amplify making a switch up, going for a Pharah, something that's harder to answer for Liquid, and definitely can get a ton of value on a very opened up map.
Is the answer for Liquid though to just be like more aggressive, right? Don't let the Pharah. I mean, you can play point, right? And look, I mean, they're not giving Phone a ton to work with, right? As she's just kind of flying above, but you could also just kind of play, quite aggressive, right? Like, hey, wait out some of that Pharah damage and then kind of push on in. You also have Tree with the off angle on, whether it be, the turret or Torb himself.
And RuPaul will fight the Pharah. If they have to, they will. RuPaul could have gone for a win there, but instead there are more important things to attend to. It's the team fight that is looming this occasion. Gap is in danger here. Yeah, the knockoff there was very possible. They probably realized the fight is over, so more than happy to allow that to occur. Liquid hold on to what would be their sound barrier coming forward. It's a fight they win really with only the use of the orbital ray.
I think the worst thing here for Amplify is it's taking so long for these fights to develop, right? Like, that's our second fight in, and we're basically at last fight territory now because it's taking so long for some of these to develop. You have to get value out of both of these support ults, even and solos, and it's going to be the Kitsune rush. Kick things off. You imagine Team Liquid just kind of kites this. Ooh, this sim wall is also pretty nice.
It's super good to dance this wall, actually. Even if someone is like trying to dive on Knife, there's kind of nothing they can do about it. A lot of spinning, a lot of pop and circumstance, but Infected is the one who pulls the trigger first and is rewarded. Winter and Ewan both caught up inside that Terror Surge, and it is clean as a whistle here for Liquid. They'll take the map on Lijiang.
Yeah, Orisa-based compositions there for both teams in the second round. The first round, it was Malga used by Amplify. I think they looked better on the Malga. I also think Team Liquid just doesn't really want to play the Malga, it seems like, at least from what we've seen so far. So maybe there's a way that you can actually force some of the Malga, right? Do you ban the Orisa, right? Is that something you do?
What do you think happens?
You've already used your ball ban though, right? They're going to play ball. I mean, that's just going to happen. So, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bad news here for Amplify, I suppose, is they look pretty competitive when they have this Malga comp. I think like a lot, again, once again, it is Winter and Phone that are putting in a really massive effort on the support, the DPS side of things rather, that allow them to get a decent step in this first round. Again, like this cage fight ends up being unopposed by a Molten Core, more owing to the fact that Gap took a little while to build it. Here, like Winter, I see the urgency of trying to go for that pulse bomb, but I think giving your life up for that, you're probably looking at it and go, that's not worth it for me. This double Terror Surge here is really important. Infected pops his, but it's more that there are still 2 Amplify players caught inside of that. Maybe they're trying to boot people off, but they maybe don't respect the fact that can insta-kill them. And, from Gap's perspective, there's actually only the enemy Orisa inside that radius at the time.
It's also quite fascinating looking at some of these stats. Like, not a lot of just deaths overall, right? I mean, even 23 in like a losing effort isn't like a crazy amount.
That's because there weren't many.
There weren't many fights
and lead changes. Yeah, that's the sad reality of it. But yeah, I'm concerned now. Like, you're dealing with Wrecking Ball potentially for every single map. Your options now as Amplify are to pick maps where Wrecking Ball is not playable, but we have seen teams like try and pick Icon Volder against Liquid to avoid playing the ball, and we get ball on Icon Volder. I would say that if I don't think Shambali Monastery is in the pool, it's not. But if they could pick that, they would, and Infected might still play ball there. Like, I just don't think he cares.
No, they're gonna play ball wherever they can. It also doesn't really seem that you can kind of target ban the ball. I mean, we've seen them run it on Dorado. Havana would be like one where you're like, you can play it. It's a little bit odd, but like, and we've seen actually Amplify pick Havana. We've seen them actually kind of trend over towards like Suravasa, Havana, and Esperanca, right? Those have been kind of like their maps. So maybe it's one of those 3.
I'm almost certain that they'll play ball on Havana too.
Oh yeah, no, they will. They will. But I mean, maybe, just with the range and different types of things, it can give them some trouble.
I'm trying to think, did we get Havana?
Yeah, they pick Havana. Yeah, I mean, we've seen them do this a ton, right? So they seem to kind of rotate between Havana, Suravasa, Esperanca, between their map picks when we do see them pick. So on Havana, what do you ban here? Could you ban, like Lucio if you're Amplify? Like, I don't know. I mean, that would be a really
if you
odd
want to play,
but
it depends. You want to play, so we saw this between Teal and SSG, and Teal actually banned Brig on this map.
Yeah.
To sort of like make the anti-dive comps worse. Like, you could like play Winston on some parts of this map, right? Which is a little odd, right? This is a map with like long straightaways generally, where poke comps tend to be good. But if you can't tech into a Brig to punish like a Winston-based dive, then there's less protection for the Ana, for example. That backline's less safe. We could ban Widow.
We do have a sub here.
That.
We do have a sub, so Crazy Cat will actually come in for solo Zen in terms of support, right? So these are the support players typically for this team. So we've actually
had an issue with the support
Yeah.
hero pool, I think, with Amplify yesterday, right? And when Crazy Cat got subbed in, the issue wasn't really fixed. I'm trying to remember.
They played Ana, I believe, on Dorado. We
That's
saw them
right.
come in for.
Yeah.
So if you bring in Crazy Cat and maybe you want to play some Ana, that means like you're gonna go like full on dive. Like, if are you gonna play Ana Brig, right? Then you can get rid of
Lucio Ana?
You can get Lucio. They did play Lucio Ana. Yeah,
they didn't play Brig.
Yeah, they
which was
didn't
like, to
play
me,
the Brig.
It was right. That might not be relevant on a map like Havana, folks. It generally depends. I think that you could also you just like keep throwing tank bans in.
But like the tank bans are almost they want to play ball, like, so you just kind of throw them out the window at this point, right?
But you also, if you want to play Malga and you don't think you did well into the Orisa matchup, you could ban Orisa if you're trying to play Malga here. If you think that like you have better odds against the ball comp. Also, like, I know what's going to get banned. There are a ton of things that could get banned against Amplify. Like, you try and ban Winter's Widow, you try and ban Phone's Sombra, you try and I don't know, like aim some tank bans at them. You ban
Orisa ban there for Amplify, but I also think there's an argument to be made, right, with the Maga comps, that like we've actually seen Ramatra probably have more success than we ever had recently in terms of like playing into that matchup, right? And then for TL, they get rid of the Sombra, right? Phone fantastic on Sombra really strong against Wrecking Ball. I fully expect this to be a Wrecking Ball map.
Yep. Yeah, I think like Amplify might just try and play Malga here and hope that the ball disruption doesn't completely undo them.
But if you're going to bring in Crazy Cat, and like we've seen Crazy Cat play a ton of Ana, right? Just kind of going off historically, like, do you want to play Ana with the Malga? Like,
not really. I mean, you kind of, you often I don't think he would do that at all, really. I'm not sure. I think that Amplify might try and play a poke comp as well, but I don't like playing poke comps against ball. That is pretty scary, especially because it's just too easy to circumvent that front line. Like we've even seen like in the past, Sigma played on this map early on in Havana days. It was Ryan because the shield just let them sort of move up. So there were like those early sort of brawl looks. Ramatra's reasonable here. The middle phase of the map sometimes, provokes a switch. I think that Malga is probably one of our most seen heroes on Havana though.
Yeah, we talked a lot about potentially playing the Malga here. Sigma historically has been pretty good on the corner. 97-3 in terms of the fan prediction.
Bro, that color split is not 97-3, bro. That makes it look
close.
less
it's
bad.
Close enough. It's close enough. Look,
what are you doing? Put the number 3,
What are you doing? You're gonna get your protractor out, start doing the thing here, seeing where the percentages are. Come on, man. That's 97. That looks like 3. Oh, I'm simple. That works.
I'll agree with you on the first point, maybe not the second. Yeah, look, yes, that's fine. The point is, it wouldn't be room to write it.
Mitch is gonna hold his what are those things called? Those compasses that you get in school. You gotta hold a compass up to the screen, start doing over the lines.
Oh, the one that you draw circles with?
Yeah, you can tell I did not pay attention to what was going on.
Yeah.
I knew I needed to bring it to school. I knew I needed to have a pencil in it. I knew I needed to do a circle. That was about it.
Well, I'm glad that you were at least able to draw circles with some assistance, Matt. That's great. Just like how you can read with some assistance. Havana here.
Hey, I got these books now, dude. I'm flying through them.
Yeah, all you need is someone to read them to you.
No, all I gotta do is be forced to read them.
All right, so 3% of you out there with hopes pinned on Amplify, hoping to see them avoid relegation and at least to make this a bit more of a competitive series. We'll see, though, with the Sombra away. That is one disruptive method no longer available to Amplify. Liquid here, predictably, on the ball comp, and they are one of the teams that will involve the Zen. Just such as the space that Wrecking Ball can create for teams that they feel confident enough getting Zen into the mix. And it makes life awful for some of those less mobile frontliners. Amplify might end up walking out on a bona fide poke comp here.
Yeah, the Amplify playing the BAP would be quite interesting, right? BAP, obviously, the immortality field at the start, very strong, but I do feel like even with the immortality field, right, the ball kind of like knocks you around, just causes tons of chaos. So it'll actually be Crazy Cat now hovering the Kiri. So Malga-based composition for Amplify, not really a huge shock there.
This is so rough, though, for the Malga. God, with the Discord Orb, that is just so easy to apply. And like a literal boatload of damage. Like Tree can really farm the Malga with the Zen in play now. This makes it hard for this sort of out in the open brawly style comp. And Infected will be, again, giving Tree some pretty easy railgun shots if they're charged up. Long range Slick there on Crazy Cat. Bionade on Gap. These are really just pleasantries being exchanged, and Liquid aren't committing off them until the cart gets a little closer to this high ground.
Infected just lurking up there.
Like the Broodmother ready to drop down. Okay, straight away you get the cooldown. You got the cardiac overdrive out of Amplify. Now what?
And dude, the Discord Orb, like you mentioned, just gonna start chunking down this Malga as Gap has to be so careful, right? So you know this ball is going to come again rather quickly.
All right, Gap's leaving on the job.
Look at them just moving into the room,
yeah. Cast's not moving though. That's, I guess, what's most important for the defenders. Once, again, Amplify move out into the open, that's when that Discord Orb does get applied and things get a little scary for them. Torb turret has to be cleared. Ah, clever. Rupal knows that Winter, she was around that corner. Crazy Cat opts not to spend a Susu on that anti-heal, which I think is wise, considering the fighting's about to get pretty heavy now. The Discord Orb stuck to Gap constantly. You see how quickly their health bar disappears as a result. Katsuna Rush comes in, but Rupal from high can throw a nasty bio here if they're not otherwise busy. Looks like they're really spending their time keeping Infected in the fight. At what point are we going to engage? Liquid have just allowed this to push up while just barely getting involved.
I mean, they've just given up basically the entire first point, right? Infected goes in with a slam. Now it's going to be the Genji with the benefits of the Nano. This is going to be good here for Team Liquid.
Knife, no blade, no point pulling it out here either. 2 kills with the Nano. Dragon Blade gets held over for a later fight, and Amplify stopped in their tracks.
Yes, you get the benefits of the Nano. You don't even need the blade there, right? So Knife starts to cut up, but it is a ton of progress though gained, right? For Amplify, they basically get first checkpoint, but now that Team Liquid's got a lot of these ults, Mitch, I expect them to be quite aggressive in terms of fighting.
Oh, also where the card is, they're more incentivized to throw down. That's definitely an area with like high ground on either side that lends itself way more to like ball being able to cycle in and out pretty easily. Tree to always have a safe place to play from. For the bio on you and definitely put the fear of God in them. Holy smokes. Amplify need that Lucio badly for this next fight.
Yeah, and you see them constantly just get rid of phones, turret. It's just such an annoyance to the Genji. And the Wrecking Ball there is just slams constantly coming in on the back line. So they gotta get this sound barrier off, and Ewan just kind of flying through the air there scares me.
Gap here getting hit hard. Ewan gonna be falling first though. Discord Orb apparently getting involved in that. Gap was able to extricate himself from the minefield, it seems. But it hasn't helped them at all in the fight. Now we're down under 1 million here for Amplify to come up with an answer. It's the Kitsune Rush cage fight. How does Gap get value out of this? Who does he? I guess he catches the first person that happens to blunder into it.
The ball, right? I mean, do you just try and capture the ball inside the cage? Oh, that's actually a sick bio there again from RuPaul. That connects the phone, and they just push in and take her out inside of that store there. So that's another brutal loss here for Amplify.
Last chance saloon for Amplify on this attack side. In fairness, their ultimates here, definitely a winnable fight, but Liquid have built enough of their own, especially to be able to give another Nano Blade in this engagement. Kitsune Rush doesn't really answer that at all. It was the beat. That would have been a good answer to it, but Ewan had to use that earlier. Well, I say nothing ventured, nothing gained, folks. Here we go. Nano Blade here for Knife. Caught inside the cage fight, but I don't know if that bothers him all that much. Transcendence keeps him healthy. Tree's able to find a couple, and that should be about that. And Molten Core really doesn't do the job for Amplify. Unfortunately, nobody there to be held subject to it, and that'll be Liquid. Putting a stop to Amplify's attack side pretty short.
Yeah, fold hold here from Team Liquid on defense, and just some sick bios from RuPaul, right? Being able to connect with that constantly, and then building up that nano there to use on Knife at the end. Just connects with two. Once the nano comes in onto the Genji, and you kind of hear that, and the blades start to pop out. Crazy Cat ends up using the Kitsune Rush straight away, right? You figure like, oh, I think Crazy Cat actually gets hit with one swipe of the blade early on, and then ends up using the Kitsune Rush just because you want to get it out, right? You don't want to end up dying with it, but you're kind of in a lost cause at that point, right? You've already lost two players. Then the cage fight comes down. You end up just dying during that. So it's a rough one there for Amplify.
Yep. And now they've got to be able to sort of pull off the same thing that we saw from Liquid. Be able to like stop them multiple fights in a row. It's got to be a lot to ask for. Liquid tend not to sort of, we see it in these games, right? They don't really waste any ultimates. They keep things pretty lean. Infected doesn't even really need a ton of resources, even though RuPaul will top him back up when he stops by to get healed. So this is going to be very different. Amplify with the Malga have to like play corners. They play inside this right-hand side. Play out of, a potential long-range hit scans line of sight. They already play out in the open. They won't be giving any free ground anyway. They're going to need to fight for every inch and probably spawn camp off this.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play close here if you're Amplify, right? It's the only thing that kind of gives you. If you go back and play that corner, I mean, you're just going to end up losing, right? So you kind of have to play this close. Tree comes out on the Widow at the start. All right, now we're going to see the Bastion. I mean, see if he's able to actually get a kill. What are we doing here? All right, now we're at our Bastion again. Now we're Roadhog. All right, here we go.
All right. Roadhog in the past has definitely been used to try and break some of the weirdest setups, also try and set up some of the weirdest setups. Tree had no protection there whatsoever.
Something is just funny about like doing the constant switching in the spawn and then coming out with this and just getting ran over in 2 seconds. There's something just now we're going back. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're Caceres is already turning beet red at even at the whisper of trolling. So here comes Infected now. Disrupted power drive, but the TP's going to be there, so Phone can definitely get out of the purview of the Wrecking Ball pretty easily. That TP leads on top of the awning there. Oh, buddy. That's rough. Couple rails there hit by Tree. And Knife will be saved by RuPaul just having the sixth sense to send a sleep dart to the other side of the fight. That'll be that. I don't really think Gap's getting out of this alive, and we're off to the races.
RuPaul's on is so sick. I mean, the sleeps on this map, the crazy bios cross map, that's also a nano already here. off the rip. The only player like even close to their ultimate. Just a crazy start here for RuPaul. You probably have one more fight here for Amplify. You're getting everybody grouped up as Infected up on the high ground.
Yep, Ingo's knife. They're ready to meet them at the TP, and nobody's really left for the blade. You already did your work there. Simple Nano Genji again, hoping to build into a blade for knife and then have him pop that, but it was not needed in the end. So Amplify here will never have a chance to actually build into those support ultimates and make use of them. Here comes the cart, phone. She's got to go for it. Trying to set up some turrets, but will very quickly be stuffed back when she came. Consider rush for Crazy Cat. It won't get them there either. No chance to touch, and the minefield would have made that problematic anyway. Havana goes off without a hitch for Team Liquid.
Look, they're going to play the ball. It's a weird composition, but I really like at the end where Infected goes down with a pile driver. There's a TP that goes up to the high ground, and who's there to meet Amplify? It is Knife with the benefits of the nano boost, right? And the Genji is just able to start, slicing through them, gets the blade, ends up popping it. I mean, nothing they can do to react there. Don't really get a fight there towards the end. It's already 2-0.
I mean, we talked about this, like what your ban strategy is supposed to be against like TL. I kind of get, in my opinion, where they're coming from, but it was a bit of a tip off that, Amplify were looking to play Malga on this map if they're trying to eliminate the Orisa. And you can see what this comp does. Like this comp for me, I mean, sans the Vega Zen perhaps, but they really punish other tanks that want to brawl. So they kind of take away your only advantage, which is to have a really good front line. Zen neutralizes that to a great degree alongside the Sojourn, and then Infected has all the time in the world to go to work on these backlines, and you strain the lines of communication between supports and tanks on the enemy team, make it really hard for that Malga to get the support that they need to be relevant. Oh, make no mistake, Malga is a high econ tank. Oh yeah. It means a lot.
And you see the damage output, right? I know a 10,000 difference in terms of damage from these two teams on this map. Having the Zen, but then also the amp on the Discord, right? It's massive.
Yeah, Zen amp is to the tune of like 30%, right? That was like definitely more than the 30% increase, but I think it's a huge part of it. Like Malga is a pincushion, much like Roadhog. Like you can really farm him out in the open, and Malga doesn't have the reliable healing like Hog does, right? He needs to be doing damage, and that requires you to be at the right range to do so. But when you're up against like an Ana and Zen who are like, up in the rafters, or a Wrecking Ball that is nowhere near you, where are you getting that healing from? It's just brutal.
Once Roadhog gets his big fart cloud perk, then he can start healing the squad. Look out. It's the new cardiac overdrive, people are saying.
Didn't they try? I'm pretty sure they tried that in an experimental pack before.
Yeah, they did.
AoE healing. Yeah. I don't know if that was necessarily the most, I didn't feel like that was as impactful, because most people want to stay as far away from Roadhog players as humanly possible in and out of game. So I don't know how useful that's going to be. But
that's just me and all Roadhog players. Suravasa.
I never said why.
Suravasa is a pick that we always see here from Amplify, right? So Suravasa, Havana, and Esperanca. Yeah, do they? Lucio? Okay, so get rid of Diva. So, man, they are really focusing on these tank picks.
Now, do Amplify have a Brig? Because they didn't show it to us on Dorado. They did not play. They played Lucio Ana there, and Brig was open to the best of my knowledge. So, curious. The Diva ban could be a result of like having seen something. I don't know like how frequently TL and Amplify are actually like scrimming each other, honestly. Yeah, that to me is an interesting one, because TL, I mean, why use a tank ban, I guess, if TL are just going to play ball and you know it? You could, I guess you can't ban Sojourn anymore, right? You could ban the Genji?
Yeah, but what? Amplify's used 3 bans throughout this on tanks, right? So we've seen the Ball, then Orisa, now Diva.
This Liquid team is built to be, like, literally, that's the whole purpose of picking up Infected, so you can't tank ban him out. That is literally what Casper said, is why we did this.
But then also maybe you feel like there's just not really a great ban option, right?
Yeah. I do think that, like, if Phone and Winter don't want to play Genji, then you can ban that. Like, force knife onto Tracer into your Torb comp or something. I don't know, like, yeah, fair enough. Obviously the Diva ban here doesn't really say much to me, because it could be protecting another tank, but Malga already got banned, so I don't think you can do that again. All right. sometimes maybe you just throw it out there and say, well, we don't have any specific aim with our band strategy in this map. We're going to try and play our comp as well as we can. Amplify do have a brig. So Ewan is going to be on that brig. Obviously been forced to do so.
I imagine phone switches, right? Maybe a TP out of the spawn and then going back to the Sombra. Yeah, so Sombra pick 4. Phone will actually see Knife play the Sombra as well.
All right, so we'll be Ball versus Malga once more. The context, though, a little bit different. This is obviously not an escort map, so we are not changing our environment constantly. It'll be point-by-point stuff. So phone down already, though. Not a great start. And Vega just finds Kunai connection. Okay, we are definitely wasting no time here. Vox Team Liquid offering no quarter.
I mean, there's also no Kiri available for Amplify, so there's no cleanse, right? So RuPaul was doing a sick job on Havana, constantly landing those bios. Even going to be more impactful here, you would think, as well.
It's a pretty, I mean, RuPaul gets a little bit of help here from Tree. It's probably a little bit harder to push in and dive onto that backline. You can get away with playing Nanada, but also RuPaul's so skilled that, again, feels like you mitigate a lot of the downside of playing Ana against comps that are going to run at you. Phone's very much on the periphery here. She's got to be thinking of trying to fight Knife, but that duel already went pretty badly for Phone, and that's just Tree shooting at the Sombra. Yeah, that's not a gentleman's duel at all.
No, just take some kind of like free fire across the choke that Tree is putting down. Has an idea that Phone's going to be exiting that way, and this looks like it's going to be first point for TL.
Yeah, I don't know if Amplify have got a kill yet in this game. Best I can tell. If they have, very, very few. So, first point here on Suravasa taken by Team Liquid. They walk into the next fight with everything that they could ask for, frankly. A wealth of riches at their disposal. A laughable lead in ult economy over Amplify, who again, just weren't really able to feed themselves in that last fight. Starved out by Liquid, Infected never really gave them an opportunity to set up.
I feel like this is so hard to play the Maga into. Do you not? I mean, with just the constant annoyance of the ball plus bios and just the damage output, it feels crazy. This is going to be rally there by Ewan, just trying to keep everybody up in that corner, but that's actually a nano onto Knife, which is quite interesting.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think the ball comp has a hard counter right now?
A hard counter? I don't think so, really.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing. I think that's pretty nice when your go-to comp, your favorite comp, doesn't have a hard counter that exists in the meta, right? You don't have to fit yourself into any box. You're just really enjoying this. Whereas Amplify, I would consider this comp there, okay, maybe with the Lucio instead of the Brig, and maybe Crazy Cat on the Kiriko. I would say this is much closer to what their style is, the way that they want to play. And I feel like it fundamentally struggles. We're not even talking about the execution ability of either team. I think it fundamentally struggles against the ball comp. Malga getting hacked all the time is absolutely brutal, especially for survivability cooldowns that are so crucial. You get caught in the open with no cardiac overdrive, you're absolutely cooked.
I mean, I think the closest thing we've seen to deal with the ball is Ramatra based setups, right? But it hasn't shut it down, right? I don't think we've seen anything shut
down before the ball can get value. I actually think what we saw yesterday, Matt, was an echo against the ball. Granted, it was. I do think it was in a bit of a mismatch again. But the echo, would take a ball, half a ball's HP and make them too afraid to engage, and sort of it buys time at least, lets you gain attack progress. Little flip here very quickly for Amplify, but that will be rectified by Liquid.
Yeah, as the point just flips back. Yeah, I don't really know, man. I mean, especially now we're kind of working some Sombra into the mix now. Sombra's so annoying, as you see a pile driver there from Infected. They just kind of catch out Winter right away.
That's great. I mean, we had a cage fight, but Winter was probably supposed to, if there was anyone caught in that, to molten core it.
Yeah.
But they got shot by both supports after getting knocked up by Infected. So everybody on Liquid just, their heads snap 180 in the direction of Winter as soon as they got pile driven, and they just ceased to exist.
We've seen teams try Queen, right? Against Ball, but that has not really seemed to result in anything positive either. Okay, so we're gonna see them try the Queen here, but we haven't seen this really work, right? I mean,
this is a Lucio-less rotation, by the way. It's what they look like when Lucio's banned on this map. It's slow. Okay, the Queen. So we've seen this attempted. Well, it just doesn't matter. Like, yeah, this is what happens, by the way, when Lucio's banned, is that one team, if they have mobility inherently, can try and like punish another. Your position, like the randomness of the next flashpoint position can actually be exploited more when you don't have the mobility to just get in position quickly.
Yeah.
And Liquid are able to do that, right? They actually cut Amplify off as they're trying to approach and take a free kill.
TP plus rush here, so maybe an opportunity for Amplify.
Oh man, the Suzu is used on something else, man. I don't know what it was, but Winter needed that. The Bionade came in from Rupa. Tree trying to stay alive for now, but eventually Gap just peers around the corner and gets rid of them. Continue Rush used them by Liquid. They're still more than happy to fight this, and the Queen is a little isolated right now. Still isolated. Look at what Infected has done. Amplify just gets shoved up the staircase, told to go find Narnia or something, and they had no help whatsoever. So with a play down, Liquid win the fight out.
Like where are they getting invited to? I don't think we're getting another after this one. It looks like it's all Team Liquid right now. As
yeah, I mean, they're getting invited to HR. What's happening?
Yeah, what's going on here? I mean, they get like a They get like a double or nothing map here. Like, is that kind of like
yeah, every map matters. Now we're gonna run that. We're gonna run the 4-0.
Teams should be able to ban multiple. Your ban should be like your map wager, right? So if you're like Amplify, like, hey, you know what? Let's ban 3 characters, but this is the only map.
Oh, I see.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. I feel like that. You have a certain amount of map bans to actually make use of, right? A finite number, but you can use more than one. Here it is, folks, as we discuss the potential future for Overwatch. We've got Team Liquid taking Suravasa and, of course, the series. Congratulations to TL.
Yeah.
Shocking nobody. But this also is interesting in terms of how it affects our leaderboard, because no one has dropped a map. So all the leads that TL and Nightmare respectively have been maintained. So now it's up to Timeless to have a clean sheet.
But we've also seen Amplify look better than this. I think this is just a really brutal matchup, especially with the ball. I mean, the ball in play seems to really give them trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you can only ban him once. So after that, Infected gets to play ball. Tree was happy on the tour. We saw RuPaul doing his thing on that Ana. Like, generally, they get to play greedy backlines, and they can't get punished for it because Infected is just all up in their grill and around their grill and inside the grill. Like, it's,
yeah, like a bunch of bugs. You've just driven through to New Mexico and you've just got bugs all up in your grill. That's like that. I think, like, I don't know about the ball ban for Lijiang Tower. Maybe you can risk it there, right? And if you lose a map, you get to choose the next map anyway, and try and like pick a map like Havana and then ban the ball, right? And then you play Namalga into the
Orisa, most likely.
Orisa. Yeah. I just feel like you'd want to have the silver bullet ban available for a map that you're actually choosing, as opposed to the one that is, you know, set by the sort of the higher seed or however.
Perhaps they were confident about the other maps, though. Like, you just don't know, right?
I know, but I don't think there's any reason to be.
It's just like there's not really.
That's the meanest thing you've ever said. Like, I mean, not even close.
I'm just not even paying attention to that because that was just mean. But I do kind of agree with the, like, you may not want to just burn that ban right away. Like, if you have Havana, you can ban, like, I think that we'll see teams obviously do this as like we get into playoffs and relegation, where you if you're gonna pick Havana, you also get the ball ban, which kind of like sways things in your way even further. Getting rid of it on control, it's like we know it's a problem, but you can play so many different things on like Lijiang.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're comfortable with all those things on Lijiang, right? Like, perhaps they just had a very particular playbook or something very particular, like stratted for that particular map, just to say particular about 5 times. So it's, I'm
definitely questioning the strategy that they came in with, like the pick ban. I don't like at least like from the outside, it doesn't like line up super well for me, but I think there are a couple of things that you can take away. I do think like the Malga comp into the Orisa that we got on Lijiang looked pretty reasonable. I think a huge part of it is that like the DPS on this Amplify team are really quality, but you are dealing with tree and knife. Sorry, it's that is going to be tough.
Where Amplify has struggled like throughout this season really has been playing against like a really aggressive, like dive oriented style of comps. It doesn't seem to be like kind of their strength playing against that. RuPaul, player of the match, dude, his auto was crazy. I mean, he was on point today. I mean, constantly landing bios, sleeps, cross map. I mean, he was just showing off.
Yeah, I mean, the grass is green. More news at 7. Like, this is just RuPaul on Ana things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is pretty sick. I do feel like it's a little flex to play Ana against these comps that are like really hostile to her, because like so many other teams are like only picking her when like the bans set up a situation where the dive comp is like the best way to play.
Yeah.
But you can see, like, if you can stay alive, if you have like, Ana is all about positioning. Like, it's all about positioning. Like, the moment you overstep slightly, you are dead. So like RuPaul has like years and years and years and years of playing against like the best dive comps in the world. So he never really makes a mistake in terms of where he's standing, and it's really hard to catch him by surprise.
It is, and quite frankly, in this match particularly, it's not like the backline was pressured very much, so they can get away with so much. We actually have part of the backline joining us now for a quick chat. Vega should be with us to have a few words, and here he is. Vega, welcome back. It's been a long time since we got to chat. Let's talk about this. I mean, you guys are looking absolutely clean right now. Very exciting stuff we get to see from Team Liquid. 2 more matches. How do you feel you're stacking up given the changes that are coming to the game next week?
I think the changes, honestly, I don't think they'll be too game changing. I think every team's gonna be like at the same level. I think personally, I'm like really excited for our Nightmare matches. I'm pretty sure if we win our Nightmare match and we win like our matches 3-0 or like as close, like, you know, as fast as we can, then we can get #1 seed after like our mistake at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. Obviously, like, it's kind of hard to ask you questions about like how comps look against each other with what's coming next week, but me and Mal were having this discussion during the game and wanted to get your take on it. Do you think there's like a hard counter to the ball comp right now? Because that seems like to be your default way of playing, and it seems to be so freeing for you that your like preferred comp doesn't seem to have like a hard answer in terms of what's right now available in the game.
I think sometimes like it's a little hard when people go like Torf Sombra, but I don't know, we found like ways to make it work, to be honest. I feel like right now we can play it into honestly anything. I don't think it's like really that counterable, because we don't need to swap ball, but we can swap like our DPS or like supports.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys look tremendous on the ball comp, really, you know, just about everything you guys are playing. I'm curious, have you taken a look through all the support perks, and is there any one combo you're looking to try out when they go live on Tuesday?
Oh, I looked at like the Kiriko perk. I think that one looks insane. It's a perk where you shoot and then you get like healing. I feel like if you play on a Kiriko, that's gonna be like really, really good. Like, you're shooting for Tracer and your Tracer's getting like HP. I feel like there's no way that can go wrong.
How player-led is this going to be versus how much say will the coaches have when it comes to perks and the game plan heading into those matches?
I think, to be honest, like a lot of the perks right now, I think some of them are pretty obvious, like which ones you want to go in pro play, because in general, like some of the perks they kind of just look like worse right now, and I think in pro play it'll be pretty obvious. Like, everyone's going to use the same perks no matter what. I think it'll be very like situational, and honestly it'll be pretty like unique if someone uses a different perk to, like, I don't know, use it in a different way and beat your comp.
Yeah, to shake things up a little bit. Well, we're very excited to see you guys back in action. For now, we're going to let you go. Vega, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck next week.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it from Vega. TL bolstering their map score now, of course, with this very convincing victory. Let's take a look at our standings. And as he said, they have very real potential to find themselves at the very top as well, which is... That's awesome.
A lot, though.
I mean,
you want a 3-0 Nightmare?
They seem locked in.
Yeah,
he seemed confident. I believe him.
Let's just remember that, like, obviously, like, when RuPaul and Vega were on the best team in NA last year, this Nightmare team was giving them a lot of trouble. Not the same team. Core is still there. So I think, like, there's a big asterisk on we need to thrash the current leader of the OWCS in order to secure our spot. But like, they have to realize that, okay, because we stumbled and we lost in a situation where like a lot of our competitors aren't going to, we've got to now gain that back up somewhere at the other end. So we are going to get, we're taking our 3-0 medicine right now. Like pinch your nose and take it, because as we go further on, we are going to get these sick matches. We are going to get like the TL nightmares. We are going to get SSG timeless. That last day, they have purposely set up February 23 to be a disgustingly fantastic day of games. Our top 4 teams are all playing each other. So yeah, that was intentional, I'm sure, but that is going to completely change everything. So we won't know a thing until those games are done.
That's right. Script writes itself now. Nightmare did it. Team Liquid did it. Now Timeless has to do it as well in order to stay in that top 3 with those maps. Timeless will be facing off against Rat. Let's see how that one goes on the other side of this. DirectRelief.org is where you can find more information about the work they're doing and how you can get involved as well if you choose to do so. We are back here for our last match of the day. Zoe here, joined by Matt and Mitch. And Matt had a very important question to everybody.
Yeah, we were quizzing Zoe on, well, we were actually just asking for her opinion on where does like Wrecking Ball's pile driver rank in terms of all pile drivers? Like, you know, regular pile driver, Tombstone pile driver, Wrecking Ball pile driver, you know, the Scorpion Deathlock considers to be a pile driver.
But yeah.
Belly to belly.
I don't think it's
belly to belly. Belly to back pile driver. Lots of pile drivers.
I only know the pile driver as a wrestling move.
Yeah.
That's me. You know, when you think wrestling, you do think Zoe. Yeah, that's all I have regarding opinions. Will we see Ball in our next match? That's my transition. Rad Esports and Timeless will be going up against each other. So the answer is most likely yes. What do we know about these teams? Will Timeless be able to just continue their dominant streak? Because quite frankly, no one really shook things up against them except from Nightmare, which was a 5-map banger in week, what was that, 2?
Yes, it was. I mean, you talk about the Timeless game. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was very, very close. I think that this Rad team got gassed up a lot by us to start with, because I thought, okay, this guy's getting really serious. Saw that the roster they put together, but it actually has been Avidity that has impressed us more from that sort of middle of the crop group of teams. Rad now are in a position where, checks notes, they are trying to avoid like being in that relegation zone themselves. Right, there's a risk of them actually. It's them and Shikigami that are trying to stay out of it now after Amplifier confirmed. So we've got to see like maps picked up at some point along the line, because it's not looking great.
I mean, Timeless is just playing for the maps right now because they want to be in that top 3 and in the conversation for that. So let's see if they can get it done, just like Nightmare and Team Liquid did earlier today. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, let's jump in and get this one started up. Let's do the ban straight away. So Lucio ban. Okay, on control is kind of, that's nasty work. We have a Winston banned. It's possible that Raik has been playing like the Winston on Samoa in the past, but if you think back, a lot of these maps like are very reasonable to just take the Ramatra or the Malga or even, I don't know, anything that really plays like Orisa in the neutral. So, and if we get Volcano, I don't think that's a Winston map at all necessarily. So.
Right. And this is a Timeless team who they can play a lot. Like, I wouldn't really kind of categorize them as a team that's like, oh, we're going to try and play like, or force Winston in, right? Can play a lot of ball, can play a lot of the Ramatra here. I also think, Mitch, there's got to be a part of Timeless that is kicking themselves a little bit, losing that match to Nightmare, right? They'd have a clear path at this point if they had won that one, but can't go back in time. They got to take care of business here against Rad. They can't. Rad does have a really bad week last week, but there is a world in which they kind of get back on the wagon a little bit, right? And they start to play better.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough week for them. They've got Timeless now and an SSG tomorrow. Then they have Nightmare at the start of week 4. So, God, if they could come out of any of those games, or, all of them with some decent results, something promising, especially something that keeps them above Shikigami, which shouldn't be too hard, it's going to be there. Big buyer though, connects onto Rad. The Immortality Field necessitated by that, and it's still not enough to keep Chronic alive in the end. So Timeless will be having a brawl with this Ramatra comp, especially when Squid is able to set them up so beautifully.
Time and time again with Timeless, we're talking about, obviously how good Chopper and Rocket look and all the different things that like Riker can do. It feels like every game that we watch, like Squid is making some massive plays, and right there, Rad Esports is doing a great job taking a lot of that high ground, pushing them back constantly, and then all it takes is like a 2-player bio, the Immortality Field's out, and everything just crumbles there for Rad Esports.
Look, this is tough. Like, you are playing what is virtually a poke composition against Timeless, and this is the map where the straightaways are not as long. You can definitely walk up on someone, but Rad are hoping with the Lucio ban, you don't have this easy speed boost, like, win condition where you run in on this brawl setup, which is conditionally true. Timeless have to move up a lot slower. As you can see right now, this is what Riker is attempting to do and gain a foothold on this high ground. That'll be delayed a little bit here by this, amplification matrix, but a nano boost here for Riker. Evidently, it's important enough to keep the Ramatra on the field, and they've expended this, and hey, they've still got point control. That is an Immortality Field that gets no value whatsoever, as Timeless have now decided, let's push on it.
But wouldn't you say, though, with the Lucio kind of gone, right? Like, there's not a large gap on this map that you, like, would need to cross, like, with
that's
that
what
speed,
I'm saying.
Right? Yeah, like...
The straightaways aren't here.
Yeah, you don't exactly, like, need
Otherwise,
it
man,
here.
they'd just play like Juno if they were really that obsessed about having some form of speed boost, right?
Yeah, no.
It's not an issue. Like, Timeless are happy to play this like they're playing, taking bit by bit, sequentially moving up the map and taking this control, because they can play out of line of sight. They can wait out the cooldowns and they just step up on them. It's a slower game plan, but they've already got the point. They're already ahead. They don't even have to do this.
And then for Rad Esports, right, it feels quite terrible. So left just kind of desperation here because the point is going to go in favor of Timeless. For Red Esports, it feels quite brutal, right? Because you're trying to push up like methodically and move into Timeless here, but then Timeless is hitting you with bio grenades, right? Like in this instance, you could have just walked right into like a Kitsune rush. So a lot of difficult stuff for Rad to deal with in not a fun way.
Absolutely. And you know, Timeless, like they don't have to push up. There's another strategy where they just sit back and wait for Rad to commit to capping the point, and then they take a fight against them. So, you know, either way, very, very difficult for Rad to find success there. Painkiller, we've seen them on the Queen at times, right? That has been what some teams think the answer to Ball is. We're heading over to downtown, so this is obviously the map that you could definitely play a Wrecking Ball on, enough of that sort of high architecture to guarantee easy drop-down spots on the ball.
And this is something that if you're Rad Esports, right, you know that Timeless has a ball option, right? So getting rid of Winston is like, I mean, they're not like in the same category, right? Like, you know, I think with ball, you just play a completely different play style than you play with any other hero. But you can still like, I mean, the Winston ban doesn't seem as impactful. But this also for Red, if you're looking at it from the other direction, right, allows them to hold on to a ball ban for like later in the series.
Yes, which again, what we talked about later on, I think is fair. You know, you are trying to set up a situation like with the Lucio ban. I think it's fine. Like, ban Lucio, try and play a Pocom. For me, just okay. I'm glad they're going for that. Like, there does seem to be some strategy there behind that sort of pick and ban process. Still, Timeless obviously off to a great start here. The ball is going to be frustrating at best for Rad to deal with. They do have Chronic, so that's sort of the hindrance of the mag grenade. And we heard Vega previously, right? Like against like, you know, certain comps, like Torb Sombra, for example, it's a little bit hard for ball. So it is, you can handle it, but he did say there's no true counter to a good Wrecking Ball player. Rad are going to have to find edges elsewhere.
I don't think there's like a hard counter like we discussed. I think it's more of what can you do to deter or slow down or negate some of the impact of the ball, right? You're not going to shut it down completely, especially with the ball players at this level. I mean, look at that. I mean, Painkiller. Yeah, he took so much damage even walking onto the point originally. I was shocked he was able to live through that. And then towards the end there, hit with the bio. I mean, just really weak as well. You're not able to challenge any of the high ground here, right? So Squid and Chopper and Lucamino can just kind of sit up there, put down some damage. As now we're going to go over to the Hazard.
That is okay. That nade lineup is kind of nice from Squid. Damn, Squid's nerdy. I'm kind of here for that. Rad now have the ability, of course, to do more about the high ground, right? At least give themselves some flexibility, but geez, Hazard is so execution dependent. You know, that Rad really need to find a way now to allow Chronic to overcome a distinct range disadvantage that he has against the Sojourn. They obviously can't play just out in the open and wait to die. We agree with them on that, but that's exactly what we're seeing here because Painkiller
that was the
doesn't have anywhere to really go.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you would want to see them play like Torb Sombra, right? Ramatra Torb Sombra, maybe get on the point, play a little bit slower, right? See if you can take advantage of that ball. But Mitch, we're gonna have a point go by where like Rad has to make so many changes. They're like not even gonna get to half of their ults.
Yeah, I mean, again, they just couldn't quite settle on a comp that has suited them here, and they might get a touch, but it's going to be tough to do more than that. Z's is able to get an orbital ray going, but they will be forced to pay with their life as a result of that. Painkiller doesn't last much longer either. The bio nades here are devastating. Like, Ramatra Power Block doesn't do anything to a bio when you're hit by that. And the blade from King shut down by Chopper, who barely breaks in stride, by the way. Not even a sweat broken. Timeless break a chair over Radix's head in the first map.
That was a stomping there. We were like, oh, can Rad kind of bounce back maybe after last week? That is not a good omen for them. Map number 1. The positive would be is they have the opportunity to get rid of the ball, right? With a ban. They don't exactly use a ban on the ball in map number 1. They use it on the Winston. But it feels like even if they win and get past that, you're just going to see the ball pop up yet again.
There are some, and what we're seeing in some situations, there are teams that are walking in to some maps probably saying, against this roster, the bans don't actually matter very much. Because there are either like not enough comps that we can really find success on, or there are too many that our opponents can. So, you know, sometimes it's like, all right, we have a comp. What are the things that like are inherently good against us? Let's get rid of those. Like obviously Ramatra doesn't like playing against Winston, right? Because he can't do a whole lot. Like he tries to turn around, like fight Winston. And like Winston just waits for the, you know, the Nemesis form cooldowns to be sort of not available, and then they just sort of go for it. So I get that. I'm happy to see the pick and ban used to try and make your preferred comp less fallible. That's fine. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. They just play ball on this map. Maybe if we end up, you know, getting Volcano, then Riker's in a position where like, oh, I've got to play Orisa. Oh God, like he probably
Maga
back like he did on the first round, and he still looked very good there.
Yeah, I mean, they even tried like a Rad tried a Sigma at the start, right? Try and play a little bit slower with no Lucio, with the Sigma, with the BAP and the Brig, and I mean, they just kind of got picked apart, it felt like, over time by whether it be the Ana or the Sojourn at range, and then the Ramatra once you get past the Sigma shield. So we'll see what Rad decides to do. Let's see, if you were gonna get ball out, right, what map would you go to?
You don't want to play against Wrecking Ball, you're saying?
So I actually think potentially if you pick Dorado, I don't think they maybe play the ball.
Okay.
I think if you pick Dorado, there's a world in which like Riker plays like a, you know, a Winston Diva or something along those lines and doesn't play the ball. Yeah.
This isn't TL.
Yeah.
So, but did we not see this? Didn't Riker play a really nice Diva on Dorado?
Yes, we did see that. But you'll take those chances, right? I mean,
sure.
So it's Root. So Root's a map that we've seen teams play the ball on, but also not like amazing, you know, kind of routes for the ball here.
Yes.
I wonder if
we've seen Bumper play ball on this. Oh no, wait, it was Amon play the Reinhardt.
Bumper. Oh man, I mean, okay, that's a.
But I want to say my point is that way back when the Chengdu Hunters were a team that played a lot of Wrecking Ball, and Route 66 was like one of the only maps ever that they got Amon to switch. And play Ryan.
No subs for either team. So roster's gonna stay the same here going into map number 2. Potentially, so it'll be Rad Esports who bans Kiriko to kick things off. And then Timeless actually will ban Hazard. So we saw them play Hazard a little bit towards the end of Samoa. The Kiri is interesting, right? Because we did see that Timeless was playing on a Kiri in the backline, but this, like, you know, obviously like Lucio in the mix, Juno as well, like you could even see, like, could you play like some of the Ana Zen stuff that you see on like Havana, right? Potential. And then the Hazard
on
ban.
Defense, honestly, you could. Yeah. Is this a team that is experimenting with the Zen at the moment? There are only a couple, I feel like, that are in.
Only a few.
Like maybe like Space Station. You could also, on defense, you could play like Ana Juno, I suspect. You know, at least initially, but you'd have to switch off to Genji probably after the first fight, taxi back in. So, okay, fair enough. This is a rad pick. Route 66 also map where you can play the Diva quite reasonably, actually. She's pretty good. Like these are, we're talking like the gaps are pretty mid-range in sort of the first and
well, with Hazard gone, right? With Hazard gone, so then you're looking at for Rad, like, do you play Winston, right? If you play Diva, pretty good into that. I mean, you're in a little bit of a weird spot, right? Because Hazard's pretty decent against Diva.
Brig, Winston?
Yeah. So definitely a little bit of a curveball there for Rad Esports, probably, as Rad, it looks like they're going to play the Sigma on B, so they will play Zen. So I was going to say, like, you can play Zen. Here we see it on Havana as well. But doesn't this feel like the ball just, like, displaces all these people from the high ground? Or, like, you can play Diva, like... It feels like there's options against this. Like, Havana,
I don't know, like,
Havana is way longer, right?
Correct. Rad obviously, you know, I don't know how far forward they're going to play. Do they try and take an early straightaway? I think they probably don't, because this comp doesn't necessarily have the ability to like reposition that well, right? It's really only Z's that can actually, or maybe Chronic with the Coach Garden that can get them back in position. So they're not going to fully try and like take a fight up close. You see where the Sigma's playing from, right? They're really just playing for big Earls here.
Yeah, so the negative here for Brad, right, is if this gets broken, you're looking at like a 1 or 2 fight. I mean, really, like almost like a 1 fight scenario, right? As Riker sees what they're playing on the other side, and he goes right away to the ball. So you're going to be able to displace some of these players up on the high ground. Has to be really careful, though. You see taking that side damage from the Torb turret, and then also getting hit with that Discord right away.
Now, remember, Discord all falls off after you LOS the Zen for long enough, something that the ball can do pretty well. But, I mean, this comp is strong. This is a very powerful setup for this kind of map. Timeless Yeah, definitely have to consider, like, I think the Diva would have been terrible for them here. So
yeah,
I think the ball's correct, and they are on this Ana and Juno comp that I suspected we might see.
Oh, this Rocket's really far behind. I was like, where did he end up? So,
I mean, there are no duplicated heroes here. This is great.
Yeah, potentially, you're looking at like a collapse on the high ground there. Pain, it is going to be Riker going in with a pile driver. Rocket's still there, lurking behind them.
Okay. A little bit low. They're still going to have to take that health pack. Riker thinks for a second there might be a chance to go after Lep here, but a lot of disruption on the back line. It's not particularly mobile. Oh, the pile driver! Oh, that's so good! Surely Z's was hoping to save themselves there with an immortality field as well. But they get knocked up, so I think they might even have been out of the radius of it anyway. That was beautiful. Riker sees the Baptiste coming.
Oh. All it takes is one moment of displacement, right? The ball rolls on through, knocks players in or out of the immortality field. Everybody's knocking everywhere. There's no Curie, right? So no cleanse for the bio grenades that come on through from, this time it's Lucamina. The last one, it was Squid. Now set up here for Timeless to potentially just get that first cap off of this.
Painkiller's trying to
that bio's insane.
Yeah. Immortality field there being used so early is pretty painful, and Painkiller's gone down. Ran had no choice but to send the Sigma forward there to try and get a stop. Everyone else was too low under the emo.
And that's the Matrix used there as well, so you really, you're going to push forward 6 shots here. But what do you, you're going to stop them from moving it, I guess, through the door, right? But everybody's going to be back here in a second.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen utter garbage time, which is a shame because that was absolutely filthy. Nice little cast.
Hey, you know what though? Take the clip, just like remove the scoreboard and use it for the montage. Why not?
Just crop the screen.
Yeah, just crop it. Just like a little zoom 360, like color distortions, big music over the top. You'll be fine.
Riker the tree frog, and we go. Adaptive barrier gives him a decent amount of health, but he might still die here. That's a ton of damage. Left now on the Lucio. So it's a Baptiste Lucio composition. Zen no longer an option, which now means Riker would have probably died there were there a Zen in play, but hey, let's get on with the show. Z's passionately hammered. Chopped from the high ground. Cannot really be dealt with here. As Rado Esports' composition, again, cannot reposition well at all. Once they get shaken from their perch, they're in a much weaker position than they were earlier. You see how Time is trying to run Painkiller over before the second part of that flux goes off, and they don't quite get there. But the Molten Core doesn't really line up with it for King. It is on the wrong side of that card, and this comp for Rad now looks demonstrably weaker.
You see though why we talk about how there's not really a great counter for that ball with the Riker going in early on as Lep will end up falling. He's the one who's going to contest. When Riker was up on that high ground over by like that bridge where you kind of come out of that door, he got hit with a mag grenade. He took like an accretion, tons of damage, the Torb there, whatever, and he's just still able to live. Like he just rolls away. I mean, that's insane. Yep. And now you kind of go here towards the last part of the map. Changes here for Rad Esports. So they will go Sombra Genji here. So Sombra Genji with a Diva in the mix. So Diva able to help the backline a little bit more.
Luke hacks here. No big deal. All the way is going to come down for Squid. Time Assad not going to stop here. This is a very comfortable walk-through fight win. Rad have to know it after making these wholesale switches to their comp. They just don't really have any equity in ult charge. The next one, maybe. It's going to be a beat that saves the round for them, I think. Time must have an immense time bank to work with.
I mean, dude, Lethal might be right in his, like, opinion on the ball comp, that it's, like, it's great for teams who can't kind of, like, coordinate, front and back line. But, man, it still looks good. I don't know, man.
We don't know. There's nowhere we're going to tell if he's right. Because, I think it's one thing when it's like a quote-unquote team that are using it as a crutch, and there's another team that's like an already good team using it, making use of their very good communication line, which you probably assume Liquid and Timeless have. So I don't know how relevant it is here. It's good bands though. I do approve.
Because these comms just look so filthy. I mean, maybe there's a world in where Trad gets a hold here, but it just feels like inevitable that Timeless is going to be able to break this.
Although, Rad have been able to stave them off without spending their support ultimates until now. I would say that the Nano Genji's a bit superfluous here, but it's important that they've been able to hold on to Lep's ultimate, build close to a blade for King.
Yeah.
Rocket, though, is going to have a Nano Blade next fight, so you are holding onto this beat for it. Lep has honestly got a lot of experience at the top level, although never really getting the run with the Outlaws that they would have liked. Again, they're going to know better than to spend this ultimate early.
Yeah, but it looks like Timeless just kind of banking up for one massive, battle here, right? As we see Chronic actually use the translocator to get back out to the rest of the team. Oh, they actually used the beat here, and it's actually just like Rocket going to the high ground and may have actually just got the beat out. So that's going to be the sound barrier gone. Riker also with the minefield for Timeless. That'll go. So Rad is actually starting to put together a pretty good hold here on D. This next fight, though, Mitch, is going to be massive for them.
I love the DB here. She can really be everywhere.
Yeah. Really good at like guarding the back line, can be quite aggressive. Yeah, that's going to have him off the ball.
Riker on the Ramatra here. Rad have got everything, though. I mean, there's no reason why they can't stop Timeless. This might be it. This might be where they've been able to find the edge. I think the comp switch after getting off the poke comp is quite good. Painkiller's shown that like when it's on like a Queen or a Diva, they've got a lot of flexibility as an individual. Can we get the Juno though here? That's the question. Chronic looking for Squid, and yep, they'll have them. Z's very far forward. That's Anna, I guess. You just don't have any choice. Your team's left you as they've gone to dive on in. A D-suit here for Painkiller now. A quick self-destruct to get them back there, and King has bought some time by dealing with Rocket. So Radic here virtually at full strength with Z's close to being off respawn, and Timeless are running out of it.
Yeah, this has been really good here for Rad as the switch to the Diva has definitely been highly impactful. Now Rocket's going to move away from Genji and go to Mei, right? So not able to make a play for the backline, constantly dealing with like these hacks, right? So Mei can play a little bit more on the ground here with the Ramatra.
Who are you catching with this?
I mean,
the wall definitely isn't the game plan. There's no way that's possible. Nano here for King.
It's going to be tough to catch just about anybody, right? I mean,
exactly.
Nano up on the high ground here for King. I mean, look at these two players split off.
And they're taking their time now. Red Esports have been able to really slow this game down to a halt. This is nice for Rad. I'm liking it. Look, Minnow, slept up, dealt with very quickly, and Timeless have, lost like 4 fights in a row. Great adaptation here for Rad Esports. I think the Sombra has been a real pain for Timeless to deal with in general on this part of the map, and they prevent a map completion.
And can they create something like this on offense for Rad, right? Like if Timeless comes out and plays the ball, right? Can they actually use this Sombra and Diva and some of the other heroes to gain an advantage just like this, right? Although, does this actually tell Timeless, like, hey, maybe we don't play the ball off the rip here, right? Maybe we go with something that's Ramatra based, Sigma based, that kind of can maybe deal with that Sombra a bit better.
And again, like for Timeless, it's a question of, right, we don't like that comp very much. However, is that something we're going to have to worry about running into now that we're on defense? We can go back to the first part of the map. Maybe they do want to play like a ball style defense, which would be odd to me. I think the Diva makes a lot of sense. They brought it out for us on Dorado. It looked very, very good. They never really felt like they were under a ton of pressure. Baptiste with this. To me is a bit more interesting. It means that the Squid is probably, I mean, Riker will just return to the perch for healing. It definitely means that they are investing in like having a really strong high ground position on top of Big Earls. And the Torb will play an off angle there with the turret.
Yes, I think that the BAP is an interesting selection. Also, BAP is great like when you want to control some of the high ground and just kind of stand and brawl on that space. But I also think Rad Esports, like, they've never really shown us like a willingness to dive per se, right? I know they played the Diva there towards the end, but it seems like at least thus far they've been sticking way more towards like Sigma, like slower base comps.
Could we just be trying to outpoke this comp? Rad. Okay, so there's going to be a Torb here for Timeless. I like that the Sim TP is going to be there. This will allow like Rad on a dime to sort of go aggressive, and the Lucio switch up here as well means that they have that option as well just to change the pace. Riker holds this corner, but you see how quickly, Diva just gets absolutely brutalized there. And Painkiller gets to take space because all of his cooldowns are in order to do that. Let picked off that, a little bit of a shooter. I like to see that. TP ultimately not going to be the answer for Rad.
The Sim is pretty good against the Diva, right? But you're not going to just sit here at the choke and just fight the Diva. I mean, that would just be a complete waste of your time. Lep actually goes to Zen here, Mitch. So the Zen on offense, I think the Zen on offense could be quite effective, right? No speed or kind of collapse from the Timeless side in the game. The Diva's not really going to kind of dive past this Sigma shield.
It
a
means-
whole ton.
It means if you hit an accretion on the D.Va, it's an instant D-mech, essentially, if this comp works well for you. So Riker barely got away before last time they ate a rock. This time it's mega dangerous for them. And so that'll change the way that they play. But again, a real poke element to this team, and Luke can also just do a lot of this fighting on his own. Great work there. And Chronic also falling. But Luke sets it up beautifully now and sets a position that's just you can't even poke into. So 90 minutes shaved off the clock here. Rad have a amp matrix of their own, but there are lots of places for timers to fall back to.
Yeah, and with this slow of a comp for Rad, it's really difficult to kind of take control over Big Earls, right? We've seen teams that have run something like this slow, right? Almost like get under Big Earls, right? You see like kind of where the TP puts Painkiller, but like get a few players inside of there, right? So like breaks LOS, you move the cart. And you're in a better spot. It's going to be an Amp Matrix here. It's just going to force Timeless back. So Z's Amp Matrix is going to gain them some space.
Oh, an array though. They're going to fight into this. Matrix has just gone down and, well, it's going to be tough to play inside of it. Nicely done. Yeah, great lamp. Luke on the BAP is kind of clean with it. I'm not going to lie. Even if the orbit array passed Timeless by, they still had the drone to rely on. Still, Chopper needs to get to a safe distance now. Chronic does have Bob in play, and he's going to make it a little bit hard to play past this corner. Ryko trying to be tentative about it, but eventually you have to stand your ground. And as Chopper sends in these virtually vertical headshots with the railguns, and he'll wait out the kinetic grass to throw a really nasty disruptor shot down into the bottom of Big L's as well. This one, here he comes. That's very annoying to deal with. Now Rad are having that space taken away from them by force. And hey, almost a minute left in the round. Timeless might not have to worry about that last phase.
Right, with just kills coming in late here. Painkiller now going to go over to D.Va. So this is looking a little bit more representative of what they ran towards the end of the map. So King still staying on the sim because you want this barrier, right? You've kind of worked all game for it at this point. May as well get some value out of it.
All right, King, they're going to set up here. Painkiller switching now off the Sigma. The Sigma was a questionable one as well. I'm not going to lie. Transcendence makes this a little tricky for Timeless to challenge, but Riker can contest from that corner. So, Amp Matrix in play, a lot of extra healing, and now Rad have split themselves up voluntarily. They are playing from the defender side spawn. That disruptor shot did get actually stopped halfway through. Painkiller may not have done it intentionally, but that would have been pretty bad for Rad had they have that disruptor go into the tunnel itself. Carters? Any touches? Anybody?
I mean, there's an Amp Matrix like in that doorway, so maybe they don't want to like try and get on there and play from that position, but that actually even felt like a fight that Timeless could still win, right? I mean, they split up the supports and the tanks so much. It's just a really brutal spot to play from. They don't end up taking the fight. They end up giving up that point, and now more progress to Rat.
So D.Va mirroring out. Very different backlines. Luke is, I really like what we're seeing from the Baptiste, but I mean, he is definitely a less beloved option for our pro players as of lately. A couple of mortality fields, though, have been pretty convincing. Hack on Riker is very annoying. Squid is going for an orbital rain now. King, a little bit of extra damage will get them there, but they have to deflect. Good disengage from Rad. But they split themselves up in doing so, so a stagger is still possible. But Chronic's able to find Rocket at least. So only 1-for-1. Painkiller might just be able to trundle away from this. And that could have been much worse for Rad.
Well, the BAP also kind of loses out when we see Hazard in the game, right? Like Hazard really good at just kind of jumping onto the BAP. Giving him a lot of trouble up close. Is Riker getting really low? He's hacked up top. They're going to be able to kind of heal him back up. Luke Amino working up towards an Amp Matrix.
Okay, here's Chopper. Decent vantage point for this, but a lot of early warning for Rad. They blot out the sun with arrows. They're fighting the shade is the plan for Rad Esports. Chronic also with an EMP, so definitely hoping to bait an engagement onto the card itself, or just, threaten a back cap here. They can start to push it, surely. Z's out of the fight. Not ideal for Painkiller, who probably realizes that there's not enough healing throughput for the D.Va to stay alive. So they take the kill on Chopper and get out.
Is there a good moment for Rad here, potentially with this EMP, right? They've been holding on to it a little bit long now, kind of searching for maybe the best possible moment here, right? You're going to feel like it's absolutely necessary, right? Nano plus EMP, maybe the Nano goes over to the Genji. You're going to get this blade as Luke Amino playing very close to the edge there. Almost dies.
Riker, the goat! Somehow Luke's alive!
My.
Come on, look at what it cost them! Everything to get the BAP, and they lose King for it. who dies in the most ignoble way possible to that Torb turret.
That EMP
Still,
hit him?
EMP ends up coming out, Matt.
I don't know if it, like what it hit. It may have ended up just taking out Squid, right? But you're going to be able to get both supports back in the action rather quick here for Timeless, and you are just and that's going to be they're going to have a mech back, right? You're going to get a self-destruct back here. You're going to be able to get back in mech, but you're putting a lot of pressure on this King Blade now.
Burning the D.Va ult there though is pretty massive. It doesn't cost Rad Esports. They're still going to have Painkiller in the fight, but it still hurts. No nano for this Blade. King has got it all laid out before him. He's at the war table, and he knows a Blade is their only chance for Rad to advance in this game. Here we go. Looking for the Torb, who, by the way, is overloaded. That's pretty scary. Squid, chased down, can't get the health back, so King will leave with 1. Now, though, very much out of the action, but so too is Riker. That card is getting close, and Rocket has been the only one stalling things out right now. There's got to be some touches getting involved. Please. Here's Riker. Okay, they get there, but I must say that Blade might have done the job, Matt. It might have been enough.
Well, can Squid get back here and end up using an orbital, right? That would be the biggest difference here, right? Is Riker really low. They're just trying to have him stay alive. They actually do end up using the orbital.
But D.Va gets desuited, and there's a bio that shuts it down instantly. Rocket still alive somehow, but then hacked. And we are headed to the last phase of the map. This is oh so winnable for Rad Esports, folks. Best chance they've had in a number of games, in fact, to take this map.
Yeah, so now we get to the final stage. You see that box of victory there for Rad Esports. A real opportunity to make it happen is actually we're going to see Timeless go to Malga here. So just going to try and put maybe some pressure onto Lep and Z's and see if you can just kind of circumvent this D.Va, right? Make it very difficult for the D.Va to have an impact. As oh, look at this. They've actually kind of flipped sides of the map, Mitch.
Molten Core here, though. So where do Rad fall back to? Enemy territory? Seems scary. Z's might be in trouble here. Oh, the sleep hit! Oh, that's nice! Rocket goes down. Choppy with the Molten Core. But again, we're not in overtime, so this just buys some time. And Timeless are in front of the enemy spawn still, so there is that. And, well, Rocket comes back in with a Pulse Bomb at least, and they'll be there fairly fast. Lep is tanking the turret right now and can heal through much of that, of course, just passively, so not the end of the world. Riker is on the Malga, though. A little bit scary, I think, for Painkiller to stand and fight, but there are ways around this. Multiple ways, in fact, to skin a cat. And Rocket still has that pulse coming off spawn with a vengeance. It was Chopper to find 2. The Torb play now. Something that Rad are going to have to deal with. And Painkiller here with a remake, maybe
he's going to get a touch.
Better head back to spawn.
I don't know. I think you would have been coming up very late. I don't know if you would have gotten like a great touch here. Yeah, it would have been extremely close. So Chronic actually gets detected there. a prediction pulse bomb there from Rocket.
So I appreciate it. That just seems a bit wild. Luke caught by the beat. Oh no! No chance for it. Caught inside the EMP. Squid also was affected by it. I think Chronic might have paved the way here for Rad Esports. That is ridiculous. There's a nano here for Z's. Luke off spawn. There will be time for Timeless to regroup as long as there are no further staggers, but it's getting dicey.
No, I think Timeless is going to be able to contest this pretty much with everybody alive. And they're going to have Orbital Ray plus Sound Barrier. So it's going to be the Sound Barrier that opens things up out of the spawn with everybody up.
Blade for King. Orbital Ray not available. Squid is able to get it off just in time. King then stunned up. Looks like they were knocked by a stump by Riker, but they still got rid of Chopper. Orbital Ray not really that effective. Rocket the only one able to play inside of it now. It's going to be a cage fight to catch them up. But King happy to fight here. Surely will be dragged down. It's Lep. Can't stand. Can't hang. Timeless. Come out with both support ultimates in a cage fight. And it's a close map. Much more engaged we've seen all day. Still Timeless dub.
The Sombra really impactful though. We saw Chronic make some really nice plays built around that EMP. It forced a lot of swaps out of Timeless. I would not be surprised if we see Timeless try and get that hero out of the game. The Sombra seems to be pretty annoying for them to deal with.
Yeah, it must feel pretty good though, Matt, heading into a decider map with the opportunity to still ban Sombra in this series. I think that's got to feel pretty good. However, it does of course mean that the crew on Rad Esports can choose another map. But how many more maps that are hostile to ball mostly?
Well, especially if you see a Sombra ban on the other side, right? Like what have been the bans so far here for Timeless? So it's been Hazard and Lucio, right? So you can definitely get the Sombra out of the way. There is do you get rid of Ball potentially? Like if you are Rad Esports, right? Depending on where you go. I just think there's some pretty good options here for Timeless.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think like the map choice here might not be as relevant because I actually don't know if there are many categories left where like with like bad wrecking ball maps. I think this is definitely a map where we saw Riker have some trouble. I like the D.Va. Honestly, like I thought Painkiller it's been one of their best looks for sure. The D.Va Sombra comp with the Ana Z's on the Ana hit some really nice sleeves, like the one on Rocket where they are trying to 1v1 the Ana. So it's a much better game from Rad. Look at this. I mean, Rad actually have a better KD at the end of it. It's not a stat that tells the whole story because the game was so close that it was a 3-death affair that separated these two. Great to see some competitive Overwatch, and this is what I was hoping from Rad at the start of Stage 1.
Yeah, this is the Rad that we thought would be around more often, right? Just they end up looking pretty bad last week. I think they've played pretty competitive here. It'll be Eichenwald coming up next year for Rad Esports. That'll be their pick. No subs for either team. What do you ban if you're Rad here, right? Is there a good option? They've banned
Ana?
They banned the Kiri so far, and then they've also banned I don't have the second ban for the series, but I mean, do you get rid of Ana? I mean, that could be a little bit annoying, right? But then do they just play like Lucio Kiri, right?
Maybe. Lucio Kiri with the ball is probably fine. If there's no Sombra to contend with, you probably still feel good about that.
So it's the Winston and the Lucio for map number 1. Those were the two bans, but the Rad ban was the Winston. So Winston and Kiri gone here for Rad in our first 2 maps.
We're waiting on bans, folks. That's why they're not populated yet.
So maybe you could ban Ana. I mean, that still leaves open like Lucio, Lucio Juno. I mean, a bunch of like nothing. I think almost like those bans like end up like in a way like limiting Rad in some aspects, but we'll see. I mean, this is the part that's pretty awesome about this system, right? There's so many different kind of questions and turns that it can go in what you want to play. I feel like for Timeless, right? If they go with a support or a tank, like it feels like the Sombra is pretty much like a layup, right?
Yes.
I you don't want to play Sombra. Like Sombra.
Do Rad have a ball ban left?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
They do.
Oh, I think you might just do that here, right?
Just to be safe.
Yeah. So Sombra ball. Right. Yeah. Here we are. Sombra ball are the bans. So. No surprise, you don't want to deal with that. This also opens things up for D.Va as well, to be a little bit less harassed over the course of the map. But yeah, without the Wrecking Ball available, Timeless have to go to something else. Now, they might not be quite the same level of unhinged as Liquid in terms of playing ball here. So, yeah, who really knows? But ton of other comps here. We see a lot of Orisa on this map from teams that don't want to play the fruitier stuff. Malga at times has also been pretty reasonable. Again, like a lot of those brawl comps, I think have plenty of value. We definitely see Ramatra look very good in that last phase, the more claustrophobic part of the map. But tons of options. Riker on the Ramatra, and it will be the Torb in the backline. Torb has just he's looked ridiculously good.
He
just the base stats on that guy, just something else.
I mean, some of his perks are quite, getting that level 3 turret back. I mean, that is going to be spicy. Or even like. They kind of talked about it like a little bit cheeky, right? Where you could throw the turrets on like walls and different things. Like those are going to create so many weird angles, right? That you're going to have to just kind of deal with and adjust, like Torb turrets above doorways and things. Like, oh, it's going to be nasty. So he might even get up a little stronger.
Okay, Rad Esports cutting it pretty close to giving us a map win in that previous Route 66 outing, but it was not to be, unfortunately. So now to avert another sweep.
Cutting it close.
With Timeless on the Ramatra comp. It's going to be mirrored in Chronic. I like this against the Ramatra Brawl style. It's going to be pretty annoying for the Genji.
Cutting it close to getting a map win. But, so it is annoying for the Genji, but you can make an argument that like the Torb is more annoying, right? And like Torb you can kind of play in like a cast, right? Like it's obviously you don't have like the CC, but just the constant poke and off angling from the turret is just really annoying for even Genji to deal with. There's a rocket there, just some poke damage going down on a Chronic, and they finish him off.
That's not great for Rad. Again, I guess it could be hard to maneuver this comp safely into position. But what we saw from Chronic on Route 66, that brief outing on Cassidy, and also what we've seen from their Widow, I'm very excited to see him on this sort of hard hit scan. And honestly, it should be good here. There's should be plenty to sort of defend or back up this Cassidy. A lot of speed here for Rad as well, between Lucio and Juno. And the Torp turret's been dealt with. So in theory, the way has been paved to go on in. Here's the hindrance. Rocket. Doesn't care. He doesn't care.
I mean, they just go right. Whenever they see Chronic, they just beeline to him. I mean, Rocket just gets right in his face, and there's nothing that, like, really Chronic can do. I mean, you know, even with the mag, right, you had to have the Juno damage, like the Riker on the Ramatra's kind of getting in your face. So Cassie, the one thing he doesn't have is like mobility, right? Where like, okay, like Sojourn, for instance, right? If you were to swap them in here, like if you get collapsed on, you just kind of like slide and dash away, right? And you create more space. Cassie does not have that option, has to fight.
We're down to 2 minutes here. 2 unsuccessful pushes, 2 situations in which Chronic just gets dived early. So desperately, Rada trying to keep Chronic out of the sunlight here. And here comes the push. Kitsune Rush is going to set them up. And Chronic dies first. Who would have thunk it? Now we're really starting to see the weaknesses of Cassidy played out in real time. This isn't even a dive comp. It's a hard brawl setup. But one roll is not enough to get you out of the fray, apparently.
But even Torb, right, could stand there like with you know, the overload and fight a bit, right? Gains a lot of that health, you know, fire rates, right, makes it a lot scarier. Cassie just seems the obviously like the CC is like great and like the slow, but the trade-off in terms of like no movement capabilities really like whatsoever, like no significant ones, it doesn't seem to be a worthwhile trade.
Okay, orbital up here for Randa, Molten Core, for Timeless. It lets him take a lot of this space again, but they don't turn it into an angle that yields a pick. So back to the drawing board again. Double annihilation here, orbital ray for both sides. In theory, Rad have the critical mass of ultimates. Rocket, can he find a pick early though? King tries to chase him up there, and okay, Rocket says, brilliant. We got a beat. That is nice. Squid though is dead. Orbital ray was used, and okay, things don't quite turn out to plan here for Timeless as Riker is left out in the open with a Maelstrom that is just not set up to get any kills. Getting out alive here is the next order of business, and so far Riker has been able to slink away.
Yeah, Rad also uses the orbital ray, right? So it's a sound barrier in response to Rocket's blade. Timeless starts to back up. I believe they also lose Squid during the start of that. But then it's the orbital ray from Z's that they kind of use to move in behind, and they're able to at least get that first checkpoint. So we'll see them back up. Need to get this door open, right? We see a lot of teams decide to play really close. As look at that Riker even kind of pushing it around here.
Yeah, King also struggling with this poke damage coming in from the doorway here, and okay, we're taking a fight. Timeless really want to try and spawn camp Rad to some degree, and I like that Suzu. The damage coming back from Rad was pretty reasonable there. Annihilation, though, that might be an issue. Blade also teased out of Rad. So the war chest of ultimates they try and walk into this second phase of the map with, they are forced to part with now as Timeless at least try to negotiate from a position of power.
That's nice help from left there, able to get that kill onto Rocket, keeping King up as King and Co now trying to fight for this high ground control. But yeah, that's a lot of ultimates used there just to basically get the gate open and get around that first corner, right?
It's not a problem though if Rad can use this bridge though to have another good start to the fight, right? Then like they've spent their ultimates for map control and given themselves some proper meterage, but Painkiller eventually has to give it up.
Yeah, he's just been pushed off the high ground by Rocket as well, right? Rocket just gets right past the Ramatra shield, get in his face, put down some damage with the Shurikens, and then just kind of chase him around the map, right? So they end up losing that high ground control. They lose Painkiller here in the end. So even though you used all these ults, you got a little bit of meterage around the corner to show for it. Not significant.
Okay. Chronic still hoping to make this Cassidy work. I think this is a better strategy when you just storm the castle. Might be the plan here. Definitely feels like Timeless are aware of it. They want that high ground, but they're ready to pivot into a pitched battle on top of the ramparts should they be required. Lep's going to nudge the cart forward, and Riker has dropped down now. Yeah, Timeless a pretty solid defensive hold. Don't have like full top castle control, but I don't see how this Deadeye is supposed to achieve anything.
It's going to get them under the bridge. So it's just giving them like space here to kind of get that cart moving. This is going to be Squid using the orbital ray, and it's like when the orbital ray they use, it's like Rad rotating all the way around, so not going to get much value out of it.
Orbital's going to be waited out. Now the Annihilation comes in. and it's gonna just go for its max duration here. Sound barrier used isn't enough. Honestly, it's pretty good against this. Kitsune Rush here for Lukemino. Chopper needs to be kept alive, but Riker is doing a lot of work. Elsewhere on the cart, there's still the issue of Painkiller, though. And I think they, on their own, are going to be enough to force everyone else back. Squid might get a health pack up there. No. Lukemino also going to fall here. And Rad at least have a shot at the last phase of the map.
They do, and it's going to be this annihilation from Painkiller that would be the ultimate that would get them over the line. Potentially, they're going to have Blade as well. But Rocket's going to come flying out of spawn, man. Here, he's got that Blade in hand. No sound barrier on the other side. It's got to be huge here for Timeless.
King, though, close to one of his own. So it's far from a guaranteed thing here for Timeless. Oh, wait a minute. Chopper
on the flank.
Big flank angle, but there's got to be touches here. That's the only thing. Riker's got to be aware of this. Rocket's Blade doesn't get much.
Left on the side?
What? I don't know what happened there. Who knows? Squid's going to take Z's down, though, and I think it's only Rocket who can stall this out. Luke's going to be too late to the party, and hard to really know if Chopper got done what he was hoping to with that very long flank. Rad, though, have the Blade. They have the Annihilation. And they get that last phase of the map opened up.
Yeah, it did get a little bit scary, though. But now that you got this last part of the map, it'd be very difficult to get here just in general. So Rad giving themselves a chance to potentially force a fourth map in the set would be pretty bad here for Timeless's just kind of overall standings and map count. Riker will go over and play Sigma here. So get a Sigma versus a Reese. Oh my, I mean, there's just goodbye Painkiller. I mean, they walk up, they hit him with an accretion, he gets shot in the head, and goodbye.
I really hope that they use this straight away now with this Sigma comp, because this is sneakily one of the best parts of the map to have a poke.
Yeah.
All right, they will, but there's enough mitigating. Yeah, I mean, Painkiller's able to step up here, switch off to the Orisa on the Ramatra now. Very much more reasonable of a pick. Orisa look great here if she's not utterly counted out with the loss of space. So, okay, Bluebeard going to pop this Kitsune Rush now. Painkiller got knocked to the ground briefly by an accretion, but they're very quick to get back into the fight, especially behind the orbital ray of Rad. Timers, though, step back, and Riker got a lot of value off of that kinetic grasp. The Kitsune Rush, though, is what makes Rad turn tail and back up. They've got a overclock here for Chronic, excuse me.
Yeah, so actually the orbital ray that forces them to back up as Squid ends up popping and they lose Lukemino.
Chronic looking for more. Just Lukemino falling so far for Timers, but Riker is really struggling to stay in the fight. Chopper's found one, though. This time it didn't take a crazy wide flank. So Timers have a chance to regroup, and they'll have a spawn advantage now against Rad, who are only working with 4 players. And back they're going to be forced. This all hinges on Painkiller building an Annihilation before they end up going down. And the beat is going to allow for this. That's perfect timing there for Lep to find a sound barrier. Painkiller goes for the Annihilation, but they're getting a lot of damage thrown at them from the periphery of this fight. Stay alive a long time, but it might still not be enough. Chopper finds 2 there with that overclock, and Zeus is going to be punching him out.
Yeah, they keep Riker alive enough for long there. Lukemino on the side angle on the Kiri, just kind of pumping healing into him, just keeping him up for as long as possible, as it's not pretty, but right there at the end, Timeless does get their hold before a map completion.
And honestly, that was a dicey one, because Rad have a sound barrier that buys them time into an Annihilation. You think they do pretty well there. A lot of it hinges on Chopper just having a large amount of damage off to the sides of that fight, and you're bringing Painkiller down very quickly.
So we'll see what Timeless has here on offense, right? They put together a really good first point defense. Does not seem like Rad really wants to go and try and play, I know, maybe like a Torbjorn type of setup. Okay, so it's actually Torb plus Cassidy. So this is kind of like dive, flanker aggression as you can get currently.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, Timeless, though, they've shown they're happy to play like that brawl style. Accessing Chronic was easy for them when they were defending. Now, though, it might be a little bit harder to reach the Cassidy, especially if he's protected in a sort of a safe pocket. Squid on the Mercy, that would be quite a thing.
I don't think the Maga necessarily cares about this, though, right? Like if Maga just charges in, I don't think he necessarily cares about obviously the slow from the mag grenade when he's charging doesn't matter at all, right? So
Defend objective A.
Lucio Juno as well, so lots of speed.
Okay, here's Riker. Yep, here's that gap closed, and what? Painkiller took a lot of damage, but Chopper just somehow dying to the vortex that was set up behind Riker. Little awkward. Chronic with the space, and you can see what Cassidy can do. Riker trying to cost him, get up on him, but no. Not this time.
I wonder who put enough damage in to just take Chopper out right away with that Vortex, right? Just kind of comes around the corner. They want to use the speed to get out of the choke. And he just dies instantly from some of the damage there.
So again, this is a little scary. There are multiple layers of abstraction in Rad's comm. But again, as the attacker, you have the luxury of like just counter swapping, especially at your tank position, to find the advantage. This is another setup here that not only takes that space, but is much better at sort of damage and CC mitigation than Malga is. Okay, I don't know if Rocket know what hit him there. I think he's trying to play towards the backline, but Torb is that strong. He just shuts the Genji down. Chopper, though, showing us exactly why we're seeing so much of the Blacksmith in our games. No lep here for Rad, but he's the one that would return to the fray quickest anyway.
Can you capitalize on this? It's like Chopper is still on another weird off angle, just like how he was in the Sojourn in the last round. Is Rocket now going to play Echo here, just put a little bit more damage down from the sky, just change the sight lines. Oh man, that time Lucamino got extremely low as he is somehow able to live.
Yeah, Chronic eventually falls as well, just got a little bit too close to that focusing being there. A pick you think probably wouldn't be great against the Torb Cassidy setup, but Rocket's Echo does give Timeless at least a foot in the door in his fight, and it gets flung wide open by Riker. And they will be taking this point after only about a couple of minutes here, so decent timing here for Timeless. Wonder how long they try and stick with the Orisa. It's fine, it's definitely serviceable when taking control of the castle.
I mean,
and also having a Terror Surge up the sleeve couldn't hurt.
I was going to say, you have 4 ults. There's no way you kind of switch off of this now, right? You at least give it another fight. As King now actually was going to match the Echo, but as soon as the Echo comes out, Rocket goes over to Tracer. So just kind of counter picking each other, it seems like, with these 2 DPS.
King with the objectively superior Echo skin.
That skin is kind of dope.
It is incredible. That whole battle pass was actually lit.
You're very easy
all the way
to
here
spot,
comes
though.
out sound barrier, so layering of support ultimates from both sides. What a big commitment this is. Rad clearly think it's so crucial to control this space, but a Terror Surge, they just get put into a blender.
Oh, that's a tough way to end up losing a fight, right? You end up committing just about everything into this one. You push on up. Nah, I mean, we're not seeing like Weird. Let's not get that crazy.
Getting excited.
Like Weir's going to need 9 major perks to be able to be played. Need some help.
Hey, just keep getting stealth buffs every patch, and all of a sudden he will come out of nowhere, and Luke will be the first one.
If he could plant little trees, right? That if you don't destroy in like 15 seconds, spawns big trees, then maybe. But
my boy Rax got his ear to the ground.
True.
He'll know. All right, so Castle definitely obviously invested in here by Rad. They've got a relatively closer range hit scan element to their team. So this is a good way to take the fights, but they've kind of lost King, so the burst damage on someone like Riker is not really possible now. Looks like a Javelin connected with Chopper. He just overloaded in response, and okay, we get a turret for a Deadeye. And a reload, I guess. Not great. And also, how easy is it to heal Painkiller up there? Not very by the looks of things. Lep is trying to get to him, but Chronic is down. Again, first picked in this fight.
The entire time the payload's moving as well. Like they have somebody on the ground moving that payload. So as the high ground fight is commencing and Timeless is just kind of pushing Rad further and further back, and then eventually off of it, Timeless is getting tons of payload progress, and now you're going to be around towards this bridge. I think if you're Rad, you just need to force them to use some ults here, right? You can't allow them to walk into the castle with double support ult towards the end. Chronic, you may only get one shot at that one. Swings and misses.
Oh, I liked it when it from Chronic. It's looked incredible, but geez, how do you make it work here?
Spot.
No choice now. Spawn's too far away. Chronic, you are stuck on this. And Rocket instantly blows up the Widow. Could have been a one clip for all we knew. Nice put torpedoes from a very safe vantage point. And a Torb turret set up there means Timeless, comfortable now into this last phase. 3 minutes 20 to work with. It's a lot of time. Both teams on the Orisa comms here. Probably not going to see any big switches outside of King going over to the Genji.
Yeah, we'll see if this we'll see if this gets a response out of Rocket. He's really kind of been the one that's made some changes here for Timeless, but don't necessarily think you need to. So I do have a Terror Surge available here for Painkiller. It's going to be one available for Riker as well. We'll see how they try to engage here. It looks like also you're just maybe building up this Riker Terror Surge. You're going to use this Molten Core in combination.
Painkiller just doesn't really seem to care. That Suzu got used just to keep Luke alive. Oh, there was no escape. It gets pulled a little bit early, the Terror Surge, but Luke still got picked off by Lep after the fact. Painkiller, decent job there as well. Just throws up a javelin spin amidst the fight to break up some of the incidental projectiles that were coming through. Gotta be careful, gotta respect this Molten Core, but Chronic puts that one to an end pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a downtown Molten Core there, and maybe Chopper's gonna think about switching here. As he just kind of shucked that Molten Core. That was a nice shot from Chronic, because yeah, Chopper will end up playing the Sojourn here. It's been a good hold for Rad Esports. They've wasted some time off the clock.
Chronic coming off the Widow now has found a new lease on life, apparently, and is collecting on those of Timeless. Orbital Ray here for Squid. It's going to have to be a sound barrier in response. Aziz also lays an Orbital Ray for Rad over that. Pulse, though, doesn't care about that healing over time, so Rocket finds a good window, but it's still a player advantage here for Rad. This defense is holding pretty well for our red side.
So, Rocket does put a lot of pressure down onto left there so that they do end up using both support ults at the same time. So maybe you have an advantage here for Timeless with this Kitsune rush that's coming on through. Although King does have a blade, so the blade is extremely impactful with no sound barrier on the other side.
See, this Kitsune goes down. Can he make good use of it? Riker had a massive Terror Surge to get through that choke at the start of the second phase of the map. That doesn't even seem to be necessary here. Just the raw power of that Kiriko ultimate sets up a comfortable fight win. Rad get brushed aside. I guess the silver lining? Yeah, they can come back in with the Terror Surge of their own. King can look to blade this backline that doesn't have a support ultimate to inoculate them.
Yeah, I was gonna say King ends up, dying really early, but that allows him to end up holding on to the blade. So a minute to go. Even if you lose this fight for Timeless, if you lose it fast, you might have another.
Yeah. 50 seconds isn't bad, King. Oh, God, he's forced into a deflect early. The torpedoes could have been such a problem. Oh, Lep's caught inside the Terror Surge. That is brutal. No Lucio for you. Still, Timeless haven't quite gotten to the end yet. Gonna force the Lucio away. Painkiller just crumbles. King was forced into a deflate midair. Talk about being on the back foot. The most maladroit situation I've seen a defending team in today. And there's just nothing Rad can do about it. 9 maps of Overwatch, folks. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, Timeless takes care of business, right? We talked about how all these teams up in that top 4 need to kind of keep pace in terms of map count. We saw a 3-0 earlier from Nightmare, 1 from Team Liquid. Timeless knew what they needed to do here against Rad Esports, facing probably the toughest of the opponents today, and they still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this to go a 3-0 kind of way. However, I am honestly very impressed with Rad Esports. I wish we would have seen this type of Rad Esports earlier already, like last week. There were more winnable matches for them back then. Alas, it shall not be. However, I feel like they're starting to find their groove just in time for the meta to change next week, of course. So that's a little unluckers. A little unluckers indeed. Timeless, though, they were pushed. They were pushed out of their comfort zone. Riker had to switch off that ball. There was a lot of pressure on them. We saw those changes coming out from Rad Esports. So overall, I think this was a very entertaining series, and the 3-0 score definitely does not tell you the whole story.
Rad Esports played much better than they did last week. Last week they were not really that close. This week, though, they put up a pretty good fight against Timeless. But I think Timeless also just showed the potential of this team, right? Can play so many different things situationally, making the right calls. And then also just kind of like a little bit of a clutch factor always seems to kind of come through here for Timeless. So they look good. They kind of hold pace with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of a couple of things on the Rad side. I like the Painkiller Diva. This cop looked really good. Obviously, this part of the map on 66 allows Sombra to like hack down really easily, like without any threat of punishment. And I do think that this could have been really competitive, if not for the one fight where Riker blows out Rad with that 3k Terror Surge. There's like some genuine game to be had here. So it's not just like one map where I think, Rad put a good show on. It's these 2 consecutive maps. And I think that like the pick and ban strategy for me seemed to make a lot of sense. Go to the decided map, ban the thing that's giving you the most trouble. You sort of ban the ball. They knew they'd be dealing with the Sombra. So I do think that like, in contrast to the previous game, it definitely seems like a much tighter strategy when it comes through from the pick and bans. And I think like, Rad did everything that they could to give themselves an edge like out of game. I think that some things didn't quite go their way in these team fights, right? And some really volatile situations, honestly, were pretty high variance. Didn't favor them today.
No, I mean, look, I think Rad Esports, obviously they get extremely close, but it seems like there's definitely a little bit of a gap between them and some of those teams in that top 4 at the moment. But no, maybe I definitely think there's a gap between Rad and some of the teams underneath them. It's just how do they go about trying to break into that top 4?
That big question is, of course, if Rad Esports is finding themselves in those relegation and promotion matches, do we expect them to come back in?
I don't think they're going to find their way there. I think they're better than that. I think, you're going to probably see them in the playoff. I would imagine like a 5-6 type of seed. And they're also going to be a little bit scary, right? It's, with the game changing so much, these are very talented players. Could be dicey.
So Rad's next, I'll do the math for you. Rad's next couple of games are SSG and Amplify, right? Right now, even if they lose to SSG 3-0, they're still one whole map ahead of Shikigami, who are 1-4 at 3-13. These guys are 3-9 right now.
And so Shikigami also faces off SSG, but they face SSG next week when things are up in the air, so they have more chances of actually taking a map off of SSG than Rad Esports has tomorrow, would be my take.
Potentially. There's also there are other matches where Shikigami could also get a map win as well, like against Avidity tomorrow. So that part of the bracket is far from certain here. But I'm just saying, even with a 0-3, Rad still have kept their head above water. So they've got a buffer, but not a huge one.
Right on. Okay, Squid is earning themselves a player of the match, playing so well in the backline that we just pin him as a DPS player.
Yeah, I mean, he's just pumping out so much damage. May as well just consider him one. He's had really great series. I feel like every time we've watched this team, just been really impressed with the play this stage.
Oh man, I from the one play, it was Lijiang Tower. I remember it. Lijiang Tower Garden. He I don't know, he just breaks players' ankles on this Juno.
Yeah,
really impressed. Squid also had a great Ana play of the course of this series. This backline is legit sick. This Timeless team really, really good. And again, this core has been together from Timeless to TSM, again back to Timeless, including their coach as well, who stayed with them. So they have a lot to lean on, I think. And again, all of our teams here, there's no change in the standings at the top of the table. Everyone's 3-0'd, right? So everyone's breathed a sigh of relief now. This makes next week ultra interesting.
Yeah, you just mentioned that there's a core roster here that has been together for a long time, including their coach, and their coach is actually going to join us for a quick chat here after this victory. So let's welcome to the show Capitology. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. Let's talk about your team, because the tier 2 grind was real for a long time for so many of these players. Now you find yourselves at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the standings. What's the vibe like in the team? What were your expectations heading into this season, and the thoughts on where you ended up now, almost at the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, our expectations are definitely pretty high. Going into the season, it was pretty difficult to get supports because the teams were kind of moving around, and there were all these rumors about the third partner team, so people were kind of waiting. Some of us almost retired until we saw the partner teams released, actually. And then when we saw the partner teams, we were like, wait, we can beat these teams. It's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So we put something together, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Ethan, of course, you're still working with a core that you know and has sort of performed and has honestly really taken it to these top teams. I think on the TSM roster, you just had a couple of unlucky losses where you couldn't afford to have them, and that sort of put you out in some situations. But we're going to have a shake-up next week, obviously. I'm sure you've been thinking about it. It's probably, one of the only things you've been sort of dealing with. But how do you sort of, as a coach with quite a lot of experience now, approach a shake-up on this scale? What is most important to you in terms of getting your team ready for things to get turned upside down?
I mean, for a match like SSG, and that match is probably going to decide the first seed, I think, or first and second, which is a really big deal with the buys, I think, going into the bracket. It's really difficult because in scrims, all the top 4 teams right now have a really big ego where they wait for you to pick your comp, they counter comp you, they ban whatever you're hovering, and there's anything they can do to get the map win. Which is really annoying when, we're prepping for Rad and Amplify. Obviously, we know we're good. We're trying not to look past these teams because, Amplify takes maps off of top teams, Rad can punch up. So we're prepping for these matches, and SSG's just doing everything they can to squeeze out map wins in these scrims on different comps. People are playing Zarya comps, counter comping us. So
going into this week, I'm going to do the same thing to everybody else. I'm going to wait for them to hover comps in the map. I'm going to ban whatever they're hovering. I'm going to counter comp them, and we'll prepare for this going into SSG.
And I'm curious for your perspective. We've asked a lot of the people that have come on the show. The perk system, how impactful do you think it is? Are there anything that you're excited that comes along with it?
I think perks is cool. I play a lot of MOBA games. I think it's cool to be able to, put your own personal spin on a lot of the heroes. I think it's a good idea to have more individuality, especially in the sense that allowing heroes to kind of be more flexible, fill more jobs in certain teams. I think everything they do towards that end is good. I am a little worried some of the perks look really, really strong right off the bat, but with a patch this big, it's really hard to make any guesses before you get to play it, so we'll just have to wait and see. But
well, we don't have to wait very long since that's happening in just a few days, so we're very excited to see what you and the team have in store for us. Cap, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your future matches.
All right, thanks for having me.
As I said earlier, always great to hear it from the coaches. Yeah,
I love Cap. He's always got a bit of sass for us. I think it's so funny like our teams are treating scrims like OWCS finals out there. Hopefully it's helpful. Hopefully it develops like the whole of NA into a more competitive region, because it's all well and good to like counter comp and ego people domestically. But if you get trashed internationally, then it kind of
it doesn't really matter.
Silly, so yeah.
Yeah, I took the time during the interview to psychoanalyze this particular coach based on his background. We saw a dog bed, dried flowers, concept art on the walls, a vanity mirror, books, a guitar in reach as well. This man is living. Is that distracting him from coaching?
Wow, the fact that he currently has breath in his lungs distracting him from what's really important.
I think he needs to focus up. He has clearly too many hobbies in their life. Don't like that for the team. Let's take a look at our standings, or rather, let's take a look at our schedule. That's even better. This is what we have in store for you tomorrow, Rad Esports. I hope they show the same plus some of what we've seen through them from them today, because if so, they have a real chance of at least taking a map off of SSG.
I think those middle games are also interesting. Like, will anybody ever beat VP? No, we'll see like kind of what Peps has there. And
the
then
first one's
Divinity
gonna be
versus Shikigami. Like that may have huge implications in terms of relegation and whatnot. So that's a huge match.
I agree. I mean, I Peps, kind of surprised us today. That was a fun little best of 5 series over in EMEA. The VP have been looking pretty imperious, so we'll see.
Yeah, there you see, as we just talked about the implications. But yeah, the top is hotly contested. I do love that though, because we are so used from this very region to just have the top dog and everyone else is just scrambling at the bottom. No more of that. Do love that.
Yeah, I mean, like this is kind of, we're getting to the pointy end of things, and we're getting to a state where we can really get a good feel for who is the best. But that last weekend of next week, day of next weekend will decide everything. It'll literally decide the top 4 spots and the ordering of them. Like that is crazy to me. So we will be in suspense until the very end. It's almost like they intended it to be this way. But so I won't make too many assumptions. We have not gotten to see enough of these top teams play against each other. And when they have, it was like right at the start, like with like Liquid losing, for example. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't really make a difference now, but they've shown that they're much better than they were. So
it's so funny because we see them play against each other at the very beginning, where it's like, okay, warm up, like they're just finding their footing, and now we get to see them play again at the very end, where they have to deal with perks and no one knows what to expect. Speaking of perks,
what was that? Hold on, blast that one back up.
Production took the liberty to do some perks for our casters because we talked so much about it. So they were brainstorming how we could upgrade you guys. I love that.
Okay, dope.
And since I won't get to see you two on stream tomorrow, as we will just replace you with Johnny and Jack. Let's see. Okay, what perks will we choose here?
Yeah,
if you were the coach.
Rapid fire seems like it's a passive ability. It doesn't seem like that one is necessarily a perk. It just happen.
Yeah, the always on ability. Flashbang shirts. Stun enemies for 5 seconds by giving us a twirl. Yeah, forget about that. I'll give you a power stance instead.
Hey, well, I mean,
I like that.
I think the Aussie Antics is a lock.
For real.
Yeah, and then I think, rapid fire, right? I mean, it's natural.
We need to get Kuffer on this show. So well, we heard him yesterday. We need to get like Kuffer for an interview so you can hear that like my accent is not as strong as like an actual.
It's not as bad. Okay, I just want a little like table talk with all the Aussies we have.
Yeah.
I mean, you have most of them here.
I know. Yeah, two of them already on my desk right now as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think Aussie Antics is a lock-in. And then probably Flashbang Shirts just because I do want to see it twirl. I think you have the legs for it. The potential is there.
The calves.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I've been squatting heavy just for that moment.
For this.
Wow.
Okay, Matt, how can we upgrade Matt? I mean, perfection is hard to upgrade.
And there's really not much.
Try. I mean,
Trivia Master.
Look at this LinkedIn picture
of him. Booty cheeks and trivia. What is that about?
Ballin is a lock. I mean, the amount
Mm.
of people on this show that don't know anything outside of this show is crazy. I mean,
Ballin, I agree. We've got to lock that in because Matt literally asked Zoe about it. Like he asked her the pile driver question off air first, and she was literally stun locked for like 10 seconds trying to.
And the plastic mask thing was a good idea.
Stuff you say is so dumb that it stuns people. Like you have to like you stop in your tracks. You just go like, what did you just say, or what did you just ask?
We go lower is also that is a passive
so
ability. That is a passive ability.
I do love that though.
I have like some self-restraint, but then eventually I'm just like, you know what? Just send it.
The beautiful thing about
literally
Matt
said
though,
this to me last night. We were in a Discord call watching something, and this exact phrase came up, and you ascribed it to yourself. So I'm definitely locking We Go Lower in.
I mean, look, if you're in a fight, who wants to get hit second? You strike first. There's no way you let somebody else come at you. You have to be.
Well, how do you go lower?
Well, this is bad advice. This is bad advice. Don't you in a fight. You don't be the first one hit.
These are some good perks. Also for everyone who doesn't know Matt. Matt is in fact a very smart man, and he's just incredibly good at playing dumb. I don't know how he does it because it's like a special kind of skill required for that. So,
I enjoy pushing people to their edge.
He gets bodied at where in the
You do
world
actually.
are we? So.
He's pushing the buttons, and he's very good at it. Well, we're going to see more of these cards that production has prepared for us. Thank you so much, production.
That's cool.
Yeah, upgrading.
I like that. I like that.
Why not? And we're open for suggestions too, so hit us up on socials. Might implement some of your suggested perks, not just for our casters. Can also be for
I was thinking
players,
Botox, but I'll take some perks instead. Actually, I could use.
What are you like?
Yeah,
you have a baby
that's your
face.
top tier stadium perk. Your stadium.
Botox.
It's your stadium 20,000 coin purchase there.
That's the big one.
I'm so done. I'm so cooked. Bro, 3 Overwatch does something to me. Hey,
it does something to all of us. Good.
I told you,
and
nerds.
bad.
I said you get 9 maps today, and you're gonna like it. Take your medicine. Pinch your nose.
Yeah, Mitch's
They sound like Matt.
Mitch's top tier perk is midlife crisis. It's a shot of Botox and a car with no roof. The one of those.
The cars with no roof. That's right. Well, gentlemen, unfortunately, I won't have you back. But one of the perks of my very day is always that I get to hang out with my friends. Who are also
we're gonna
very
miss tomorrow, but you
And
guys are
Mitch
gonna
and I
have
join you
Johnny and
also
Jake. It's gonna be fun.
That's right.
Me and
That's
Matt are
right.
gonna have a late
And then we're
night.
back to the desk. And
Yeah.
late night. You're a parent.
it'll be fun.
You have no.
We're
such
gonna have a
thing.
late. We have a late night. We got something else going on later. You can check our socials for that. But so
Another game? Nani?
Well, I can.
Couldn't be.
Nani?
Nani?
Yep.
Well, someone else who's also continue to be on stream is, of course, Bullskunk. So make sure to stick around because we will be raiding Bullskunk. Also, once again, a reminder that tomorrow we'll be sharing 5 of the OWCS superstars that are getting invites to participate in the FPL. So be sure to tune in for that tomorrow.
Ping me
as
when
well.
mine comes up.
Yeah, we'll make sure that
don't wait up.
you'll never get invited. I mean,
Don't wait up,
we
bud.
make sure to support you once you get invited. That's what I meant to say. And
I'm hanging out with Big Kev tomorrow as well.
That's
Big
right.
Kev's our featured co-streamer.
Kevin's gonna join us as well. So
up.
lots of action for our last day of week 3. Don't want to miss it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm gonna see you again tomorrow.
Cybernetic innovation. It's on fire. You make it too easy.